Yo, Mac back there, is everybody in? Everybody's in? Okay. Well, hello everybody, and I would like to...
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, Jane.
And thank you for joining us in this most sacred place called Peru. Just because there are a few people that might not know us, we are Ashayana Deane. The ANA Deane is good enough. We are speakers of the Emerald Order Melchizedek Cloister, or Melchizedek Cloister Emerald Order, whichever you prefer. I know there are some relatively new people with us on this trip, and you must have some kind of very interesting high calling if you fit into that category, because many of the people that have decided to join us have done so because they've been studying the information for quite a while, and they know the depth and sophistication of the material and some of the significance of this trip. This trip is not just about personal growth in a lovely sacred space. It is about a planetary guardianship grid commission that is of the highest Christic order. And to be here for any of us, that includes us as well, it is a very sacred entrustment from a huge group of what are known as the eternal life Christic races that have always taught the true ascension mechanics on this planet and in many other systems. We are working directly with them in order to open specific gates this time as we come through this sacred country called Peru. These gates have everything to do with the future evolution potentials of this planet and the people on it. So I'm going to try to find, as we move through this amazing trip, the places you will see, even if we weren't here to talk with you, are still amazing. But to know more about them, that we will be sharing with you information from the beloveds about their significance, not just in terms of contemporary history and understanding them now, but understanding what these places were and what they are in relation to now and to the future, in relation to what is taking place in the big drama that this planet is a part of. If you could... I'm trying to find an average space to talk to everyone in the same kind of like frequency, because there are some people who I will lose very quickly if I go into talking about things we were covering in the 12 tribes classes, because there are some 12 tribes people here, and when I talk about the Ancient Statia Passage and I talk about the Lone Star Fall Host and all of those things in the Aquilene Sun Activation, you'll know what I mean. And if you're not familiar with the 12 tribes classes or, say, the Easter workshop in Phoenix, then I will lose you very quickly. And I don't want to lose anybody, because you all belong here or you wouldn't have felt the need to come. And that's what's interesting about this. With the 12 tribes classes, and also with this particular trip, there was a particular signature in frequency, an invisible signature in frequency that was sent out by the beloveds who have called us together here. It is a frequency that responds to something in the DNA if you carry it. In short terms, it is called the Aquarihuman code. It is a specific genetic line and soul group line of angelic humans and cloister-race indigos that not all angelic humans carry these particular codes, and not all indigo cloisters carry these particular codes. The Aquari line codes have everything to do with a particular ascension path that was set many, many eons ago. In fact, between 480 and 450 billion years in Earth terms ago, there was a mission set that had to do with this, not just this planet, but with this universal Akaveka system. And there was an ascension passage that was set a long time ago. In the event that things went bad here over a very long evolutionary period, there was, let's say, an escape valve that was put in. And that escape valve, in short terms, can be looked at as a thing called the Anastasia passage. Now, the Anastasia passage is like a lifeline to this planet in the position this planet is in right now. If you are new and you don't know what that position is, there's a lot to catch up on, because we've been teaching ever since 2000 when we entered what's called a stellar activation cycle, and the stargates on this planet began to open. It also opened a drama that had been left in a stalemate the last time the stargates opened. And we are now in stages of what's called the final conflict drama on this planet. We are beginning to see it in the politics around us when we watch the news. But it is much, much larger than that. The earthly politics are small compared to the politics that are going on in the interdimensional spectrum that are actually moving the politics that we see coming out in the human lines on this planet. There are many, many different soul groups on this planet wearing the mask of human form. Not all of them are human. Most of them are hybrid, and humans are hybrid in the first place. We all came from somewhere else. We've been living under an illusion of the mask of the Homo sapien sapien, and under an illusion of history, a history that was very recently contrived and twisted. As early ago as 9558 BC, there was a new concept early ago. 9558 BC, when the final sinking of the Atlantean islands, the remnant islands, occurred. Even then, there were massive amounts of history known on this planet. There were many, many things known that were lost from that period. They were not lost because of an accident. They were lost through a contrived takeover plan that has been unfolding itself since that period. Now, it may be shocking to some of you, and I will just be very blunt. I like to try to ease people that are new to the work into things, because I don't want to scare you and like, oh my God, what are they, nuts? No, we're not nuts. We've been teaching the history since 2000. We've had access to the history. This is not the first time we've taught this. Az and I and Mac have been speakers before in other lifetimes, in other simultaneous incarnations in different space-time frames. So we do know what we're teaching. But we are in the middle of a massive drama on this planet. It is a universal system, a 15-dimensional drama, not just something that has to do with our little planet called Earth. And what we are doing in Peru is the one thing left that can be done that will allow for ascension potential at all to remain for the life field of this planet. This planet has lost its personal ascension potential. Earth cannot ascend anymore. There are two ways to evolve back to the source from which we all came. One is through natural ascension. After you individuate and go out into manifest form and experience cycles of space-time in manifestation, you can then move through what is called an Adashi return cycle, and you go back into source by reaccreting yourself or becoming whole again, at which point you go back to the first creation point from which you emerged. Then you have the option to come back out again into manifestation if you want. That is one way to go home. The other way to go home to source is through what is called space dust return. Space dust return, in scientific terms, means black hole fall of a body, planetary body, a star body, or a solar system, or an entire galaxy or universe. Now, Earth has entered its space dust return path. There is no turning back for this planet at this point. Now, we don't have to worry about it going tomorrow. All right, Earth will be here for quite a long time, not as long as we'd hoped, but for quite a long time. We are a race that is in the middle of watching a planet go from where it still had its potential to regenerate ascension ability to where that potential has been completely disengaged. Earth will not ever be an ascension planet again. In fact, Earth would be entering what is called its Bardo cycle now, as of March 25th, 2007, if it weren't for the interventions that have been being done by a very large group of Christic races from this matrix and others, that you can just, there's various names that have the Aquari name on the front of them. It is the age of Aquarius, as they say, because this is where the Aquarion soul groups out of a parallel adjacent Akasha matrix who set the host here in the first place 450 billion years ago to try to protect this place from a fall that occurred nearby, they are intervening directly because we would be going into planetary bardo now. If we entered planetary bardo, which is the death cycle, there is a particular cycle of what a bardo is, be it for a person or a planet or a sun or a solar system. But once a bardo occurs, there is something called a prana seed that is in the center or the core of a planetary body or a star body, the center of the light body. When bardo occurs, the prana seed compacts into itself and can no longer cycle. And that begins a separation between what is known as the outer manifestation of the body and its inner, what is called the dark matter partiki template. All right? Now, our Earth would be going into bardo as of the 25th of March because on the 25th of March, our sun, our core of our sun, where the core gates are, where the prana seed is, was struck on purpose by a certain matrix called the Borgia matrix with psychotronic pulses that forced compaction of the solar core gates, or the solar prana seed, which means our sun has entered its bardo cycle. Normally, if there is no intervention and a center sun in a solar system enters bardo, the core prana seed within each of the planets that revolve or orbit around that sun will follow suit very rapidly. Their core prana seeds will also compact and close, and the whole system will go into bardo together. That would be happening on this planet now if it weren't for the intervention that's being given by the Christic races of the Aquarion matrix. And if that occurred, what it would mean from that point forward, there would be no ascension of the life field out of this system. It would mean the life field on this planet would be completely locked in to the path of space dust return. We wouldn't go tomorrow, but we would not be able to ascend ever again out. To get home to source, we would have to go home in pieces. So, the fact that there is an intervention, a huge intervention being done that involves 3 Akasha systems combining force in order to assist or host this system, to allow a chamber to remain open to the still living systems, to realize that we are in the process of assisting these Christic races, being their ground team, as it were, to allow for something called the Ansenstation passage to be opened and anchored here into this planet. It will stop, at least temporarily, it will stop the compaction of the Earth's prana seed. It is like putting Earth on a respirator when it can no longer breathe on its own. The Ansenstation passage will allow for the opening of the sustained opening of an ascension passage that goes from Earth. Now, if you're familiar with what we have taught, you will know when I say Eartha what that refers to. If not, you're going to learn a lot on this trip. Earth, as we know it, is a hosted planet to begin with. Earth and the solar system emerged out of the fall of Tara in density 2. Now, if we want to know where Tara is, look to the Pleiades. Alcyone is what is the remnant of what was a star called Tara. Our solar system, when Tara exploded, our solar system was actually harnessed by the Christic races of 3 different matrices, put back together into an attempted regenesis plan, and downstepped into density 1, which is dimensions 1, 2, and 3, where we're located. In order to do that, Earth, certain portions of what was Tara, this entire solar system, each planet was part of the body of Tara originally. Now it's pieces, and it exists as a solar system with one sun that we evolve around, which was also a part of Tara. So a small solar system was made from the fragments of Tara. This was called the Amenti Rescue Mission, and that was what the Voyager's Secrets of Amenti book started to bring back into our awareness. Even in the Atlantean period on this planet, 9558 BC, this was already known. This was common knowledge history. Earth was a hosted planet. It is a piece of Tara that was hosted into a larger natural star body that is called Eartha. Eartha is called Universal Stargate 3. when Earth was hosted into Eartha, Earth itself became connected then to Universal Stargate 3. When we think of hosting of a planet into a star in such a way, the planetary grids, or shield, or everything from its dark matter template to its matter template, are like a small sphere placed within a larger sphere of a healthy body. So the idea with the Amenti rescue mission was an attempt to re-evolve the pieces of this solar system back into their wholeness so they could re-evolve back into density 2 and into the Tara system. The Amenti rescue mission has failed at this point. The halls of Amenti were corrupted in 2003 completely. The new ones, which were set by the Christic races, are no longer functional for what they were intended to do. We have gone so far beyond what any of us really were prepared for in this time frame as far as the escalation of the drama that has occurred since the year 2000. In the year 2000, we entered a stellar activation cycle, a Stargate opening cycle again. It was known since the Atlantean periods by certain people on the planet that this would be the time indeed when the final conflict drama would happen, because it was a final conflict drama that had started a long time ago, had reached a certain crescendo during the Atlantean period, and then when the gates were forced closed, it was a stalemate. But the next time the gates were due to open on their natural cycles, if they actually did, that's when the chaos would hit. And that's when you would have visitors from elsewhere, from everywhere elsewhere, from this universe, from other universes, coming in to finish what they started a long, long time ago. Some of them are what we refer to as the Christic races. The Christic races does not necessarily mean you're Christian. All right, the Christian word was taken from the original Mahabharata texts that every religion on the planet right now, from Buddhism to Christian to all of the other religions, they took parts of the Mahabharata texts and built stories within and around them, and at certain points became corrupted, where they have partial truth and then partial corruption, because the religions were the re-legions. The original legion of the eternal life Christ were the original teachings. The re-legions were taking those teachings, breaking them up into little pieces, and using them as control dogmas in order to control groups of angelic humans and cloister race humans on this planet. Why the humans were a target on this planet is because they were the guardian race of this planet, which means in their DNA they held the ability to activate DNA that would run frequency from the universal spectrum that could open and close stargates. And that's why we've been a target. So we are in the final conflict drama now, but it's not just a small one that started in Atlantis, our most recent Atlantis. This history goes back to 480 to 450 billion years ago in a matrix called the Borgia matrix. And it is because of what occurred there that we have discussed it. We introduced that information in the FOL January 2007 workshop. So if anybody wants to catch up on bits and you haven't seen that, it started there. We are progressively introducing more of it as we get more in each of the smaller 12-tribe classes. But what we're in the middle of at this point, in this trip to Peru, we have come here for a specific reason. It is a reason called activating the gyrodome. And we've heard about the gyrodome for at least 6 months. I think it was almost a year, actually, going, what is the gyrodome? The gyrodome is part of the Aquarian host field. The information that it's going to be interesting to see where I go with you, because some of you already know this from the 12 tribes, some of you have a little bit of it from the last 2 workshops in Phoenix, and some of you have none of it whatsoever. This has to do with what is called Advanced RaShaLAe Adept Training. All right, the RaShaLAe is a word pertaining to specific parts of your light body anatomy and the planet's light body anatomy. There are very sophisticated RaShaLAe body activations taking place within the indigo shield on this planet and within the part of the indigo shield that is called the Aquafereion shield on this planet. If we think of the indigo tribal shield as a large shield, and each little dot on that shield is a person that walks around with a gene code in a body that is connected to that tribal race shield. And in the center of the indigo shield, there is a small, very powerful shield that has very specialized coding that is called the Aquafereion shield. The Aquafereion shield is the conduit through which those that carry the Aquari code or the Aquari humans are connected to, and you can be indigo or angelic human to be, connected to the Aquafereion shield. The Aquafereion shield was set a very long time ago in the event that this system was going to go into full bardo and fall, and there was still a life field left here that had the potential for Christic eternal life evolution, where they could still get out. The Aquafereion shield has the ability to host, by activating itself as a collective on planet, to host the RaShaLAe body activation levels of Earth. Earth can't activate its RaShaLAe body anymore because of the damage that's done to its core and the damage that's done to its grids. But there is a force on this planet, part of which is the indigo shield, and the core of that indigo shield, the Aquafereion shield, carries the codes to when it activates. It can literally create a replica and hold Earth in a replica of what its own natural RaShaLAe body activation would be if it were capable, if the planet were capable of doing that. The people that are drawn to find out what that workshop's about, or to go to that class, or to come to this trip to Peru, there's a certain call that was sent out in frequency, not in words, that has to do with the Aquari human coding. If you have Aquari human coding in your DNA, you probably don't know it. Most people don't know what's in their DNA except what came from their mom and dad. The Aquari human coding and the people who carry it are connected to the Aquafereion shield. Your DNA is activating. The Aquafereion codes within your DNA are activating. You are part of a team whether you recognize it or not. And that team is the on-planet ground team, ground crew, that will hold the host. It is holding the respirator line in to the planetary core at this point. When we come here to Peru, there are very technical activations that are being done. There will be several things that we will do that on the surface, well, one may look like a dance, a few may look like songs, one is called a silent meditation, just because that paperwork and paper trails when you go to other countries are a very good thing to not leave behind, particularly if they're technicals and they could be misconstrued as meaning things that they don't, particularly in this day and age. So we will have something called the Crystal River Spanner's Silent Meditation. That is what is also known as a cluster stand. That is a very large event. We will learn more about exactly what the event is about after we get through some of the other what are called Spanner conferences, which are, they're shorter than workshops, but they're kind of like technical briefings on what you need to know to understand what we're going to do next where we are, right? I will need to go through some of RaShaLAe body anatomy with this group, because some people know some of it and others have no idea what the word even means. And this is really hard, because it's like if you don't know the information, it's like trying to learn calculus when you haven't learned to count to 12 yet. But if you're here, you have the Aquari codes, or you wouldn't have felt like coming on the trip in the first place. So that means you also have the ability to speed learn and pick up what you need to know. So you don't have to worry about being a million years behind as far as absorbing the knowledge. You'll get what you need as far as the knowledge. We're doing our best to produce something that resembles paper copy, even with the 12 tribes classes. We learn each wave of information with you. It's not as if we come in, all-knowing, all-seeing, and we know exactly what we're going to be teaching this workshop. No. All along, every 12 tribes class, every workshop, we get it and you get it. Almost like, within sometimes minutes of each other. All right. So if you feel a little bit left behind, we talk about words like RaShaLAe and the gyrodome and all sorts of other words like aquaferries and aquafereions, and there's a lot of new words we've learned since January. Don't feel bad. You will learn enough in this trip about the greater things that we're a part of and that you're a part of by being on this trip. But even on a personal level, even if the larger scope of what this trip is about might feel overwhelming if you're just getting involved in the work or something, it also has an extremely significant personal aspect too. Because if you are here, you are connected to the Aquafereion shield and the Aquari human codes, or you would have bounced off the trip. For some reason or another, you just wouldn't have ended up here. That means your DNA is activating. Whether you ever found this work or not, it still is, because the Aquafereion shield is activating. It means you're part of a very large Christic team that still has ascension potential, so much ascension potential that it can hold open the ascension potential for the other life forms on this planet. If it weren't for what had taken place over the period of March 15th to March 25th, we would have had a much longer potential of ascension evacuation from this planet than we have now, because of what occurred with the solar gates, with the solar core gates. Because our sun, Sol, entered solar Bardo, and it began its Bardo cycle. There are about 500 to 1,000 years left before it goes from the Bardo cycle to the next natural stage, which is its Nova cycle. If it weren't for the intervention, because during a Bardo cycle, once the core prana seed closes and the core gates close, there starts to an energy reverb starts to occur within the body, the planetary body or the solar body that is experiencing Bardo, and gamma wave bursts start to emanate out from the core, and they get stronger and stronger. These are the death throes of that you hear about pertaining to like people, because people go through Bardo too when they die and they transition out of their physical body. But in terms of a sun going into its Bardo cycle, it means it will begin to cycle its gamma wave, they call them ring waves, that come out in rings from the core. They start slow and then they build progressively. The beloveds have said that if it weren't for the intervention of the Aquarian host, which involves something called the Aqualine Sun, activation of the Aqualine Sun field within the Earth's body and also within the Sun's body. If it weren't for that, we would have about 50 years left on this planet before the radiation levels being thrown at us from the Sun as it goes through Bardo would fry everything on the planet, and nobody'd get out because we would all die of radiation poisoning. So the intervention that's being done now not only will keep open the potential for ascension from this planet for the next 500 to 1,000 years for the life forms that are still here. I mean, even if we get to go, there's still, our children or our children's children, all of that. There are still a lot of life forms left on this planet. They still have time to evolve. The Aqualine Sun that we will talk about at various times in various contexts during this trip, and which we will activate the first level of on the planet by the end of this trip, it is because that Aqualine Sun buffer field that both Earth and the Sun will have a buffer field of transmutation around them, so we will not get wiped out by the gamma bursts. So instead of just having 50 years left before the radiation is so strong that nothing is going to be able to live here, we still have that 500 to 1,000 year window on this planet for evolution. That is one of the other benefits that are coming from the intervention that is being given by the Aquarian races. Excuse me. So, we are in the middle of something really huge. And if it seems huge to anybody that's new, or even 12 tribe people who have been through that and they're still kind of going, oh boy, right? You will learn all sorts of neat things. One of the things, and you've got your packs, right? Yeah. All right. Now these, if you're just looking at them cold, and great, what is this? These are the notes, the progressively building body of notes taken from the progressively building body of Mylars that we are using in the 12 tribes classes as we are learning each dispensation or the next level of what we need to know to go on to the next level of RaShaLAe body activation and planetary RaShaLAe body activation. These graphs are given to you in this pack, and as you can see, they're still in quite rough form, just so at certain points in various of the conferences, I'll say, all right, that you'll see these come up on Mylars. You say, okay, that's what it is, and you'll be able to see it and like take it back to your room and say, okay, all right, that was that we just learned. So they're not all for this night or all for one night. They're not particularly in a sequence that they have a cohesion when you look at them together. They're reference points that will go with various things you will learn during the other times we get to talk with each other, and that I get to put Mylars up and show you sequences of things. They are key elements in those other longer sequences of graphs that I won't publish now because I can hardly even read them. Some of them are so bad because it's all new information coming through, and it comes through right before I have to deliver it. So it's like, scribble it on the last graph. What was the last one? All right, that was the last one. Now cross that out. put this on. There's not been time to do much of anything in terms of getting anything in writing. Eventually this is going to make a heck of a book. That's all I can say, if we ever get time to make the book, because right now we're living the book. This trip is extremely important because even from the last highest level of information we were given came through in the 12 Tribes Class 4, 12 Tribes 1 Class 4, which was April 1st and 22nd. And even since then, when we engaged a process of what are called the NavAHo cycles, or the NavAHo prana breathing cycles, we began full engagement of that process. And there were certain date lines that were given at the end of that class as to when certain activations of Aqualine Sun and RaShaLAe body would occur, which means certain things would open and those kind of things. That has been expedited even since then. What we were going to finish, I believe, in the beginning or end of 2008 or beginning of 2009, we are going to finish by the time we leave Peru. Yeah. So it's another one of those, oh no, not another acceleration leap, which means there's probably something nasty being done by the fallen angelic ones who are running the agendas here, the threshold agenda, which we have referred to. It has to do with what's called the Red Dragon Alliance. There is an alliance of fallen angelic races from 3 different matrices who are attempting to harness this place in order to get Eartha, the host star that Earth is in, and drag it into their black hole system as fuel. And it's an old game, and they are still playing it. They haven't told us what they've done now. The last thing they did was on the 25th of March, where they forced close the prana seed core gates in our sun. They tried to do it to Earth as well, but we had the first level of Aqualine Sun subharmonic activation was enough to bounce it back. And it was bounced back by the beloveds from Eartha because we had already anchored enough frequency here through the 12 tribes classes where we were able to bounce it back so Earth didn't get directly hit, but the sun did. So the last thing they did was force the sun into Bardo. These are not small players. This is not little fallen angelics being a nuisance. This is worse than any demon you might ever thought of. So they've done something else, and at this point we're getting a little bored and tired of following their agendas too, because we've had to reveal what we're doing. It's been like, tit for tat. They do something nasty, our guys do something to try to correct it, or to do what you could do next on the Christic line to compensate for what they just did. It's been like this since the year 2000. We've been in a war, but a psychotronics war since 2000 when the stellar activation cycle started, but a lot of people out there just have no clue that that's what we're in the middle of. So whatever it is they did that required yet another acceleration in the Christic activations program, they haven't said, and I don't even know if they're going to at this point, because we've got our hands full in paying attention to our own stuff. And if we're working the Christic agenda and the Christic team, what's most important is understanding what needs to be activated to hold the Christic host here. And that's what the material is focused on. It is extremely technical. As and I look at each other sometimes and go, oh God, not another level of technicals. We thought it was hard enough learning crystal body in Cathara 2-3. Oh boy, that stuff was easy. That was just outer domain. Then you have the middle domain and the inner domain and the core domain. Then you have RaShaLAe bodies, RaShaLAe bodies, and Rasha. What is the last one down at the core? I mean, there are so many words and so many diagrams that go with it at this point. It could make your head spin. So if you just feel like if you get that glaze, oversaturation glaze at any point, don't worry about it. We go through that a lot too. Eventually, you get what's most important. What is most important to understand is that we have been on a prison planet for a long time. All right, this is not a new thing. It didn't just become a prison planet. The races that are our current generations on this planet have been mind-controlled since Atlantis, actually since 13,400 BC when they did a great wipeout and the great netting, where there were certain changes forced in the electromagnetic fields of Earth that affected directly the DNA and the epigenetic overlay of the DNA, which literally shut down the DNA so we have no cellular memory as far as what our other incarnations are and that kind of thing. This has been a place that has been raised as a prison planet since the Atlantean periods. Now, Earth is a lovely planet in itself. It's not that Earth is a bad planet. It's what's been done to it that has been horrible. And we're still, at least, even though it has suffered so much to the point where Earth itself is not an ascension planet on its own anymore, the planetary environment and the planetary consciousness as a conscious being still would like to see the ascension and the return to freedom, to eternal life freedom of the life field that has been trapped on itself. It is decided, in fact. Earth could have made a different choice, because Earth is conscious too. Just because it's shaped like a planet doesn't mean it's not intelligent and conscious and aware. It knows the predicament it's in. It also understands space dust return. And it knows that when you get to a certain position, there is a peace that comes in the thought of space dust return if you can no longer return whole to source. It is better to go space dust return than to have something that is running anti-Christic agenda harness you and use you to create harm to other things. And Earth made a decision that it would accept space dust return if it could not ascend, and it would not allow itself to be dragged into another black hole system so it could be used to attack other living systems, because that is what it would help to fuel if Earth had allowed itself to be captured. Earth does not want to be captured. That's why Earth itself allowed for the opening of what is called the Spanner 7 Gate Network. Spanner 7 Gate Network leads from Earth, which is the smaller body that was trying to heal within the larger body of Eartha, a sphere within a sphere. The Spanner Gates open from Earth into Eartha, which is the first layer of getting into ascension out of here, Eartha, and it's very, very close. What you will see and it's going to be interesting for people who haven't seen them yet, it has just been introduced, I think, was it the first 12 Tribes class? No, it was the second. Yeah, it was the February 12 Tribes class when we first learned about what are called the vertical maps, the vertical StarFire maps. And I was so excited when they showed us this information. First, you have to understand RaShaLAe body anatomy a little bit, where you understand spheres within spheres, and there's very specific order to the spheres within spheres, and there's 15-layer spheres within spheres, so you got lots of circles within circles on diagrams. Once you can understand those in terms of RaShaLAe, then you can understand that in terms of the planetary RaShaLAe body and what it naturally would look like. Once you understand those spheres within spheres and this planetary RaShaLAe, you will start to see where they correspond with certain layers of things that we can identify within the manifest field that we're walking around in. When we begin to understand RaShaLAe body anatomy, which is the Partiki body or dark matter template anatomy, when we begin to understand that, we will see where the solid core of Earth forms, the crystal core, where the liquid outer core forms, which is called the aquifers, which is where the 3 layers of the mantle form, where the crust is, and then going up from there, where what layers in the atmosphere and what they correspond to. Because when you go up at a slightly different angular rotation of particle spin in the same space but in different layers in our atmosphere going up, our planet and our atmosphere interfaces directly with the physical planetary body of Eartha, the larger star in which it is hosting. So the ascension stargates are much, much closer than we ever imagined. We've been given, since 2000, locations on the planet of the natural planetary stargates, the arc gate, host gates, and those kind of things to plug into the larger universal gates going up in the universal spectrum, and they're kind of like far away and out there. You could find the spot here, but it was like way out there in Sirius B somewhere. That one comes out, you know, that kind of thing. Here, it is literally when you look up, you are looking into Eartha. The difference between seeing nothing when you look up and seeing the layers that would, let's say, be their subterranean cities, which are called the Adashi temple cities, that are in their middle mantle layer, is simply angular rotation of particle spin. And when you begin RaShaLAe body activations, you will begin to have your physical body be able to make the angular rotation of particle spin adjustments. So you'll begin to first learn to what is called glide, where you can project, your physical body stays here, but you can project in your RaShaLAe out into visiting these specific areas through what are called safe zone paths, where you can start to meet personally your own Christic trainers and advisors there, so they can assist you personally, because there's not enough of us to go around. And you got 3 speakers here, you know, that are scrambling to try to get this information down, and there's so much information that everyone is going to need to understand where we are now in the drama and what personally you need to do. We can't access every one of your incarnational records to show you what your best evolutionary path right now, what you got stuck in your DNA that shouldn't be there, how you fix that. I mean, there are people that can help you with this. You know, there are lots of them. They live on Eartha. Eartha is a star. If it were seen, if one of our satellites got out there and could actually take a picture of it, it would look like a sun. It has a life field on it. Our planet should have a coronosphere. Living planets have coronospheres. They look like stars or suns. That doesn't mean they don't have life. There are bands in which life, even carbon-based life, can take place. All right. So Eartha is a star, and it has a biosphere. And the biosphere is inhabited by various races. Some of them are called the Aquari races, or the Bendy Aquari races, who came over from the parallel adjacent Akasha into our Akasha Ekaveka system in order to bring the Aquarian host here. They incarnated there, and then during several periods of Earth's history, in seeding 1, seeding 2, and in seeding 3, these Bendy Aquari races hybridized with, offered hybridization to the angelic human and angelic human cloisters that were on Earth. And because the angelic human cloisters were losing the Crys codes in their DNA, and they were not going to make it. They were losing, they were falling. And there were the regenesis attempts, and through these regenesis attempts, a race line called the Aquafereion, which are part human and part Aquari from the other matrix. They were created. The last group of Aquafereions that were brought in, there was what is called the prototype race that actually came from seeding 2 and began the opening. They were called the Aquafereion NavAHo. Yeah, all right. The Aquafereion NavAHo, and they came here. They were seeded on Earth in 12,500 BC, and they opened certain passages that would allow for the seeding 3, which we are in seeding 3, big bioregenesis experiment that had to do with the Aquafereion 3 races, which are a little different. They don't have the full, what are called the NavAHo codes. All right, so the races that we had talked about so far that we were just learning about, the Aquafereion human hybrid races, the Aquari humans, that were brought in by hybridizing with the Aquari races from Eartha. They were invited to go to Eartha. In 11,000 BC, there was a group of them, a group of the angelic cloister humans that were brought to Eartha, invited to go to Eartha through the gates, through the spanner gates, and they were brought to Eartha and in couples, like male-female couples, and they were offered what was called a three-way conception. It had nothing to do with three-way sex. It had to do with the male and female who wanted to be, husband and wife couple, energetically allowing in the Eartha environment, the fetus that they could create together would have both of their pattern, their angelic human or cloister pattern, and by energetically transmitting the pattern of the Aquari. It was literally just an energetic transfer where it had the codes of the Aquari put into the fetus. So the babies that were born of that first level race, they actually stayed on Eartha and stayed there. Their children were the first lines of Aquafereion to be brought back and seeded back on Earth. And if the people who are being drawn to this work at this point are being drawn because they carry Aquari human codes, which means you started there. Now, you might have started in one of the earlier seedings as far as incarnating in from Eartha under the Aquafereion code, and that would mean you would carry the Aquafereion NavAHo codes as well. They have a bit extra stuff in them compared to even just the ones that hold the spanner gate codes to Eartha that the Aquafereion carry. And it's not who's better than who. It's not about better. It's about working as a team to be able to open the gates between Earth and Eartha so Earth can get a host. Eartha is going through a natural StarFire cycle. StarFire means it literally activates its full RaShaLAe body and contracts into the Edon domains, which are the middle domains, and disappears from the outer domains. It's riding the light fantastic because Eartha is still a Christic planet whose Templar is still working in Christic function, and it still breathes. Its prana seed still works, and its core tar and light seed still works. It is capable of StarFire, But this little planet called Earth that's hosting in the middle of it can't starfire. If Earth tried to starfire now, it would explode. It would just implode and then explode and go to space dust instantly. So Earth can't starfire with Eartha, and you can't stop Eartha from starfiring when it's time for it to go. The host that we're getting from the Aquarian matrix is going to allow Earth to not have to face space dust return when Eartha starfires. And Eartha starfires between 2047 and 2052. So that's not too long from now, right? So what we're in the middle of assisting to create, we are the anchoring team, the Aquafereion shield, that are the incarnates, the children of the Aquafereion, that are still here, and our race lines are still here. We've come up since the reseeding in 11,000 BC. Then the angelic human levels of them, they were the cloister Aquafereion, and then the angelic human were called the 12 feathers of Aquafereion. They were seeded, I think, in 10,500 BC, between 10,500 and 10,000 BC. So these, in seeding 3, were a relatively new regenesis race line. But we're an old one because the same thing was done in seeding 1 when the angelic humans were seeded here and things went bad, and it ended up having the angelic humans basically exterminated during the electric wars 5.5 million years ago. This was done in seeding 2 as well, to at least assist and get some of the angelic human and cloisters out to Eartha when it went bad. The drum went bad down here with the 1,000 Years' War, where the seeding 2 angelic humans and cloisters were wiped out. So this is seeding 3, and again, the same forces that were responsible for the fall of seeding 1 and seeding 2 of the angelic human and cloisters, again, have succeeded in creating the fall of the planet at this point, which was what they were aiming for. Anyway, it wasn't just the humans they were after, it was the entire planetary system and this Eka-Veka. But again, they knew, the Christian inhabitants of Eartha knew that during that period of time between 12,500 BC and 11,000 BC, they already knew it was going really bad. And the chances of Earth surviving and pulling out of the fall pattern, that because it was progressively having black hole technologies put into the Templar, through the Atlantean drama, they knew it wasn't, the prognosis was not good for the Amente host succeeding. So again, they did what they had promised to do from the beginning. From the time the Amente host was set, 550 million years ago, they had agreed to allow for that ascension passage to remain open. They would allow some of their own to incarnate into the angelic human and cloister race strains as the Aquafereion. And the Aquafereion, when the time came, if the time came, they would hold the planetary host field long enough for the life field to evolve out. Any of the life field that could still ascend could do a hosted ascension out of a falling matrix and into a still living Christic matrix that doesn't go back by space dust return. And that's what we're a part of. So by being kind of nudged or curious about coming to a workshop like this one, to a travel event like this one, it means something about who you are, because you would have flatlined on it. Nah, don't want to do that, right? If you didn't have those codes. Because there's nothing in what we've published about, go to Peru and it means you're an Aquafereion. No. I'll try to be in one. No. It's something that's put out in an energy signature by the beloveds, not by us. It just rides through the little bit that they give us to put out as far as, yes, we're doing a trip, this is when it is, we're going to do something about that. What is that? Who knows? Right? There is a code under there, and if you have the DNA that corresponds to that frequency, which was an Aquarian frequency, that's the people that get the nudge to go, and that kind of thing. So if you're here, it does mean you're part of a family that you may not have realized you were part of. They're a very sacred family. The Aquafereion are neat because they're very human-like. They look very human-like. They're not like some weird-looking, E.T. scary thing or anything out there. Even the Aquari races from the other matrices, there are some interesting ones. There are the winged hominid lion people, and they're the A'sha-yana. They're very nice. They're one of what we call the Aurora races. There are the RaShaLAe, which are kind of coined the phrase of the white genies, which are large, quite translucent, white hominid genie-type beings, bald with very large eyes usually. They come in various colors. Now, so there are different biological characteristics to some of them. But others of them, particularly a group called, they're affectionately called the Blue Dragons because they carry no dragon codes whatsoever. It's almost like a tongue-in-cheek joke because dragon codes have something to do with certain groups that fell a long time ago. They carry the antidote to those codes, so they could be brought into the angelic human lines to help clear the dragon codes from the angelic human lines. But these guys, called the Blue Dragons, are one of the Aurora races too that we work with a lot from Eartha, and they are very hominid looking. They are human shaped. They tend to have, not all of them do, but they tend to have blue skin like the Sirian people do from the Sirius star system, and they're known as the aquatic bird blue hominids. They don't have wings or feathers, but they have amazing energy forms that come often that look like capes, and they can breathe air or water. So when they swim, they look like birds, and they have certain characteristics that are associated with the core bird pattern that is part of their genetic makeup. But they look very much like blue versions of very tall blue versions of us here. Yeah, except what's nice about when you're in a Christic place, like star or planet, like Eartha, you don't have a lot of the environmental messes and problems and DNA mutations resulting from them that create all sorts of messes in our bodies. I mean, here we have all sorts of things that are wacky with our bodies. First of all, they die. They're not supposed to. Second of all, there's all sorts of problems. Some are too skinny. Some are too fat to be comfortable. Some are too skinny to be comfortable. Some are sick. Some don't have enough limbs. Some have too many limbs. Some have this color hair and you can't stand it. Some have that color eyes and you can't stand it. There's always something about our bodies here that doesn't quite feel right, because there's a part of us that will always resonate with our Christic self that knows that there is just an integrity in form that exists, and somehow there's something wrong with it when you try to love that body. Got to love your body. Yes, you do. But they're almost like suits that don't quite fit down here, and it's because of the mutation that is called the Homo sapiens sapien, because that is a mutation. That isn't a natural race. That is not the natural human gene code. The angelic human gene code is an Orifeme gene code, which is a silica-based DNA. The carbon-based DNA here is part of the mutation, and it was engineered a very long time ago, way before seeding 3. And we are in the middle of the end of what that evolution is like. But we have the ability to transmute the carbons and regenerate the natural angelic human and cloister DNA codes to literally regenerate in the body the silica-based DNA, or the 12-strand or 24-strand or 48-strand, if you happen to be indigo 1, DNA templates. So we're in the process of reverse mutating ourselves. Am I going to explain what the gyrodome is? I will explain what the gyrodome is, but not here. Because to explain what the gyrodome is, it's much better to have graphology up on the board. Yes. Yeah. I will touch on the gyrodome again. Yes. Yes. But I don't even want to go there without the series of diagrams that leads up to making it coherent to talk about the gyrodome. All right. Right? Would you like to talk about the gyrodome? Right. No, I did not without the graphs. Right. Right. Yes, I was just asking would I like to talk about the gyrodome, since that's what we're here to do level 1 activation on, among other things that are connected to it. And I answered him and I said, no, I wouldn't like to talk about it, because I will talk about it in the right context. What I don't want to do is get people lost and glazed on words like that when it's not necessary, because it's harder to undo the twist than to get it straight the first time, where it just goes, oh, okay, yeah, that's a gyrodome, right? So we do have a series of graphology that we will go through, part of which is RaShaLAe body anatomy, that will assist you in understanding what the word gyrodome applies to. In very simple terms, if you can conceptualize without the graph, a small sphere called Earth, which is a sick planet that was hosting inside a large Christic star that is a living, breathing star. And in between those two, there is a field called the Aurora field. All right? It's a particular field of frequency that has components of the Eartha frequencies mixed with components of the Earth frequencies. When this field activates, and there's very specific layers to the activation, this sphere around the Earth, before it, between Earth and Eartha, activates to become a gyrating sphere or gyrating dome. The gyration allows for the gates, the Stargate systems on Earth, the spanner gates, that are supposed to open directly into Eartha to allow for passage from Earth to Christic Eartha. Because there's been so much damage here, we are completely out of alignment, where the top of our sphere is supposed to line up with the top axis of Eartha, and it doesn't. Actually, our south and their north line up. So the gates wouldn't open. The gyrodome aurora field, or the aurora field, when it is activated to serve as the gyrodome, creates a gyrating, moving, domed field that allows the gates to link up. It creates an intermediary field that would allow, like, say, there are 12 spanner gates. Only one of them is going to work at spanner 7, but there are 12 spanner gates. Let's say because the two spheres are out of line with each other, the gate numbers don't line up with each other, so the tunnels that open between them won't open. The gyrodome allows for the tunnels, it allows for, it'll pick up the activation on the Earth level, gyrate it around, and allow it to plug into the activation of the corresponding gate on Eartha. So it creates a field that allows, what? Okay. It creates a field that will allow we're working on spanner 7. It is one gate that will hold in this activation. There's so much damage to the planetary grids that you can't open any other of the, well, there's 12 spanner gates. You can only open spanner 7, which is the strongest hold gate. But it will allow for a network of gates. If spanner 7's opened and holds, it will allow for a whole network of gates on Earth to plug into spanner 7. So all over the planet there will be places where there's literally ascension potential first out to Eartha. And from Eartha is the universal Stargate 3 planet. It connects to two other planets, or stars, in our universal system. That now our universal Vecca, the whole thing is falling. However, there are two other systems that also have gyrodomes, which means they also carry the Aquarion matrix host. We have Eartha at USG3. You have Sirius B at USG6, and you have a part of Andromeda at USG9. The part of Andromeda that actually is the connection point out of this falling matrix and into the host of the Aquarion matrix that is in the parallel adjacent Akasha, is a part of the Andromeda matrix, or Andromeda galaxy, that was literally separated off from the Milky Way galaxy. All right, there was a point in time when Andromeda, what science calls out there the Andromeda galaxy, and what is called the Milky Way galaxy were one large, part, one galaxy that represented this 15-dimensional universal matrix. There was a point, and I forget what it is, I'm doing the history now, but there was a, was it 300 million? No, 300 million. That was 700. 700 million years ago, I believe it was. I'll have to check my numbers. But I think it was 700 million years ago. There were certain events that took place, and the Aquarian races got directly involved, and they pulled it in. They pulled a part of Andromeda into quarantine so it didn't get caught in the fall here. So it would be a midway station that would allow for the host to still come in to this Eka-Veka system even if it continued its fall. They don't call it the Andromeda Galaxy themselves. They call it the Aquinos Galaxy. Aquinos is what they call it. But it is what our science calls the Andromeda Galaxy. And it is Andromeda was always USG9 in our 12-dimensional universal Stargate system. So there is a pathway. What we call the Anshan-Statia passage will lead from Earth to Eartha, while Earth is still here before it starfires, to Eartha, USG3, to Sirius B6, to Aquinos Andromeda 9, and from there it will plug into the, all these A words, the Aquarian matrix in the parallel adjacent Akasha, and that is still a living matrix. There is nothing fallen in that matrix at all. There are certain matrices, certain systems that come into existence. Every system has a purpose, or kind of like a mission statement, a plan, as far as what type of manifest experiences the consciousness field that is manifesting in that system wants to participate in. Some matrices choose to be what are called the safeguard matrices, where they choose to return the gift of free will, full free will expression, which includes the ability to take free will expression into the direct opposite expression to the will, the loving will of Source. I mean, that's what free will does. If Source gave us that much, we can actually choose to explore the full extent of opposite expression. And the end of that is when you end up with space dust return, because you messed up so many things that you can't go back through normal ascension. But some matrices come in and always stay as safeguard matrices, where because they so love creation and Source and the manifestation process, that they have the gift of free will choice, but they find that no matter what they could explore, it would mean nothing to them if they can't give it back and say, just let me know what you'd like us to do, right, to sustain this, because we love this and we love Source. So they have free will, and in their matrix, there's full-on free will, but they've evolved to a point where, well, the ones who came from elsewhere evolved there to a point, and the ones who came there from there originally, who came out from Source from there, just always had that consciousness. They have such a love affair with God's Source and the whole creation process that wanting to do anything that would not be supportive of Christic will makes no sense to them whatsoever. The thought would actually cause them pain to actually do something that would cause harm to the natural Christic eternal life principle. So they hold a certain type of consciousness that is absolutely loving, completely. And they have complete free will in their system as well. They just choose to use it in service to the eternal life first creation principle, and don't feel they need to exercise it in trying to push the envelope and see how far you can go with opposite expression. They've watched enough of that around them. They see where that leads, and they have no desire to participate in it. But what they have done is, because it is painful to them to watch other systems, like, say, neighboring systems, go through a fall, which they did experience watching with what was called the Borgia matrix in our parallel Akasha. That matrix completely fell. It's on its way back to space dust return at this point. But the consciousness became so corrupt and so damaging to other life fields that it was just heartbreaking to the Christic ones who remained and were watching this, because you couldn't reach them anymore. They became, the things they thought, the things they did were horrible, and you couldn't talk them out of it. They were very, very convinced they wanted to be anti-Christic, and they were going to be. And because they've seen what fall can do, they've tried to position themselves where they can't, to stop falls would be taking the free will away from other matrices, and they know if Source wanted it that way, Source would have done it that way in the first place. But that would annihilate free will expression, and it would be a dictatorship, and Source did not create a dictatorship. It created free will, sovereign expression for those who chose to explore it, because it is what it had. It gave the gift of what it knows itself in its creation freedom. So the Aquarion matrix people decided that their existence in manifestation would feel most meaningful to them if they could be in service where it was needed most, in service to the Christ where it was needed most. And they saw that place as being where assisting races who still had Christ potential to still have the option of ascending, even if they found themselves caught in falling systems. And they do this for other systems as well, but they were in a position in relation to a fall in what's called the Borgia matrix that is in our parallel Akasha Ekaveka system. When that fall occurred, they were close enough. We'll see when we get into when I bring out the diagrams and things, which won't be tonight because we have a 5 a.m. wake-up call. Yeah. But they were close enough to help, but far enough away to not get dragged down into the fall with them. So they were in a perfect position to intervene directly. And this is where we ended up with what is called the Crystal River Cooperative, which is a cooperative of three Akasha groups. They're not just the Eka-Veka levels, but they're the Akasha level groups who, systems, who formed a coalition, a Christic coalition, to assist in this one particularly bad fall of an Eka-Veka system that was our parallel Akasha's Eka-Veka system. Our system got involved in the whole mess because when the Borgia matrix fell, it is our parallel Akasha system. They were able to, the Akasha didn't fall because Akashas can't fall, but the Eka-Vekas within them can. And when their Eka-Veka fell, from their Eka, they had just pierced into our Eka in our Eka-Veka system. If they had been quarantined at that point by the Christic races, which they do have the right to quarantine them so they can't hurt other things, they would have gone into their natural space dust return, except because they'd already plugged into our Eka, it would have dragged our matrix in with them then. And that was like 450 billion years ago, I believe. Right? So instead of having the life field here that was already seeded here end up going into a quarantined black hole fall space dust return with the Borgia, this coalition of three different Akashas with the Aquarian matrix at its lead decided they would go for the long-term plan, try to help this matrix re-evolve itself to where it could close the wormhole link that had been opened so it could protect itself, so then the Borgia matrix could be quarantined so it could not hurt anything else but still have its own time and energy left to go back on its space dust return. That's what the entire, our fall in this system that we talked about a long time ago, 250 billion years ago, the fall of Lyra, all of that stuff, all of that started with the fall of the Borgia matrix and it plugging into us. And the whole thing has been an attempt by the Crystal River Coalition, or the cooperative, the Christics, to hopefully regenerate this matrix and get it away from the one that was falling. That hasn't worked. This matrix will fall, but we can still get the life field that is Christic able, that can still hold Chris code frequency, can get them out into, through the Ansanstatia passage, out of this matrix and into the living Aquarian matrix. And from there, you have all sorts of, the first stop there would be to move into the next, let's say if you wanted a genetic upgrade to the next higher level of evolution in your Chris codes, we've been offered an opportunity to incarnate into, if we want to. Some people take their bodies and they don't have to incarnate into something different. They will just reverse mutate their bodies progressively and back to their original imprint. But some, if they're not able to fully take their bodies, we've been offered an opportunity to incarnate into what are called the Aquafereion. The Aquaferii groups. These are in the Eden middle levels, or the Gardens of Eden, in the Aquarian matrix. So we have been welcomed into their system, and not just their outer domain system, but their Eden system. The Eden systems don't have wars like they do in the outer domains. It's much more peaceful there. Those utopian visions that humans still carry little remnants of and heartaches for. There are systems. In fact, there are more systems in the cosmos like that than there are like this. These are more the exception rather than the rule, these fall systems. But when you're in them, they can seem like they're the only thing that exists because they progressively are cut off from knowing or seeing the other systems that are working, that are living, that are around them. So it's exciting what we're a part of. It's huge what we're a part of. To explain things more clearly, like the gyrodome and some of the activations that are called the NavAHo activations. Oh boy, we just learned this in the last 12 tribes class. I'm going, oh no. We got Comu NavaHos, we got Navas, we got Navi harmonics, we got all sorts of new words. So I am trying to put that into a simple graph form, since we didn't even have a graph on that in the last 12 tribes class. So we'll understand it, because we are going to be doing some interesting things, such as we are going to reach the Comu Navi harmonic when we do the Crystal River Dance evening stand in Cusco, which we're still trying to arrange the outdoor space to do it in. Oh boy. Yes, it's one of those wait till we get there and talk to the locals, right, kind of things. Some things have to be arranged that way. When you're in, places, like Peru, there's a lot of that wait till you get there and then see who shows up and who you can talk to and who you can't, kind of thing. So, but it will happen one way or the other, even if it has to be in a room, because we have, the venues rented. What was really frustrating is when we go to Machu Picchu, which is a main site, Machu Picchu, we'll learn more about why Corral is important, why Machu Picchu is important, why they're all important. But Machu Picchu, the little town that's at its base, Aguascalientes, is so small that there is not a room big enough where we could even have a workshop. Dar tried to find a room where we could, have workshops there. I mean, ideally, we were hoping to get a night visit on Machu Picchu. Yeah, good luck. 100 and how many people? They don't even allow you out there at night. But once they used to, let little groups in. But even when we had 40 people, right, they broke us into 2 groups, and they let us in for an hour, right? That's not going to happen this time. Not with this many people. We'll be there from dusk till dawn trying to get everybody in tiny little groups. Because basically, I guess they probably aren't allowed to do that. But sometimes, depending on who's working there, sometimes they do. Depending on what crosses palms, I guess. But the rules have changed. And since we've been here twice before. But they've changed since then. And they've gotten a lot tighter. So the chances of us getting a night, even an hour up there. We used to try for 11 to midnight or something. Because Picchu is amazing at midnight. It's just awesome with the moon and the whole bit. But we will go up in the daytimes like regular tourists. We're going to do what's called a cluster stand there, which is a stand that doesn't look like a stand to any people who might be worried about what a stand is, right? And when we're in Cusco before that, we're going to have, that's where we'll have the main workshop where we get all sorts of technicals and also on how we do this stand, because it's basically groups of people will form 12 different clusters in very specific locations in Picchu. And we'll understand what this is about. Because there's not just the activation of the gyrodome and activation of level 1 Aqualine sun that's occurring. One of the most exciting things about all of this work, for me anyway, and the 3D part of me feels very comforted by it. Like the rest of my multidimensional self can deal with the technicals. But the little part of me that's just a 3D person, God, this stuff is sometimes overwhelming, just in detail, has to do with the vertical maps. And what is opening where. Because by the end of our trip, we will have opened the gates to what are called the Aurora 2 platform cloud cities. And not just for projection, which is called gliding, but the slide zone, the Aurora slide zone level 1 will be opening, which is part of the expediting the program. That wasn't supposed to happen for 3 more workshop periods, taking us up until about, I think, the beginning of 2009. But they are accelerating the activations again. That means that if it was just the Cloud City gates were opening for gliding, which is RaShaLAe projection, but your body stays here, it would mean you could project there and begin having encounters with them there if you're invited and that kind of thing, or they could come from there, the ones who live there, because there are ones who live in these biome domains. All right, some of them are Aquafereion, some of them are Aquaferii. There's a whole bunch of other races, Christic races, and also regenerating Christic races that are evolving in these systems. When we are opening the slide zone, it means it's not only available now for projection, but it will be available for slide encounter. A slide is different than a glide. A glide is a RaShaLAe projection where your body stays here. A slide is a physical shift that you might not be able to fully span and go into full RaShaLAe body activation to become a spanner and go right up through to Eartha, because the radiation level's there. If you can't fully activate RaShaLAe, it'll kill you, right? There's that medium zone that happens in the Aurora field, and that is the slide zone. And there are certain levels of activation to it before it actually merges to form a 3-dimensional field where a 3-dimensional body could move from here to there. It's like a median zone between the radiation spectrum that our bodies are used to here and what they would eventually be used to at full healing, on Eartha. So it's a zone we could physically inhabit. At that point, we won't immediately zap up and slide, but we will start getting personal slide training, where you are now accessible to be approached by ones who live there. And they're very specific. Up there, it's like bigger than preparing for Christmas down here. As far as they know, there is a huge group of evacuees coming out of this place. And there's also a huge group that are going to stay and hold the host on this planet, to hold it for the 500 to 1,000 years. And we're part of the ones that are going to train those guys? Yes. not going to be here 1,000 years from now. No. Not without a long vacation on Earth. But they will have the ability to meet us physically now, where it's not just, you can have the kind of like etheric-like encounters with them at this point, and you can do projection, where you can meet them in projections. We can begin the physical connections, and that's really exciting. And what's really exciting is to realize that there are bands when you look up in the atmosphere. For example, when I talk about the cloud cities, it is a particular domain in our atmosphere that corresponds with what's called the thermosphere in our atmosphere. That's quite a ways up. That's way beyond the ozone layer and that kind of thing. It's quite a ways up. All right, but in that particular band that our science calls the thermosphere, at a specific angular rotation of particle spin that is different from the one that our thermosphere is on, but in the same place, is where you have a biome field, and that is called the Aurora 2 platform. And the Aurora 2 platform are physical cloud cities, where literally you would look like, well, in other ancient times, there were the cloud walkers who would literally disappear up into the clouds. People would see them walk from the earth up into the sky, up into the clouds, and disappear into them. And that's when slide zones were open and those kind of things. So it's beginning the process of opening the slide zones, not only the ones that go up the first levels, which is the Aurora 2 platform, that go into the thermosphere cloud cities, but also the ones that go down into the subterranean cities as well. There would be in Earth's middle mantle. All right, so there are biomes there that are inhabited, indeed. I have a feeling the Queventilier, the ones that they call the Yetis out here, I think they come from there, is my feeling. Yeah, I think that's where they come from, yeah. And it's really funny, we've been finding these lovely Yeti bears made out of llama here. All of a sudden it's like, llamas always used to be the big thing, because llamas are like a guardian presence that is on planet. Well, camels are too, but of a different soul group. But the llamas are very, I have a feeling they're Aquari connected, actually, because they've had a very important commission here. They get really ornery if you get in their way and they don't want you where you're being. Right? They'll like spit at you and bite you and stuff. Right? Yeah, they must be really thrilled about being killed and used for pelt. But anyway, we have llama bears at this point coming through, and I think that the bears look very much like Yetis, which is funny because Yetis are supposedly apes. Right? So this begins the process. What we're in the middle of is exciting because we're beginning to help the beloveds to open the gates between the different layers or planes that exist between here and the surface, physical surface of Eartha. And we'll start to find out how not alone we are on this little prison planet, and also the fact that not everything that's out there, we've talked a lot about the nasty things you can run into when you start to project, or there's a lot of fallen angelics messing around here and fallen ETs and all sorts of others. There are some nice guys too. And when we are working with this particular host, which is the Aquarian host, we talk about the Aurora platforms that have to do with that Aurora field between Earth and Eartha. The Aurora platforms are safe zones. They sidestep and step over and around other zones that are called hibernation zones that are also in our atmosphere that are run by fallen angelics and are actually the control centers for the prison planet. And hibernation zones, that we got into that in, I think, the second class? 12 Tribes class in February? Yes, we're just learning about the hibernation zones, how they were created. We've learned that one of them is in the ozone layer, and that's where our mythologies of Oz come from. That's a D1 etheric level one. There's another one. There are actually 3 hibernation zones, which are reverse spin zones that used to be part of Earth's natural RaShaLAe body structure and its natural atmospheric structure. They're actually captured by capturing portions of Earth's core gates and reversing their spin. It caused portions of the Earth's light body to reverse spin and become invisible to the other portions that are on natural spin. We were still on natural spin here. The hibernation zones were put on reverse spin at various stages. And the hibernation zones are literally, our reality fields here are much smaller because half of them are on reverse spin with another equally or a little bit bigger sized reality field. This is a hologram. They're running holograms. We have a three-dimensional hologram that we experience as Earth, and there are also a three-dimensional hologram that the hibernation zones experience as Earth. In the D2 level ones, which would appear as physical to us if we were seeing them in their opposite spin, is where we actually have the Atlantis and Lemuria. They're time-warped zones, and they were literally pulled, the physical masses, the land masses that were connected in to these grids that were put on reverse, literally were ripped from the physical structure of the planet here and pulled in to a physical structure unto themselves in the hibernation zones. So when people start even projecting, astral projecting and all this stuff, it's like a minefield out there, because what most people do is get snared into the hibernation zones where they get all sorts of fallen angelics pretending they're ascended masters playing with them and all sorts of things, where they get their DNA messed up and they end up becoming inhabitants after they die in their bodies. They become inhabitants of the hibernation zones, or prisoners actually. The Aurora platforms allow a natural safe zone set so you don't get snared into the hibernation zones. And progressively, as the Aquafereion shield activates, it won't activate all at once, but as we progressively activate the full Aquafereion shield, which carries the Aquiline Sun and Gyrodome host here, which actually holds the replica of the planetary RaShaLAe body, when all of that is activated, it will actually begin the process of the hibernation zones transmuting, because it will bring back the natural spin, and it will set the replica and activate the replica of what's supposed to be there. So it'll actually fill what is still Christic and non-proper spin with Earth. It will fill it out enough so it can sustain its structural integrity, while meanwhile it's going to progressively make it so the hibernation zones and those who live in them can't continue to mess with the grids here. There's something we'll talk about when we have one of the classes, when we get into the diagrams a bit, has to do with what are called the nets. And these are specific frequency bands, electrostatic bands that keep the hibernation zones where they are, keep us where we are, and directly affect three different layers of our DNA. The DNA template, which is the etheric level, the DNA chemical, DNA, and what's called the epigenetic overlay. All right, which is something that science is just discovering, is the chemical coating on the DNA that actually controls what parts of the DNA turn off and on and when. So it's actually more significant in terms of what DNA does than the DNA itself. All right, science here is just discovering that. So there are three nets. One each controls one aspect of those parts of the DNA and corresponding parts of the planetary grids. As we activate Aquiline Sun levels in the planetary shields, it will progressively drop those nets for those who are activating them, which means we're going to start seeing more and also start being able to do more, as far as not just glide and project in mental projections of our RaShaLAe, which we are actually moving our RaShaLAe and our consciousness through RaShaLAe, but we will also be able to learn how to slide. And eventually, some of the people who learn how to slide, if certain gene codes will be able to span, which means fully physically go to Eartha without getting roasted by the frequency there, right? So it's a big process we're involved in. Tomorrow, I just want to talk about one more thing before I think I'm pretty much done for tonight, because the orientations are usually pretty small and short while everybody's recuperating and we're trying to find out what are we teaching and when, right? Because it's all security clearance, where we find out when we get there what tomorrow's about. Right? Tomorrow, we're getting up at 5 a.m. in order to begin this journey. I guess we're leaving about 6 or 6:30, but we get a 5 a.m. wake-up call, and I know you've had a big day today as well. So what I'm not going to do, I didn't get the Mylars down tonight, and not going into a 2 or 3 hour, heavy thing. No. We're going to what are called the Corral Pyramids. Now, it's really funny because I know nothing about the Corral Pyramids in terms of what they teach here, so it'll be really great to hear what the guides have to say when we get there. But what I do know about the Corral Pyramids comes from the Beloveds. And Corral is a very sacred place to the Beloveds. Before those pyramids were there, it was a sacred place because it is the place of what they call the Aquafereion shield Akusha-te. The Akusha-te is what is called the core seed crystal. into which, or let's say from which, the Aquafereion NavAHo, that's the seeding two, right? Aquafereion lineage was race shield, was seeded into Earth's shield. There is a particular acceleration bypass that you have your regular gyrodome and aquiline sun activations that take a certain amount of time. Then you have, from seeding 2, a direct gate. It's a passage. It's called the Aquafereion NavAHo passage that leads directly from Earth to Eartha without having to wait for all of the activation levels to build the opening of the spanner gates. There are only certain people who can activate this or pass it, and they are ones that have the NavAHo codes as well as, which means the seeding 2 Aquafereion codes, as well as the seeding 3 codes. But in order to expedite the entire Aquiline Sun host activation, they are opening they're having us, and obviously at least some of us carry those NavAHo codes, because they're having us go to Corral to transmit frequency, which means show up and breathe. Right? Because when you breathe, you are literally releasing the coding that is in the DNA into the grids. They will give us more when we're there. I think we're running around with those little headset radio things that Dar figured out how to do, and how do you talk to 100 people when, when there's no microphones or anything like that available. So we're going to try those out tomorrow. They're going to give us more on it. There's something we're going to do. We're going to give something, as far as just by our body showing up on the site, that will go into the grids that will activate this Ecousha Te core seed crystal, and that will give us something back that has to do with the what they refer to as the memory crystals of Corral. And the memory crystals, I think we're going to give us a whole technical at some point on these. The Ecousha Te memory crystals, they have something to do with the natural creation cycle process, where whatever is created in, like, say, one sequence, say you have the, let's just take it from the outer, or the inner, the middle domains create the outer domains. All right, in that process, that's part of the Krystar cycle that we'll talk about later, there is a little crystal that is created of everything that went before. The crystal is an imprint, a radiation imprint of every energy signature that was in the stage just before. All right, so we're going to be picking up these crystals that have to do with, first, the core level. Through this process, there are 4 layers of Ecousha crystals. The first one is called the Ecousha Te. Then there's Ecousha 1, 2, 3, and 4. They correspond to each of the domains of a RaShaLAe body. All right, the core one that corresponds to the Ecousha Te. Then we have the Ecousha 1, Ecousha 2, Ecousha 3, and Ecousha 4. And I believe they would go from the core one is the Ecousha Te, then we'd have the inner, middle, outer, and I believe the next one, the fourth one, probably corresponds to what's called the Krystar activation. So there's a whole new block of information having to do with the Ecousha Te network that we are going to be given, and it's directly connected to RaShaLAe body activations and Aquiline Sun, RaShaLAe body activations. It's technical stuff. But tomorrow we are going to go to the site where the first seed crystal of the Aquafereion NavAHo prototype seed 2 race was entered into Earth's shield in seeding 2. That is the place where the Aquafereion NavAHo passage opens, and that is a direct passage link that links through what is called the Adore side. So instead of just having an Aurora 1, Aurora 2, Aurora 3, Aurora 4 platforms, all of which have to link together through activation of the Aquiline Sun fields in the RaShaLAe on this side, on the Adore side, there is a way to do it faster by activating corresponding sites in the what is called the Adore system, which is our, let's just leave it at our twin system. On the Adore side, there are what are called the Ecousha crystal cities. So we're beginning the process of opening the crystal city gates. This starts at Corral, and that allows for the expedited opening of the subterranean cities of Aurora 1, the cloud cities of Aurora 2, and we're going to go all the way up to, I believe, Ecousha 2 initiating, and Ecousha 2 is between Aurora 2 and Aurora 3. So we'll see this on the vertical maps. It'll make a bit more sense. But we are beginning the process literally tomorrow when we show up at Corral. We'll be given more information on what it means and what to do there. And they'll probably build the Ecousha Te information into when I'm going to introduce the RaShaLAe body anatomy pieces. They'll probably put it in with that. Right, and then this stuff will be for the next 12 tribes class. We'll have to teach them about the Ecousha Te, right? So everybody's like, we each get the next layer of learning. But tomorrow we do begin a process that opens the first, what they call the zero, they're referring to it as the 0.5 Ecousha Te crystal city. And tomorrow we're going to be giving you what is called a projection map. It is a code. It is actually a three-dimensional code. You know how we use codes for optical pineal induction sometimes and that kind of thing. And some of you that have worked with the Voyager's codes where there's actually a sequence, like a stack of codes to project in through and to go up, and it creates corresponding activations in your bodies. Well, there is a code that after we got done with the last 12 tribes class on April 22nd, right? That was the last one. And they told me, oh, by the way, before Peru, you have to finish this projection map code. Okay, cool. It goes on the wall. What? Now, we're living in a place that is called the Shalan 7/Shala 13 site. It is a site. We were asked to buy a house in two spaces, in two different places, two different states, in order to secure the Alan 7 site that's connected to Spanner 7 and the Shalan 7 site that's connected to Spanner 7, which are key sites. If we don't have those secured, Spanner 7 doesn't open and no Aqualine suns activate, and we're all stuck here. So it's been going well. We've got the sites. So here we are. Just got done with the 12 tribes class. Just got this house in February. They put us through this whole big, this has to be changed, you have to change that, you have to change that. I mean, forget feng shui. I mean, they just completely, they literally, so what has to be changed for the acoustics to hold the frequency that the sacred site is supposed to hold? Everything that goes in the house has to have guardian approval because it is all a frequency pattern, and it even either helps to sustain the crystal frequencies that are required for that space, or it takes away from it. Nothing is neutral in that regard. So everything from paint colors on walls to where walls need to be and where they don't need to be, that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, this is like, there you go, got the mortgage, go in, fixed it. Now, we painted and moved things and built walls here, took stuff down there, completely redirected the cement path up to the door. I mean, just all over the place, because they told us what had to be done, and it had to be done before Peru, right? Because they're activating the site there, because it's connected to the Corral site here, which we didn't know about until last night, but we didn't know they were activating it before Peru. So great, we got 90% of the thing done. I mean, if you ever have done renovations in a house, it's like all of a sudden this crew of men are just in your house all the time, right? Stomping around, making dirt. It's always dirt somewhere. Something gets left, and it's just like, can't they ever go home? And then they do go home, and they don't show up when they're supposed to, so it's 3 days, and they're supposed to have it done 3 days ago, yeah, that kind of stuff. Well, it's been since February, it's like that. Finally got through that phase pretty much. There's still a few things that have to be handled after we ended up, well, I think we fired each other, the people we hired, the contractor guys. They fired us, and we fired them, basically. Oh, God. It's all soul group stuff up there. Nobody wanted to do the atrium. Right? I know you did, but nobody wanted to help us because of the soul group connections. They were going to. The code was the 3 walls of the living room. It's like, what was it, 14 by 17 with 8-foot ceilings or 7-foot ceilings?
More or less. Started out as a simple desert scene, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, with Camelback Mountain
take long.
gate connection in the middle of it. No. What I didn't know is it was going to become the Cloud Cities map. Yes. Yeah, just got it done. What day was it done? Like 3 days before we left?
3 days tops.
Yeah, 3 days before we had to leave for this trip. Then not only get it done, right? This is mural on the wall, right? That took from 12 tribes last class all the way until 3 days before we had to leave for here. Got that done, and you can really feel the frequency on it. Then we had to get it somehow. It never started on a flat piece of paper. It started on the walls. There wasn't a small version to give you. So I had to take a photograph of it. Well, all we didn't have the digital camera. That's stuck up in Colorado someplace because we didn't get up there because the airplanes didn't fly that day we were supposed to go. So we're doing the 35 millimeter bit. Took the pictures. Comes out terrible as far as the light, right? The colors are completely different. So I had to make a paste up of what was on the wall. Did you ever try to get things where you can make panels? You breathe differently from one to the next, and it's different. Right? So I had to make a paste up of the pieces of the 5 or 6 panels it took to take a vertical photograph, going around the walls. Did that, then got that photocopied. The color was terrible in the 35 millimeter shots. So then I had to take the photocopied paste up, color photocopied paste up, and recolor it with colored pencils to at least bring back some of the color frequency, because they insisted you guys had to have your own color copy of this code that is going to be activating while we're here. It starts in Corral. So you will get this tomorrow. They're going to show us at some point what to do with them. We're giving it tomorrow. What?
You're giving the code tomorrow night?
No.
That's different from what we discussed today. When are we giving it to them?
Well, tomorrow sometime. Tomorrow night, tomorrow before. I don't know if they want to use it on site. I know. I don't know if they want to use it on site. It's either going to be in the morning, when we're doing the coaches or whatever, to have on site, if it's needed on site, right? If you need it there, or if it's something that they're going to have us use in the evening once we get back to do because that's when we're doing the Crystal Heart of Aquari activation, which is another code that goes with the big code. So you'll either get it in the morning before you leave if we need it on site, or we'll be using it in the evening because it doesn't correspond to what we have to do on site. So we're going to get more on what we do live on site tomorrow. What we're going to do all the way through is do our best to look like tourists, all right? As opposed to looking like any kind of strange metaphysical group doing strange things, all right? In the drama that we're in on this planet at this point, the Christic races are not real popular among a lot of the others that are being influenced by the fallen angelics. The fallen angelics are waging war on this planet. They're building us up to a World War III on this planet, and the Christics aren't even involved in it. We're just like sitting back going, oh no, they're really going to fight each other out over this. It's groups of fallen angelic ones from other places motivating groups of humans here to fight out grid battles over who is going to grab the falling, what's falling from this planet. And if we get away without seeing in the next 5-10 years a World War III drama, I'll be amazed. But it applies to when you're going to places like this too. They said that this time in Peru we always had a nice time. In Morocco we called it just the whole trip was like demon fest. Especially the night in the desert. It was really bad. I mean, there's nasty stuff coming in trying to get into people's bodies. It was demon fest. But Peru had always been pretty benign like that. It was always like it felt friendly, particularly Pichu. I have this particular love in my heart for Pichu because I knew I lived there before, and now I know why, because it's directly connected to the Aurora 2 platform cloud cities. Right? That's why they have legends of the cloud people still, right, that are in the Inca tradition. Right? But anyway, it's a good time to go. All right. What? Sorry. If anybody that doesn't know me, I do talk to the air, but it's not the air I'm talking to. It's just people that nobody else sees. I talk to live people, not dead people. Right? It's a good time to go. The walls have ears. Okay. Don't they always? Yeah. Anyway, we're going to try very much to we are just normal tourist people. We're seeing a beautiful place, even if we didn't have one bit of word on the mystical, magical, ancient, and contemporary nature of the sacred sites and things. There is a magic to these spaces. Some of these spaces we'll go to. There's also some horrible, really dirty energy spaces, but there are some really amazing spaces too. I always found Machu Picchu was just magical. It was just even when you're there, when all the other tourists are there, and it's just like you're going to see an archaeological site, there's a feel to that place that if you kind of let yourself just relax and sink back a little, it's just ethereal. It's quite amazing. So I hope you can experience some of that. Picchu is one place I've not been to Corral in this lifetime. I'm wondering, I don't know what it looks like other than the fact that it has some kind of pyramids that they've recently found compared to other things being found. And I do know it is the place that is the anchoring point where they first put the A'sha-TA first crystal seed of the Aquafereion NavAHo race line here. It was where the shield was seated. And it connects directly to two places. They said from there, one end connects into Picchu, and the other end connects into what is called Shala 13, which is in the Phoenix area. All right. So it's a link between those two places. It creates a triangulation between them. And it is the first. There's something that has to do with the Sacred Valley and the Inca Trail that has something to do with this too. They haven't told me about yet, but I feel it coming. It's like they'll give it to us closer when we have to go. So tomorrow we'll learn more about Corral, what it is, and, well, we do know at least it is the first place where the first seed crystal of the Aquafereion NavAHo race line, the Aquarihuman, was seeded in. The bioregenesis races were seeded in, and that is the place that has a passage from seeding 2 that leads directly through the crystal cities on the Adore side. It zigzags through all the way to Eartha, so it is a much faster direct passage to Eartha. It will also, activation of this site begins the process of activating the full Akusha network, which are the other Akusha layers, and they create acceleration in activating the Aquiline Sun and Aurora layers here. So this is part of the acceleration that we didn't know was happening either until we got here, and they said, by the way, you know, that was supposed to be in 2009? No, it's going to be before you leave Picchu. So we'll all learn together. It's wonderful to be here with a group of family from somewhere again. I always feel very special when I come to Peru. I used to say it's lovely until, like, on the way out, the airport always flattens me. I don't know why. This time, though, it's probably the last time I'll ever do Peru. I'm going to try not to end up, curled up in the fetal position in a corner in the hotel. In the airport when we're trying to get out. It was like the gates of hell. I used to call the Lima Airport, but only on the exit. Right? It was something about the frequencies there that twice, when you're coming down from Cusco, coming down from altitude, because when you go up into Cusco, we're going up into altitude, which is rough on the body, but we're also doing grid work, which means you're activating and running a lot of frequency. So you're on high sensitivity mode as well. And you go into, between the altitude changes and going into a psychotronically embedded environment, which most airports are. And that one particularly, I don't know why, but twice, neural network collapsed, just about, because I had my code still turned on. So this time I'm trying not to do that. But what we're going to do as we go along this, we'll do Corral tomorrow. We'll do the next conference that'll have some Mylars and things about it and learn a little bit more tomorrow evening. We're trying to not keep you up half the night because you're getting up really early in the morning for a lot of these things. When you do the flight to Cusco, Cusco is a really neat place to be, but it is where we start to go into altitude, and that's when if anybody's brought any things to help you with altitude adjustment, that's, use them in preparation for that. If you're sensitive to altitude, be aware that you do notice it when you go there. You get lightheaded, nauseous, your scalp falls asleep, and you feel like your brain's going numb. Various things associated with altitude that I've experienced. And I'm not too bad with altitude, so if you're sensitive, just be aware. If you feel funny when you get to Cusco, realize that before looking for metaphysical attack reasons, because we probably won't be. We're pretty well guarded here. We have a lot of both Aquarihumans and Aquafereion and such from Eartha, really looking out for us on this one. We will meet, they said, the best of the best and the worst of the worst along the way, but the best of the best will keep us safe, and that's all we have to worry about. So if you do feel weird when you start going to like Cusco and then Picchu, they are both places that are in altitude. So before you get worried that you might be being assaulted or attacked, in the astral, look first to the possibility that you might be having an altitude adjustment, and that there are things like, I know they give you coca tea when you get to Cusco. They usually they have it available for you. When coca tea always helped me. I don't know why, but it's like, I can breathe again. Oh wow, I can think again, because it makes you feel like all of a sudden you're really brain dead or something, where you can't quite think or link thoughts together, and you get kind of weird. So if you get that, try the coca tea if you don't have any things that that are, or any allergies to it or whatever. But it's important that we try to realize that as we walk through this, we're on a big mission, And it's also a personal mission. It's a homecoming mission, because anybody that came has to do with the Aquarihuman codes. And this is the place where your lineage was seated. Tomorrow we go to the place where your lineage was first seated. And that's pretty sacred, because it's like finding the closest to home place that you've got. You might not like what's there as far as what's on the surface at this point. You know, I don't know who built the Corral pyramids themselves as far as what civilization was there, but the site that they were built on was ours, and it is the Aquafereion site. And I have a feeling there's a connection to the people that are there as well, and we may find that in some of the locals, where there's just a feeling that you can spot an Aquarihuman when you feel one, that kind of thing. I get a feeling there are some there. There will be others too from other places and spaces, but tomorrow we start our homecoming and begin the opening process of the crystal cities of Adore that will allow for the expedited activation of the Aurora platforms and the opening of the Aurora Level 2 platform cloud cities. And I think that's enough for tonight. Enough for tonight? Okay. Yeah, I could do that one of those Babylon ones when I'm tired. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy your stay in Peru. And I hope we have a really, really good time at Pichu. Yeah, Pichu town, by the way, Aguascalientes, in the evening after we're done with things, can be really, really fun to walk by the river in the dark. Yeah, like not down in the river so you don't fall and get hurt, but like just walk around the town. It's really neat, and that's every time we have had an upgrade in contact, it occurred there, in that area. Not at the mountain Pichu, but down in the town at night on unofficial time.
Than the liquid core, and the base core is the aquifers. They are the deep silica aquifers that would be the mantle levels above it when you're going down to the earth. So we are going to go down into the aquifers. We're going to transmit some of the frequencies of your individual that is connected to you personally. We will transmit a copy of those frequencies into another crystal that is the first core crystal of the Aquafereion. That process will activate the crystal will actually expand and move out and become a sphere that is a portal. We won't be going through that portal right now, but we will be able to see into it as if you were looking into a very large, one of those snow globes that you shake up and there's things happening inside. It's kind of that effect. And inside of that you will see there's a whole reality field. This particular place has a name. It is called a crystal city. They are referred to the crystal cities because they are made of various types of silica. It is connected to what is called the Adore side. The Adore, we are in the Ettore universal matrix, and you could say it's in easy terms, it's our twin side. Our twin is the Adore side of the same matrix. The Adore side has reality systems just like the Ettore side does, And reality systems here on the Atoria side, like Earth, have a corresponding place and reality field in the Atoria side. When we open this crystal, or transmit our signature codes as a collective of Aquari humans, it will allow for the opening of the Ecousha crystal and the opening of the gate between the Adore side and the Atoria side of what here is Earth and what there is another stellar body. But there are crystal cities all the way up going into the atmosphere, both on the Adore side, and there are ones on our side as well. We have crystal cities, we have cloud cities. We'll learn about these more. But the important thing that we are doing now is we're beginning a process that will allow for rapid, expedited activation of the Aqualine sun fields that we talked about briefly in the orientation. So the purpose of coming to Corral for this group has been to participate in this particular opening, because you personally will get back an encryption. The dust that you will get from the aquamarine crystal is dust that holds in a radiation encryption that belongs to you when you first entered incarnation through Eartha into this reality system. So it is the beginning of accessing your own core cellular memory. And from that, it will allow you to access there are other layers of these crystals. In fact, there are 4 layers. Each one goes with a domain level of the bodies that we've talked about, the core, the inner, the middle, and the outer bodies. And they're all part of the RaShaLAe body activation that is known as the Krystar activation. So there's a lot of technicals that have to do with this. But in terms of what we need to do here, it's not give a technical workshop. It is simply enjoy the beauty of this site. Realize the site is very, very old. Before the temples or the pyramids that they have found here, there are many things that took place in these sites as well. We've gotten a little bit of insight from our beloveds on the pyramids that are here and ones that they have said have not been discovered yet. It was funny, I was walking, Az and I were walking, and we're online with the Aquafereion, and they said they haven't found the big one yet. And I said, really? I said, well, where is it? Just give us the hint. And they said, well, it's over in that direction, but it's very, very deep, and it's under a layer of bedrock. They're not seeing it because their radar won't penetrate. And I said, really? They said it had something to do with an earthquake that took place that created a slide in a part of the plates. And the temple, most of it got crushed, but a part of it, because it got wedged under a tilt in the plate, is still actually intact. And at some point, it may be discovered. They didn't say whether it will be or not, but they did say it was there. They said this particular temple wasn't the first one that was ever built. It wasn't ones from the Aquafereion NavAHo races, because they were seated here in 12,500 BC, so that was much earlier than this particular one. This particular one did, however, have to do with the Aquafereion 3 races, which were the humans from this period, from this seeding, combining with the Aquari races from Eartha. And they were seated in 11,000. But this particular pyramid had to do with a group of them that were here on this site because of its sacred significance to these crystals that we have talked about and these gateways we've talked about. It was constructed in 4,200 BC, and they said it was, whatever quake and plate slide that it experienced that was the end of the large temple, or that had it wedged under a piece of shelf that has not been dug under at this point, was around 2,300 BC. So there is still a potential one that can be found that is physical evidence that they have identified as directly pertaining to the Aquari human races that we've talked about that were seated here. This is a sacred site to the Aquari races, particularly because this was their core seating site, where they passed through first from Eartha through into Shala 13 core gate that is inside of the solid core of Earth and out into the Earth field. So this is literally the seating site. This is the cradle of the Aquari human civilization. And the races that have come from there, some people around here, there's a very strong Inca presence. We've talked in other workshops about, the Inca people, because they were connected with the angelic human and the cloister races. That's in the Voyagers books. But this particular group, the Aquari human, were not directly genetically linked with the Inca people. What was interesting about what the guides were saying was the people here were not considered Inca either, and they don't really know what they were, as far as haven't really categorized them. They were just different. They didn't do the Inca thing, as I could tell by some of their, I guess, their artwork, and the thing is they have found that they weren't using Inca tradition. civilization. But so even the later temples, these I think they were placing around 3000 BC, weren't they? That was 5,000 years ago, 3000 BC. Right. Okay. So the one that they were talking about, that our beloveds were talking about, that met its physical end in around 2300 BC, that would have been still standing when these were actually being built. So these civilizations were connected to them. What they have said about these particular pyramids is they weren't ours directly, because what you had at that point in time were, you had some Aquafereion NavAHo races that carried the codes for both the Atori side and the Adore side, that were the original prototype races of this bioregenesis race that were seated in 12,500. They stayed, and they were kind of like, they were a priest caste, not in an elitist way, but they had more dealings with the earth people than they did with the earth people. But they were here to protect and to guide and to teach and help acclimate the new ones that had come in, that were just Aquafereion, human, and Aquari, that had come in. So there were castes of what would be considered priest castes that spent most of their times in like the big temples, and the big temples were the ones that held the gate access keys. This particular one held something that they called the Well of Creation, because it was actually an open conduit that, like, hole down into the ground that led down, way down, into the aquifers. It has long since been sealed. It was sealed on purpose for certain reasons of protecting the gates from being invaded. But the particular Aquafereion NavAHo races, that they were the guardians of this particular well of creation, and they didn't live in the temples nor in pyramids like this. They didn't live on surface. They lived in the subterranean cities that are associated with what's called the Aurora 1 platform. They're the city, the main city banks that are there, and they're still there. They're still inhabited by Aquafereion races, and they have been under security screens where you can't find them no matter how far you dig, because they're on a bit different angular rotation of particle spin. And if they invite you there, you can actually come, because they will teach you how to use your RaShaLAe body in a way that you can make that shift in angular rotation of particle spin, at which time you would experience them as physical, and they would experience you as physical as well. Right now we're not going to do that, but we are going to go down into the level where the subterranean cities exist, and this is where we need to pick up the Ecousha seed codes, our memory crystals of Coral. And later, I believe, possibly tonight in the workshop, but it's probably, people are going to probably be quite tired by then, because it's going to be late by the time we get back, and everybody eats, and then we do workshop. But at some point, we are going to do a visitation down through this area that you will see in the aquifers, that after we pass through the subterranean cities and kind of say hi on the way and keep going down into the waters, into the aquifers, into the liquids, to where we see this effect of a spherical portal doorway opening up, and there is a city, a crystal city on the other side of that. It appears to be under an ocean, but it is really liquid silica, that it is part of the core aquifers, the liquid part of the core of the Adore side, or the twin, let's say, a twin to Earth, one of the many twins to our planet, that connects directly through the gates. We will be traveling through there in a particular journey, once we understand the structure of the RaShaLAe body a little bit better, because some people don't know what that is at all, and you do need to understand a bit of what you're doing when you're working with this. But we will get to go far enough to see where it is. Once we get that far, and this opening occurs, when it goes from being what appears to be, this one is an amethyst crystal that's deeper underneath in the aquifers, and up above that we had the aquamarine crystal that was in the subterranean cities. But when the aquifer crystal opens and goes into the phase where it looks like the snow globe effect, that means we have successfully opened the gate link. And then there is another point. There is a receiving pillar that is funny, because the first place I saw the pillar sticking up out of the earth, and it was over there, and like we were walking right toward it. There's the stone boundary. We're not allowed to go past that, right? You're not allowed to walk past where the stone boundaries are. Gotta get over there. So we finally got permission just to walk up to the little ridge so we could see what was over there. And it was really hilarious. I saw exactly where the pillar was coming out. It's the road we came in on. It's right by it sits across. It's big. It sits across. It spans the road we came in on. So we can, because that's not part of the site they're worrying about it getting stepped on because it hasn't been excavated yet. We can, on the way back out, stop there briefly. We don't really even have to get off the buses, but there will be a simple, it's just simple breathing and code run to allow the activated codes, because you will get certain activations when you get down into the aquifer levels that will amplify the codes that you picked up, that you transferred. And then there's a receiving site that the rest of those codes need to be brought into. So people who want to participate in the exercise, when we're going to ask the buses to stop just for a little bit, and because of the time frame, we're not going to ask for them to let everybody get out and sit on the side of the road, which we could do, but it will take twice as long to get us up back there if we do that. So we will be doing the finishing of this. We're going to leave our RaShaLAe buddies down there once we get down there until we get back on the buses with our physical bodies, get over there, stop briefly. You're going to release the codes down and bring your RaShaLAe body back up. All right? So I probably won't be talking to you once we're on the buses, because I don't think these things have that far of a range or whatever. I don't know if that will work. But when we get there and the buses stop, it will be time to simply just breathe downward, right? And which releases the codes, in your own DNA, your own spiritual codes. Let's simply put it that way. And you then bring back up your RaShaLAe body with yourself that you left down there when you did the journey this time. And again, if you don't want to participate, you don't have to. You can sit in the circle with us and do part of it, not all of it, whatever you're comfortable with. If you don't want to sit in the circle, you don't have to do that either. So it's completely up to you and what your comfort zone is. Sorry, but I think we need to get over there and start going. We're going to, I think, will you read the thingy? And anybody who knows it or has it with them can read it with you. Okay. So we'll do the Crystal River Prayer and Invocation first. Biggest protection you can get as far as any techniques that can be used to make sure you're safe when you're running energy work. And we'll go into the live journey, which I'll need the headset back for it to do that. But if you're going to run this, do you need to use this? Yeah.
So we're just having a conference about how we've got too much to do to memorize this thing. We're just sitting here embarrassed, the three of us. But it's a fleeting embarrassment, you understand? Alrighty, so we're just going to go for it on three then, okay? The Aquarian Crystal River Prayer and Invocation on three. We'll try and start together and just follow the general intonation of it, okay? Just take a couple of relaxing breaths before we go. Ready to go now? 1, 2, 3.
Amen.
Continue. Three breaths. Okay, part two, in the name.
Holy order, unified, sacred house of one. In the name of the councils of Krystal, or the reign of the friends. In the name of the councils of Krystal, in the name of the councils of Aurora, we call upon the Krystal powers of Soarelui Aqualene. We call upon the Krystal powers of Aquafereion. We call upon the Krystal powers of Aquafereion. We call upon the Krystal powers of Călătoria Proiecției. We call upon the Krystal powers of Echipa RaShaLAe.
We now command with the entrusted powers of Aurora light.
We now invoke the eternal Krystar to co-create,
release, and renew this place. This place, this land, and all within, into the Christian protection here and set, that the spirit of RaShaLAe rise, the power of RaShaLAe heal, and the wisdom of RaShaLAe heal within preside, in the name of the eternal Christ of the first creation, and by the divine vehicle of the Aquafereion RaSha.
grace, with absolute humility, absolute love, and absolute forgiving, and only in absolute service to the eternal Christ and its ever-loving healing devotion to all life everywhere. We banish now from the sacred place all that is unwilling to receive the absolute cleansing of the Krystal, with the abundance of the black order and the divine right land, as only eternal gospel and love. Release the most arrangements of all those present who are in need and seek to heal within the sacred cleansing field of RaShaLAe and the eternal divine flows of the Aquafereion in Christian reverence, joy, and gratitude, with unceasing love for His evil mortal souls most divine.
and now complete this Christian sanctification and salvage right reputation. In the name of the one true source, God eternal. In the name of the crystalline. In the name of the Brihagaya crystal. In the name of the councils of crystalline. In the name of the councils of Crystal River. In the name of the councils of Aurora. In the name of Melchizedek Cloister and Emerald Order, Holy Order of the Unified, Sacred House of the One, and in the name of the Temptation. Christy, I am this I am. Ta'Sha into Ta'Sha.
Let us bring a special prayer to the guardians from this place and out this place, who have taken such good care in preserving the ancient ruins and finding them now when the time is right to do so. We offer to them a prayer of protection in the Vehiculul Krystar and invite them to participate, be they seen or unseen, in the massive ascension mission that is taking place on this planet at this time. They are welcomed in by the Aquafereion and the children of the Aquafereion, and we would like to extend that greeting to any of them on this site or who are connected to and with this site. Next. Yeah, we can do Aurora first.
3 rounds of Aurora, okay?
Try to find my ears. God, I feel like I'm in a torture chamber. Return to device. Because sometimes when we go on journeys in the 12 tribes classes, we return about an hour and a half later. Right. What? Yes, we'd be quite sun-dried like they dry fruit and tomatoes, sun-dried as rice. All right. I just have to review the scribbly notes that they gave me as far as we're going where first and when and what we're doing there. All right, yep, down there. Yep. Right. Okay, we need to sit in the circle, not in the center for this part. We can leave the crystal in the center, though. Yeah, triangulation would be good. Yeah. We're going to come join you in the circle because there's going to be a large crystal sphere, aquamarine sphere, in the center when we get down into projection. And its field will radiate up, literally not just to the surface, but all the way up through the atmosphere and up to Eartha. So we're getting out of the line of crystal fire. She's there. All right, I'll go over here. Yeah, somewhere over there. Do a triangulation someplace over here. 1 point, 2 point. This will work. Okay, thank you. There we go. We got David there on the other one too. That's good. Hi, David. I know, I'm still wired in. Okay. Excuse me, I gotta go on mute so I can cough without blowing your eardrums out. I tend to cough a lot in deserty type environments. The sand gets me until I get used to it, and I'm not used to it still, and we live in Arizona. Only since February full on. Okay, now. At first, just sit comfortably and try to focus on the rhythm of your breathing a little bit. Slip my wrist with a paper cut. Jeez. All right. And when you get a feel for when you can hear the rate of your breathing, try to consciously slow it by about half. Just gentle, easy breathing, slower breathing. To go into a more relaxed state. Alright. What we are going to do in a few moments, please, we are going to try to do synchronized movement. Each one of us has a body that is referred to as the RaShaLAe body. With RaShaLAe body activations that are taking place in the Indigo Shield now, even if you haven't had RaShaLAe body training yet, you can still, while participating with a group who some of the members do have RaShaLAe body training, you can still participate with them and go on what are called RaShaLAe journeys. A RaShaLAe journey is literally a part of your consciousness that you choose to send into other locations by using the vehicle of a part of your light body that is known as the RaShaLAe body. It would look like a replica of your own body as you have it. You can actually change your RaShaLAe body to look like anything you want it. You can shapeshift it or turn it into a spark of light. But for now, we do use the image of what you know yourself to be right now, because it will assist yourself in the part of your consciousness that stays in body. It will assist you to make the link between the experiences you will have in RaShaLAe and the experiences that your physical body is registering as real. So we do ask you that in this RaShaLAe projection, just imagine you have a sphere of light. It's much more intricate than just a sphere, but a large sphere of light surrounding your body. There are actually 15 layers of spheres within spheres of the RaShaLAe body. But imagine you are sitting within it in your physical body, and that particular part of your field, called the RaShaLAe body, when we begin to journey together, is going to go downward, moving down through the Earth's crust and down further into the Earth's mantle. We're going to go as a group, so it will be as if your RaShaLAe body is taking an image of you, like an image of what you are and who you are, part of your own consciousness in your own image. It's a form of bilocation when we do it this way. It's called projection. Right. We're going to project that image down with the RaShaLAe body as a group collective, we will find ourselves at the first stop in this group projection. It is as if there is a circle, the circle that we are as a group here, as if it forms a shield, that you don't see the shield, but we're just sitting around the perimeters of the circle of the shield, and the whole shield will descend down. It's going to descend down to the place in the middle mantle of Earth where the aquamarine crystal is. The aquamarine crystal, again, is the core Acushate crystal for the Aquafereion races that were seeded in 11,500 BC. And all of us would have, as Aquari humans, would have a portion of our own personal encryption in there when we first passed into the incarnations in the Earth cycle through that race line to end up with the codes that are the Aquari codes now that we carry. If you didn't have Aquari codes, you wouldn't have ended up on this workshop. So even if you don't, not too sure about who we are, what our teachings are, you're still a part of a family that's known as Aquari, and you will be able to receive your chorale memory crystals. They're memory crystals that are connected directly to this site that is called chorale here, because this is the site where the Aquafereion race was first seeded in, where it came in from Eartha through Shala 13 and up through the subterranean cities to here, up through here into the subterranean cities, and from the subterranean cities came up into surface life on Earth. So it is a very sacred site. It is the cradle of civilization for this site is the cradle of civilization for the Aquafereion races. There are also a few other cradles that after they were brought here, they were scattered in various other places. So there were more than one colony, but this was the place where the first ones came and the first colonies were set, from which the others connected. The others that we will learn something about who have to do with Machu Picchu, they also have to do with certain areas in the United States, in Arizona, and in Colorado, because there are networks of gate links that connect these sites through the subterranean cities and through other places known as the cloud cities. So just because something appears to be far away from another thing on surface Earth, that was not always a problem for the ancients, because the ancients knew how to use gate systems, and the gate systems were still functioning in those times. We are bringing the gate systems back into function in these times, and this is the first part in activation of the chorale site that is the cradle of civilization for the Aquafereion shield. So we are going to begin this journey simply as imagining ourselves in our RaShaLAe body spheres, large sphere around you. And as a group, we're going to start to descend, and just as if a carbon copy, three-dimensional carbon copy of your physical body goes down, well, your physical body stays here, and it goes down in sphere, or in orb, as it's often called. You're in your orb or sphere RaShaLAe body, and you're moving downward into the earth. We'll try to do this together, and I will watch with the inner eyes when the shield stabilizes and begins to reach the location where we need to do our first stop. And it is at that point that we will ask you to, in your RaShaLAe body, down there, and also here, to reach your arms out, to extend your arms out. You'll be doing this, putting palms on. What down there will be literally putting your palms on a massive, it would be the size of the circle. The circle would be right around the outside of it, and you could touch it with your arms extended. So you would be touching down there this beautiful aquamarine crystal. But up here, it will also anchor into the physical body here, because that crystal will, once it is called, and we are calling it into activation by interacting with it, it will send its field up into the down into the earth, and also up into the earth. So we will also pick up part of the codes with our palms here. So it's important to, when we hit the stage where it's time to, put your palms on the aquamarine crystal, down in the earth's mantle, to also put your physical arms out and your hands up, so you can get the part that will be carried in the air, carried on the molecules of the air, and let it brush past. And remember, this is like crystal dust of aquamarine color, pale aquamarine blue, that will just stick to the outside of the hands. It's not something that you take into your body or anything like that. It will hold, it holds your memory encryption. Just the dust on the palms, and you will leave the dust later we will leave the dust. The dust is just meant to stimulate by giving you back on the outside the radiation signature that belongs to you in the first place. You have a part of your own crystal body structure that holds, in RaShaLAe body structure, that holds that exact same encryption. So the dust is simply meant to stimulate that in your own self. So you're not taking anything into yourself. You are simply touching something that will create a vibration that you have a co-resonant harmonic vibration existing dormant within you, and that will start to vibrate on its own because it is a part of you. So you're not taking in anything foreign to yourself from this crystal, just so you know. And there will be a point when we deposit back the dust, when we go down to the amethyst crystal in the aquifers, and that will cause the opening of the snowball effect, or the snow sphere. That is the opening of, it is the first opening that is necessary for the expedition of the Aqualine Sun activations on this planet in order to secure the Ascension Passage, the Aquarion Host Ascension Passage. We'll get more into the technicals on what that is when we get back into workshop time tonight at the hotel, because you need diagrams to show it. So what we'll do is simply, as a group, on a mental 3, simply inhale, hold for 3, and then exhale. And as you exhale, begin to push down with the RaShaLAe sphere and begin to descend. And let's stop the descent. Inhale, hold for a second, and then push down again with the exhale. And one more of these. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Now you can just breathe individually and naturally, and we'll synchronize the movement of the shield sufficiently. And just imagine and try to feel the sense of you, your replica body, and your RaShaLAe, or your RaShaLAe body collectively, moving downward through the earth's crust. Imagine the feeling as your eyebrows are passing the sand level that your bottom is sitting on right now. Imagine you're moving down further and further. But you're moving through rock as if you were a ghost moving through a wall with no resistance, no problem. We have a little bit of a descent to go before we get to the middle mantle point. And the first indication will be almost, there's a sense, if you can feel the sense of this group shield moving downward. Some people will be able to feel that sense of, like, below you can actually feel that you're connected to something that is like a disc moving down. There will be a bit of resistance before too long, just a little bit of a, bumped into an energy field and kind of bounced up a little and then continued on through the energy field. That energy field is the field being generated by the aquamarine crystal. So very soon we will hit the little bump and kind of like up bump and then continue descent. There we go. Ooh, my whole body felt that one now. And that didn't hurt, but it was kind of a surprise. Okay, we're moving into the aura field, the field surrounding the aquamarine crystal now. And if you can try to see through the eyes of your RaShaLAe body and try to imagine, it's a bit dark and murky down there when you first start to get used to using your RaShaLAe vision. But what you will first notice is a lovely aquamarine glow. And as the shield settles, because you're actually coming down over the aquamarine crystal, and it will end up being in the center of our shield. We are beginning the descent down over the crystal at this point. And very soon, when we get to where our sitting platform or our shield is aligned with the bottom of the crystal, we will stop the descent temporarily of the RaShaLAe. Alright. Oh, it wobbled. Alright, I have a little bit of wobble on the shield as it's settling. Alright, the shield is stopped now. So your RaShaLAe bodies are down here. Try to, especially if you haven't done RaShaLAe projectum before, try to get a feel for that part of you. It's easy to lose track when you're just starting, and you end up somewhere stuck between the outer crust and the middle mantle and lost track of yourself and can't feel it anymore. You have made it down because of the support of the group shield. So where there's a number of people who have done RaShaLAe journeys before and have those fields activated in their RaShaLAe, so that gives you support. You are all down there. I'm checking to make sure there's no drifters, people still hanging someplace up in between and haven't settled, but everybody's down. Everybody came down together. That's good. That's really good for having, people that have, some people who are new to the work. That's very good. All right, now, since we are all in RaShaLAe, down in the middle mantle of Earth, this is an area, this particular crystal exists within the subterranean cities in the Aurora 1 platform. The subterranean city, if I can remember its name, is referred to as Aruniwa. So this crystal is a physical crystal that is located in the Aurora 1 platform subterranean city of Aruniwa. And it's actually in a large courtyard in their underground cities, when we will get to explore them at a different time. But we were just passing through to pick up the codes here. In Aruniwa, this was a place where the Aquafereion, particularly the Aquafereion NavAHo from 12,500 BC, they primarily lived here, and they came to the surface when it was important to do certain things, and they went back down into Aruniwa and resided there. They didn't build temples on the surface then. Their groups didn't. Later, when the straight Aquafereion groups came, they did build temples on the surface, or home situations, temple cities on the surface. But the Aruniwa is a place that we have passed through before, we of Aquafereion human descent, because we spent time there before. We would acclimate there before we went all the way to Earth's surface because of the radiation differences, and Aruniwa would have a closer radiation signature to that of Eartha than as you come out to the surface areas here. So it was an acclimatization zone where we would acclimate biologically to that area first before coming here. It may be a place that when physical invitations for sliders began, that some of us will be taken there, offered to be taken there if you're invited in, to visit some of the other places that do exist. It would be a place that is most compatible with our bodies as they exist right now. And the cloud cities would be next as far as what would be compatible with our bodies. So right now we are actually sitting in a courtyard, and we are being seen by the people who live in Aruniwa. And they were expecting us. They know we were coming, and they know that we are here to simply pick up the Chara memory crystals from the Akusha-Te crystal. And this large aquamarine crystal is the Akusha-Te core seed crystal of the Aquafereion human shield. Now let us extend out. Imagine we're down there in RaShaLAe state. Extend out your RaShaLAe body arms. And at arm's length, each one of you will be able to touch the surface of the aquamarine crystal. You may feel a bit of fuzziness in your physical palms while you do this. You may or may not. Don't worry if you don't. Let's try to feel it for a moment. The crystal itself is a conscious identity in and of itself that is directly connected to all of the incarnates of the Aquafereion shield. What it is doing right now is sensing. So we are allowing it to sense who we are, what our encryption is, so it can find within itself the encryption that actually matches ours. Okay. There's a point coming inside. If any of you can see this, some people will be able to see with their inner vision what your RaShaLAe body is seeing with this large aquamarine crystal. And in the center of it now, it looks like something with light is starting to happen. There's a light starting to spin. It looks like a spinning light in the center. It's located and registered the signatures of everyone who agreed to participate in this and wanted to participate. And it's getting ready to simply broadcast a little burst of frequency. The little burst of frequency will cause a film to form really quickly on the outside of the aquamarine sphere, and that film will very rapidly turn to dust, a beautiful crystalline aquamarine crystal dust. And that dust will simply stick temporarily to the outside of the palms. And that's going to happen any minute now, any second actually. Okay, 1, 2, right. When I say now is when that burst is going to be released and the dust goes to dust. That's when you need to just inhale just a little bit. So you pull the dust to the palms so it sticks on the outside of your palms. Right, and it's going to be any second. Right. Okay, now simply inhale. And just keep your palms there just for a little bit, to make sure you get all the dust that goes with your encryption. Okay. Alright, and the crystal just flashed, which means everyone's got the amount that belongs to them. Everybody's got their encryption. I'm sorry again. To learn how to turn that off. Okay. Now, even though Araniwa is a lovely place to explore and visit. It is fascinating. It is a fascinating biome, and it is a physical biome. It is beyond protection screens and at a different angular rotation of particle spin, but it's right there underneath us as we walk on the surface of the Earth. There will be other times to visit and explore here. Some of the Queventillier races, by the way, the ones that are known as the Yetis that come up on surface sometimes, there are large colonies of them that reside here as well, and they're very fond of particularly Aquarian humans, because Aquarian humans have been very nice to them. Now, we're going to move on, though, because we have a mission today, and the mission is to activate the core Akusha crystal of the Aquafereion NavAHo race line that was seeded earlier, the prototype race, Aquarian human race, that was seeded in 12,500 BC. These were descendants of the seeding 2 and seeding 1 Aquafereion races, and they carried within them the codes that led to specific chambers of direct access between Earth and Eartha that the seeding 3 Aquafereion lineage was not given because of the danger to Eartha being raided from the surface if the Aquafereion humans had been taken over or attacked. They could have been used to raid the Eartha gates. So the seeding 3 Aquafereions weren't given the codes to the Adore side that would allow for opening of a direct passage called the Aquafereion NavAHo passage. We're going to assist in the opening of the NavAHo passage now, and this allows a much more rapid access through the Aurora platforms into the Eartha Adashi temples. So it will allow for expedition of the Ascension mission, which is necessary at this point because of what the fallen angelic agenda people are doing with the planetary grids. As usual, they are trying to override and block the activations of the Anson's Thesa Passage Ascension Tube, and this will ensure a more rapid activation of the Aquiline Sun. RaShaLAe body activations of Earth will ensure that they cannot do that. So it's another expedited activation. We weren't planning to have to do this when we came to Corral. We were simply going to pick up our personal memory crystals. But we're being asked for those who want to use them. If you have picked them up, you can take those crystals now and participate in the next part of the descent journey down into the liquid silica aquifers that exist below the mantles of Earth. They are considered by science the liquid core of the Earth, the liquid outer core. And we are going to move down as a group shield again, simply with 3 breaths to harmonize the descent movement. Let's do those now. Inhale. Hold and exhale. Down. Inhale. And exhale. Down. And inhale. And exhale. Down. Our shield is moving downward now. Our RaShaLAe shield is moving downward into the aquifers. And very soon we will again come upon a crystal, but this time the crystal is in a pinky violet color. It's a form of amethyst, but it is much more pinky and vibrant violet than the amethyst that you see on Earth. We're going to approach that, and again there'll be just a little bit, much less of a bounce back feel when the shield comes down over it. Alright, we're entering that now, and there was hardly any kickback at all. Alright, this crystal is much smaller. It wouldn't take up the whole area yet, between, in the circle that we are sitting in. We are in a much larger circle with a small crystal at the center that is the pinky violet Akusha seed core crystal of the Aquafereion NavAHo. What we're going to do is transmit a copy. We'll keep the originals. We're allowed to keep the originals, and then we'll just transmute them and release them. But we're going to transmit a copy of the dust codes on our palm, the aquamarine dust codes that are our Corral memory crystal codes. We're going to transmit this toward the center, and do this physically with your physical hands as well. Put your palms out with thumbs together, and imagine you are moving a particle beam of fine blue dust particles toward the center area of the shield. and just simply begin to breathe. Inhale and use the exhale to push outward, sending out the streams of blue crystal. In the RaShaLAe state, these crystal codes are going to and sticking to the outside of the pink-violet sphere. That is good. There is a sound pitch that has now emanated from the sphere, the violet sphere, and that means it has received the sufficient coding that it required. And in a moment, it is actually going to do a pop and expansion, and it will expand again to be the size of the circle that is in the middle of our circle and our shield here. And when it does, it will no longer appear as violet. It will appear as if it were a crystal globe that we're still sitting on the outside of, because we're on the earth side. And we'd be able to see in, as if looking into a huge crystal ball. You can see there's a whole other world and reality field in there. And you're looking into this world through a place that, at first what you see, it appears to be ripply, as if it's underwater, but there's some kind of light, that it's like radiant light water, where it has colors of aquamarine and colors of violet, and also colors of that more greeny aquafereion type, turquoisey, blue-green. And there'll be rippling colors of liquid light that are running through this sphere. And it's almost like close your RaShaLAe eyes on your physical ones and squeeze them tight and look real hard with your third eye vision. And you can make out the shapes of what appear to be, in this watery light substance, buildings of different shapes and sizes. There are domed buildings with what appear to be towers. There are structures that look like they could be natural, perhaps underwater cliffs, that if you look, squint a bit more closely, you can actually see that there are what appear to be doorways and windows in them. This is a place that is on the Adore side, or the twin matrix to our Ettore matrix, and the name of this place is Aru Nepet, and it is the corresponding point to the Aruniwa subterranean cities of Earth. This is going to happen in a moment. It hasn't popped yet. It's actually assimilating the codes in the right sequence, in the right order that we have given it. They're just saying it will pop any second now. They said if we have more time, what they would have us do is all lay down, like lay back, and spend a bit of time actually experiencing, moving our consciousness into and seeing a bit around inside of the sphere. But that will take too long to do that. So we won't do that here and now, but we can do that another time before we leave on the trip, on the Peru trip. So what we're simply going to do at this point, all right, they're asking us to put our hands just on the ground, like in front of you. Just 2 palms down. And just breathe normally. And the pop is going to come as that little crystal turns into a large, spherical, clear crystal gateway, portal. And it's going now. All right. It goes in about 3 waves. There'll be 3 waves that kind of like that come up, and you can actually feel them a bit. Some people will be able to feel them with their palms coming up from the earth. If you happen to be a person who did feel a little bit of a come upward when I said it's popping now, that implies certain codes that go with the Adore side. It implies an Aquafereion NavAHo alignment in your own DNA, as well as the standard Aquafereion human alignment. If you felt that, simply inhale and push back down and send a recognition back to that. That was a lot of breaths. We got a lot of Navajos here. Nice. Okay, now we can bring our palms up. And we have done the first level of the activation. The next thing we need to do is we need to go to the other site that is on the way out. And we can do it literally from the buses. We don't even have to get off the buses. We've made the connection with the land and the sand and the land and the physicality. We're going to leave our RaShaLAe bodies temporarily down there. What we can do is imagine that they're laying back around the large sphere. The thing that we would do here physically if we had time to join our RaShaLAe body with this, just kind of laying back and watching the sphere. And we're going to start to see things inside of it that will show us some things about the Adore side and our connection to it. Our RaShaLAe bodies can go through that experience while we get our bodies together so they can get on the buses and those kind of things. What we will do when we get to the point where we ask the buses to stop on the road out, there's a large pillar there. It's a receiving pillar. It takes a little bit of time for the codes that we just picked up for our own memory crystals to activate in our bodies because they were stimulated by the palm dust. We are going to release the palm dust into that pillar when we stop the buses. So remember, you still have a bit of dust on the palms. Some of it's stuck to the crystal, but you still have some. You don't need that. It was just there to stimulate the awakening of your own codes that you carry in your own DNA. So we will, when we stop the buses, you'll first just literally do it physically, with your hands, just release the palm dust. We'll do it in the area where there is this receiving pillar. It will go back down into the area of this large sphere as far as the dust goes, and it will just transmute and go back to its own natural particite dust, because it was just a medium to carry the vibration that you needed to activate your own codes. And what we'll do before the buses start is simply clean the palms, let the dust go, and inhale your RaShaLAe body back up. There will be experiences that your RaShaLAe body self experienced while you were getting ready to get on the bus. Your RaShaLAe body was shown other things and given clues to about perhaps your own incarnational history in relation to the Aquafereion races. And there will have been things shown to you in that large snowball sphere. So this is the beginning of the Aquafereion races assisting you to get your memory back, because we have had our memory wiped out on this planet since 13,400 BC. That's why there were ancient technologies after that time that were devised by Christic races to hold the memories for us, because our bodies, our bio-flesh, could not hold them anymore. So there were large storage things, memory crystals, that were set to hold things that we could not remember once we got into bodies here. We just received the core memory crystal, our own personal encryption. There will be more. There are 4 other primary crystals that we'll get. Also, planets have them, and stars. So we are also assisting the activation of these within the Earth body and within the Earth body. So we'll talk more about it when we get into the workshop tonight, where we'll start to play with the maps a little bit, and you'll get to see the mural map that I was telling you about. And we'll get to begin to journey a little bit with an exercise we'll do there. It's going to be an interesting trip, because there's going to be some really just fascinating things they're going to teach us on site. Like, we had no idea what we were going to do here today, just that we had was coming in, which is rare. Usually there's some kind of little battle going on over our heads where you got the Christic ones holding off the creeps who are getting upset because we're healing the grids out from under them. None of that. The grids were good here when we got here. The people who have been taking care of them have been doing a good job, actually, of taking care of them. So we had to ask if it was all right if we did, sat down and did the prayer. And it, so protocol was followed with it. We didn't know which way that would go when we came, so they didn't tell us what we were going to do here. Just show up and we'll let you know. So thank you for participating with this. We're going to, kind of meander back to bus time, and we'll talk about, we'll explain where we need to stop so the bus people know, so we'll get that message across. So when you find you're on the bus on the way out and the bus stop, that's the time to simply remember to let the dust go, any remaining dust off the palms, and to bring your RaShaLAe body back up. Now, if you forget to do that, if you happen to fall asleep between here and there because you're tired on the bus, you're not going to lose your RaShaLAe body. It will find you wherever you are, right? But the memory imprint will be easier for you to access if you can remember to bring it up there, because the memory will still be fresh from its experience, and you will bring it online with your own DNA. It may unfold later. When you're sleeping tonight, you may start to have releases in dream state, where you start to have dreams of other times and of being other places, people that were connected to these places. So it may start that way. But do try to bring your RaShaLAe body back with you now. It will come back to the hotel, but it won't be able to hold the memory imprint quite as strong for you if you don't remember to pick it up on the way out with the buses. All right, well, thank you, and that worked really well. The group worked really, really well in a very good harmony together. Thank you.
Information down where it needs to be so it can be used for that evening. We were given tonight, what we just got finished working on, was, well, it's the first part of the key to the maps. You're going to be getting a handout now that's in color, and what that is a map. All right? You will begin to see by the end of the evening what the map pertains to and how it corresponds to what we did in Corral today. Why is this doing this? Any particular reason? Oh, okay, good. Right. So, anyway, I'm not going to keep you up too late tonight because we all have the 5 a.m. wake-up call and things, and when we get into Cusco, the time we're in Cusco, we'll have more time to do longer, workshop-type things where we can cover more of the technicals. We'll cover enough technicals tonight so you understand about the vertical maps. I'm going to talk about the vertical maps, what they are. We won't go into RaShaLAe body anatomy tonight. We will do that later. First, you'll see the product of RaShaLAe body anatomy, which is the structure of the natural radiation fields and planes that make up our planet that we call Earth and its relationship to its hosting star called Eartha. Once we see that, we can understand the vertical map, so you'll be able to understand what we did today and what, as we do our little journey to Cusco, why we're going to Cusco and what is next and how that pertains to Pichu. We are in the process of opening a set of conduits to Eartha, ascension passage to Eartha, that are called the Aquafereion passage. We are opening them on the NavAHo run, which means first we open the seating 3 Aquafereion passage, and then there will be a set of other activations that have to do with the code that is at the end of your packet that you got, the Ascension Code, as they called it, the Heart of Aquaria, I believe they call that, Heart of Aquafereion. We will see later, not on this map, but this is the beginning of understanding how the Ascension chambers work and how they are connected. We will see what we activated today and what we will be activating in the next couple of days, and then that will lead to understanding eventually. There's another set that once these are activated that we are doing right now, there's another set that we will activate before, we will activate part of, before we leave Peru, that have to do with, imagine passages in the shape of that code that is the last, the code at the end of your package. Because once we finish with the set that we started today and open this particular set of passages, we will then be opening the corresponding passages that are literally shaped like the code that is called the Ascension Code. So we're in the middle of some very heavy-duty technicals, and we need to start and get everybody at least where they understand what the vertical maps are. So you begin to understand the real tangible physical significance of what we are doing. This is not just hypothetical. There's a lot of science. We've been bringing science through for the last 7 years, from the first Partakai all the way through the creation sequence to get to understand how certain configurations of light body structure, be they for a person or a planet, how they came to be. We will backtrack and go back to that. So we link together what our understanding of what is here to how it got here in the first place. So there's a coherence to the entire ascension teachings that we bring. They're not just fluff-headed ones, assign it to the angels and say 3 Holy Marys and you're out of here. It doesn't work that way. It's quite sophisticated. And this is the beginning. I'm excited because finally we got to see, I got to find out part of what is what the mural on my wall is about, because they have always said when we were doing it, they said it is a 3-dimensional code and it is a map. It is a map of the ascension chambers. And I'm looking at it going, okay, right, because they had me paint it. They showed me what to paint where, but they didn't even tell me what it was at the time. I didn't know what the pink cloud layers were. I didn't know what the blue cloud layers were. I did know one thing, that we had Camelback Mountain in Arizona, in Phoenix, right in the middle of it, right on the ground level. So that was all we knew when we've got it. So we just learned tonight an exciting part of how the chambers connect, how Corral and Cusco and Machu Picchu connect into Arizona, and that connects into other things. When we get into the other stages of this map, once we're through with activating these, we'll probably get that sometime when we're in Cusco, where I have the time to plug in that code you have into the map you'll get tonight. What I'm also trying to do is get done. We just got you will get the color version that doesn't have the chambers marked yet. Right now, by the time we get done with their presentation tonight, the last Mylar you will see up here is being run off right now. It's what I just got finished with before I came down. It shows on that map the first set of ascension chambers that we are in the process of opening. What I'm also hoping to do is get you at least a black and white copy of that, so when you look at your colored one, because you can use this colored map for projection journeys, there eventually we will do as more of the passages open and we're shown where they are on the map, we'll do like acetate overlays that you can lay over that and use them as literal projection for when you do RaShaLAe body projection at home and those kind of things. So these are something that we suggest you keep. We went through a lot of trouble to do a paste up off some really horrendous photos of the mural, so you could have this color version so you could begin to work with it. And before you leave the trip, we will have what we just got tonight plus what we'll be getting in Cusco added in, at least on a black and white version, so you will see where these passages are in relation. So there is a key to this map. Right now it's just kind of a pretty picture, but there is a key to this map that shows you what layers refer to what and what passages go between what layers. This map plugs into technical diagrams you will see a bit of tonight that show you the different layers going up in Earth's atmosphere and layers going down to Earth's core. So this is finally I got to do something in color, which was nice, because for the last 10 years I've been having to do things in very tight graphs in black and white, and this is the first time we've finally moved in to the color version. They wanted it color because it holds the frequency. The color is close enough to what came out on the wall, which is holding the frequencies associated, the color frequencies associated with each of those bands. For example, I will just tell you one thing real quick on that. When you're looking at the pink cloud bands, they pertain to the Aurora 2 platform cloud cities. These were just opened during the passages to them were just opened during what was called the Ring 3 journey in the 12 tribes class number 4 in April. That was, in April. And so these are specific coordinates, even though they just look like pretty pictures. There will be a time eventually where we do these in large form for people who want them. We're thinking about doing them on like a set of just like cotton curtains that you can, if they could be a mural you could paste on your wall, but if you don't own your house, you can't do that. What you can do with a set of cotton curtains is stick them up over any window on a curtain rod, pull them closed when you want to use it as a life-size. Like we have the life-size one that's big. I mean, it takes up from the floor to the ceiling all the way around 3 walls in our living room, and you kind of lay down in it and kind of go, whoa, because you can feel the frequencies. And it's not even activated yet. They're going to activate the wall because we're activating the passages during this trip to Peru. So we're hoping to get them on some kind of portable thing that you can use as a life-size projection space. And I do believe at some point when slide zones start to fully open and our bodies are prepared to go through them, you could probably walk through your mural. I'm having a feeling that there will be a time when the physical bodies are ready to do the slides. They will be able to use those, because these are the maps that give you the coordinates so you can step over and around what are called hibernation zones, which are the reverse spin zones that are being run by some very not nice fallen angelic races and mutated versions of human races from seeding 1, 2, and 3. So there's things you don't want to run into when you're going up and out into higher spaces. And these maps are meant to get you through that chaos in order to stay on the Christic path. And the first place to go will be to Eartha, because again, Earth is a small body within the larger stellar body of Eartha, just at a bit different angular rotation of particle spin. And I'll show you what that means, but first what I want to show you is just to do a quick run through on the we've talked about the Crystal River Tri-Akasha or 3 Akasha councils. We've talked about the Aquafereion matrix or the Aquarian matrix and how they hosted a very, very long time ago. They began the host for this matrix. There is a simple map if we understand the basic Athara grid and we understand the echo maps of the God World gates that we got very early on, several years ago, that are in the Cathara 2.3 manual. They hold the key to understanding basic relationships to where our Veka system is in relation to these others. And you can see which three Akashas are involved with running the currents. So when you are running the crystal river and related currents, you are running the crystal spiral, the core crystic currents, from these three Akasha systems into this system in order to provide the host. So it gives a little orientation as to, there is a place where these beings exist in relation to where our matrix exists. I'm going to take my coat off because I'm getting heat already here. Can you hold this, please, honey? Thank you. I don't know if it's hot or if it's me. I can never tell anymore. This is just a quick reminder of the Cathara grid and the Cathara grid structure, because that is what the echo maps of the God World gates were, which were just the maps of the outer domains. That was before we ever learned about the middle domains, the inner domains, and the core domains. But they are all built on the configurations of a very specific Cathara grid that holds the mathematics and the creation imprint of what is called the Christ code. And that is, when we use the word Christ, it is coming from understanding that original first creation mechanics that allows for natural perpetual motion and eternal life cycles as opposed to finite life cycles. So we're not just referring to Christian or Bible. In fact, the Bible has very little to do with any of the original Christian teachings, and that is really, really sad, because certain parts of them were taken, and at this point most of them have been edited out and they've turned it into a control dogma. The same has happened with the Quran, the same has happened with the Buddhist text, the same has happened with every religion on this planet. Originally we all had one religion. The religion was about understanding the original Legion of the Christ, the original eternal life cycle we were all a part of. And when we talk about Cathara grids, you can find a mutated version of this in the Kabbalistic teachings. All right, I forget which book it is, but I think it's the Kabbalah directly. So there are pieces of this that have come up from the Atlantean times when we had a record wipe. I mean, this place was swept where there were no more of the Mahabharata texts left. The Mahabharata texts were the written versions of this information that was alive, even still, and physical in Atlantis. Those texts were destroyed. So for people who are just coming into this work, this is huge. There's a huge spectrum to this. We are not just one little religious perspective, among a billion different ones. We represent the original perspective out of which the others fragmented. And if anybody has a problem with that, if people out there that are very devout in their religions, we always say everyone is welcome, because every religion originally came from this understanding of the cosmos and your eternal life nature. So whatever your affiliation, you're welcome here, and there is a place where one good question is, whatever your books may be that you find sacred, where did they come from? Do you really think God came down, sat down with a pen and wrote them? They came through people translating information, all right, all along, every one of them. You could say every one of them were channeled, and it depends on whether that channel was clear or not as to how clear the information was given. So we do represent a unified cosmological perspective that embraces both science and spirituality, where they're shown as a coherent force of eternal life creation. In that eternal life creation, ascension is a reality, not just a false promise that's made to a bunch of people who will follow this or that. All right, we show you what it is about. We show you it has to do with Stargate passage, which has to do with DNA capacities once you are in a manifest form. What we are working on now is all based on the Christ code, which is based on the Cathara grid. And what we are doing are opening the ascension passages that are still available on this planet. And it's really, really exciting at this point to be a part of the work, because it's getting very close now. It's not the maps that go all the way up and out to the cosmos, because we had those too with the echo maps of the God World gates. It took you so far out as far as understanding your 15-dimensional matrix and its main 12 stargates, and how that connected to a whole bunch of others that you felt like kind of like a little piece of sand on a beach someplace, that the cosmos was so large that even the thought of ascending home seems so far away you could hardly even conceptualize it. Now, the first step toward home is being able to move between Earth and Eartha. And from Eartha, the passage opens to Sirius B, which is another Lone Star fall host system because this whole Ekaveka is falling, but there are host systems like Earth is going through. We will eventually be able to get out into the Aquarian matrix, and you'll see where that is in a minute. So I just wanted to remind you of the Cathara grid, the Chris code structure, and the fact that all of the maps are built on that. Whether they're maps that have their 3D pretty hologram put on them, like the maps that are in color that you have there, or whether you're looking at the bones of those maps, which are the Cathara grids, or the balls, which are the spheres that form upon the Cathara grids. So we will get into structure more heavily later. I just want to get you to the point where we play with the vertical maps a bit, because then you'll understand when we go to Cusco tomorrow a bit of what we're a part of there, what we're participating in there, and we'll take it from there at some point into a really quick course in RaShaLAe body anatomy and how that applies to these maps. So you will see the product of RaShaLAe body anatomy and first creation physics when you see the vertical maps. Before you see the vertical maps, you will see the circular maps, which are spherical maps that show you the different layers and planes that exist within the Earth's body and within Earth's body and how they interface with each other. And that's when you find out where platforms are, where gates are, and where you can move your consciousness first and then eventually your body once you reverse mutate the gene code from the mutations that have been done here, where there is still actually the possibility of getting a body through slide, which goes into the aurora fields, which are still fully hosted, and a few people may actually be able to reverse mutate sufficiently within enough time to reach the 2047 deadline when Eartha starfires. Some people will actually go out with Eartha. They will choose to leave, and they will take their bodies out through and go to Eartha, and they will starfire in with Eartha. But most people on this planet won't. There is a whole bunch of the Indigo team that is needed, particularly the Query Indigo team, to hold the host here and to hold the gates open. So there will be generations that follow us long after we leave, whether we take our bodies or not, that will, at least for 500 to 1,000 years, hold these gates open that we are opening now in order to allow the potential for evolution out of here for the life field before our sun goes into nova. And it's a big plan we're a part of. So anyway, next one, please. We got next one. This was just reminding you of that little Cathara grid. We have shown it builds what's called the stairway to heaven, and this is just in the outer domains, where we start down here at the, whoops, where are we? Where is the bottom of that? There it is, way up there. Very strange. Okay, there. We are down here, a single Cathara grid. They group into sets, and they form. I'm not going to go through all of this. All of this has been covered in workshops from the K2-3 on upwards. So anybody that's new that wants to understand about these, there's heavy technicals that go with these. There's even light technicals that go with these. There's workshops that explain them clearly. If I try to even explain that these are the ecamaps of the God World Gates, that these are Veka systems, the core is the Eka system, then that builds up into form an Akasha, and that builds up to form an Akasha-A, and that builds up to form, 4 of those build up to form an Akasha-Aya, which is the structure of the Yukatharista body of the outer domains. If I start going into those explanations tonight, we will not even get 2 minutes sleep before we have to have our bags out in the morning. And I'm not going to do that to you because we're going into altitude tomorrow, and that is hard on the body. So what I'm going to do is probably talk really fast and let you see, because when you look at these graphs, even if you just see them fly by, you are still picking up on some level in your fields the frequency that they hold, which is the direct cognition of the knowledge that they hold. You can always go back and find what was that graph and where was it. I'd like to find out more about that, about the technicals, so you can, for some people who want to do it, some people already know it and are so tired of hearing it that they're just like, get on with it already. So for people who are new, I'm trying to balance it out because there are new people among us that don't know a whole lot about the sophistication and the coherence that the material holds. It is there, and if you want to look at it, later after this trip you can, but you've come in right at a very high level of technicals that we are working with, and fortunately there's enough people that have been with us for a while and have been going through RaShaLAe body training so they can hold the field and the frequencies available that will assist you in your own body's natural RaShaLAe body activations. It will probably drop off a bit after you go off the trip because you don't have the whole support of the group shield, but it will come back. All right, the activation levels, if you start to get insights, if you start to actually feel things and understand things, then you get home and a week later you can't even remember why the trip was kind of neat. Something happened, you can't remember what it was. That's normal. Your DNA went back to its usual activation level that it was at before, because it will pick up while you're with the group shield and the RaShaLAe body activations. You will get that level back, all right, and then you will go beyond it in your own right. So don't let that kind of freak you out or disappoint you, that you get home and you can't remember why you thought it might have been good stuff. All right, so that happens. Or also, if you do techniques and you fall asleep halfway through, if you're new, that's new. That's not new. That's everybody has been doing that from the beginning. And eventually, you stay awake during the techniques as your DNA can hold the frequencies you're bringing in during them. So that's another little thing of if you're just starting with techniques and things, you may find yourself just literally fading off to sleep. And what you're doing is picking it up on the higher levels of consciousness from the astral field. You're actually shifting focus of consciousness because your DNA in your body can't hold it anymore. So your consciousness is paying attention. And where you're asleep, you might not remember when you come back, but you did pick up the rest of the exercise. If you're doing a journey tape, for example, you actually continued on the journey. You just won't have 3D memory of what you experienced. But eventually you'll be able to hold and run a whole, journey tape and actually stay awake and focused, and it'll feel more and more real as you work with it, as you anchor the frequencies. So this graph is just to show you that the stairway of heaven exists. It starts down here where we are, say on Earth in density 1, and it progresses all the way up through from what is called the density 1 level of a Veka system, all the way up through to the core of the Eka system, from the Eka to the Akasha system. Now, from the Akasha level on up, fall does not occur in those reality fields, in those reality domains. So there are portions of your consciousness that are actually stationed in all of these places. In order to get down, all the way down into here, as in a manifest form, you've had to leave portions of your huge consciousness behind in those other higher stations in order to make your consciousness small enough to fit in the frequency bands that are down here. So you do have parts of yourself through the entire spectrum of the Eka maps, the God World gates, and these are just the outer domains. These outer domains were created by a same set of things on what's called the middle domains. They are called the Edens, or the Gardens of Eden. And from those, they were created from a step behind that were called the inner domains, and they were created from the core domains. So your light body structure is huge. Your consciousness is huge. And we are all connected and actually a microcosmic reflection of cosmic structure. And we will get into that when we do RaShaLAe body training, but right now I just wanted you to know about the Eka maps of the God World gates and how it creates what we call the stairway to heaven, from the Veka systems to the Eka systems to the Akasha systems to the Akasha A systems to the large Akasha Aya, which has 4 Akasha A's in it, and that are the outer domain gates. That helps in understanding placement as far as when we're understanding the crystal river currents and who are these 3 Akasha level matrices that are actually releasing the currents of their core natural crystal spiral, which is the eternal life spiral, from the center of their, literally all the way back through their domains, center of their core. They're releasing crystal spiral support into our matrix because in order to hold this host so the entire thing doesn't fall and go black hole status. All right, next one, please. And I'm going to do my best. If I talk too fast, just let it just go by, and some part of you will absorb what you need by osmosis. And the other stuff we will cover at other times. A lot of it's been covered before. This is just to show you the large scale of the Akasha Aya. It's also called the Yukatharista body of the outer domains. But the outer domains have this whole structure. What you're seeing here are this is the Akasha Aya. It has 4 Akasha A. Inside of each Akasha A, it has 4 Akashas. So we are dealing with the Akasha levels of crystal spiral. In each of those Akashas, there is an Eka-Veka system. We are in a Veka system, all right, with an Eka at its core. So we are one of these little guys down here in where our reality field is located. And it's connected to a larger thing called our Akasha. And there are other Akashas around us within the Akasha A that we are in, and there are other Akasha A's that have other Akashas and Eka-Veka systems in them. So this helps you find a little bit about placement. These are cosmological maps. These are the big maps that go way out there that it's almost hard to even fathom how far out, because you can't send anything that Hubble can take a picture of is nowhere near up here. It's way down, running around down in one of the little density 1s down in one of those little Vekas. So next one, that's the Yukatharista body. Now, this is it again here too, Yukatharista body. And for a while back we showed that over in this area, all right, if this is the Yukatharista body and this is the Akasha Aya, these are the 4 Akasha A with their 4 Akashas inside of them. This is our Akasha here. So this is where we are in the cosmological maps. Our Veka system, our PCM, our Particum Veka, is that little spot right there. All right? So this is our Akasha. that is our Veka, and in the very little tip of that Veka is where our density 1 system is, where our Earth in the solar system is located. Now, over here, this is a different Akasha-A, all right? It's considered the adjacent. This relationship is considered an adjacent relationship. They're not parallels, they are adjacent. Our parallel Akasha would be here, I believe. All right, so here's our Akasha. Our parallel Akasha would be here. This is the adjacent Akasha-A. So these are adjacent systems. Over here, we talked quite a while ago, a number of years ago, about a partially fallen matrix that held the Wesadek and the Wesadrak fallen black hole systems. That whole matrix itself isn't fallen, but its PCM and its pKa side, its smaller parallels on the Veka levels are, and they create the Wesadrak and the Wesadek black hole systems. The natural crystic structure of that system is called the RaShaLAe matrix. There are still a lot of viable crystic aspects in the RaShaLAe matrix, but it does have 2 black hole systems that are going to go into their space dust return. All right, so taking it from this map that we had a long time ago, where we started to show our placement, our Akasha and our Veka's placement in relation to the RaShaLAe matrix, we'll now see where the Aquarion matrix is, the one who has been holding the host for both of our matrices since the fall of the Borgia matrix, and we'll be able to see where the Borgia matrix is as well. Next one, please. Okay, this is looking at the same thing, just larger, so we can see a little bit of the detail of the bones better. We are again looking at the bones, and the bones, when we're talking about the maps, are actually stargates. Each Cathara grid has 12 Cathara centers, and when we're dealing with the larger Templar structures of the cosmos, they are stargates. So there are sets of 12 stargates. So all of these little large balls are 12 stargates, main stargates of the Akasha-A. These are the Akasha-A systems, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is our Akasha-A here. And I believe it's tilted at a little bit different angle, and it's hard for me to have to read them. Can we pull this up a little bit, honey, please? Thank you. All right. Down here, we have our Akasha-A, and our Akasha, and our Veka system, and our parallel Veka. All right, so that's the PCM and the pKa of our Veka systems within our Akasha, within our Akasha-A. Our parallel, which would be at 90 degrees to us, our parallel Akasha would be this one. Our parallel Akasha's Eka-Veka system is the system that was the Borgia matrix. It was called the, what was it called? Barenthsalis, I believe? It was, the Barenthasala. Yeah, were the original Christic Eka-level races that were seeded into that system. And we won't go through why. We've covered this in a couple other things of how they got into creating something called the victim-victimizer game in order to try to solve certain problems involving why the potentiality of fall existed within the Christ program. And in doing so, they fell themselves very badly and became something that chose to use full-on anti-Christic things, eating other things in order to sustain itself, because they wanted to prove that God was wrong, and they wanted to prove that they would be better at running the entire creation than Source ever was. And they had very twisted thinking by the time that they fell. They are still in existence, but they are our parallel Akasha. They represent our parallel Akasha. So we are neighbors in our Akasha-A. Because they fell, not only their Vekas fell, but their core Eka fell. Before it fell, it plugged in to our Eka because we were close and because our Eka was the parallel. Because we're parallels in the Akasha level, they were able to use that parallel Akasha connection to create a time rip into our Eka. Now, over here, in this adjacent Akasha-A, we have the RaShaLAe matrix. That's the one that had the Wesadek and the Wesadrak Vekas fallen. These are considered in the adjacent matrix. It's always been referred to as the adjacent matrix. It's the adjacent Akasha-A, and they have a parallel. All right, this is their Akasha. This is their Akasha-A, the adjacent Akasha-A to ours, and this is their Akasha. And their Akasha hasn't fallen, but 2 of their Veka systems have fallen, the Wesadek and the Wesadrak. the RaShaLAe matrix still has its core that is viable. It is still Christic, and it is rehabilitating. So it is not a fully fallen matrix. Only these two parts of it are. Over here, the parallel to the RaShaLAe, which is the RaShaLAe is the adjacent matrix. So this is the parallel adjacent matrix. This is the Aquafereion matrix. All right, Aquafereion matrix. The outer domains are referred to as the Aquafereion level. The aqueous are their, I believe, their Middle Eden hub levels, because each level has a hub. Then, as we go deeper, their inner hub levels are, I believe, the here we go again, A'sha-TA-Sa. Yeah, I can never pronounce this word when I'm tired. A'sha-TA-Sa, right? So when we hear words like the A'sha-TA-Sa, and I can't say it again, A'sha-TA-Sa passage, let's just leave it at that. The spell, you'll see the spelling at some point. But that we're referring to the inner hub domain level of this particular matrix. There's nothing fallen in this matrix. They hold full-on Christic status, and they have no fallen parts to them. It is the combination of frequencies, or crystal spirals, natural Christic crystal spirals, from the Aquafereion matrix, from the still viable Christic portions of the RaShaLAe matrix, and from the Adore side, which is kind of like, that we didn't even get into the Adores when we were doing these maps yet, but if we are the Adore side, there is a going in counter spin, our twin, and it's a different type of twin than a parallel would be, but it's in the same place as we are. So we are the Adore side of this matrix, and we have a complement twin that is the Adore side. So the Adore side is not fully falling. They have Christic potential. So we have the three matrices here running. They formed what was called the Crystal River Cooperative, and it was run by the ones who had not fallen at all. They were close enough to help, but they were far enough away to not get dragged in to the fall of the Borgia matrix. So it is from this matrix, and the Adore side of our matrix that we are running the Crystal River spiral and the other currents that will come through. There's a current coming through that has been anchored here from their I believe, their outer domains. It was called the what was that called? The Ark of Aquari. All right, that came from their outer domains. And recently, we've anchored the Anastasia passage there. I said it right that time. That comes from the inner hubs of this matrix and has anchored into our matrix and into our Earth. This is the lifeline that is coming in directly, and they actually come in. The Anastasia passage comes in from their hubs through our hubs, which are fine, and out into our outer domains, through our Edens and into our outer domains. So there's a lot of help that we're getting in this drama down here, but it is a very large drama, a drama that involves not just little Veka systems, but entire Akasha and Akasha-A systems. It is quite a large drama. It's been going on for 480 through 450 billion years, because that is when our parallel Akashas Eka Veka, the Borgia matrix, fell. So just wanted you to see the basic relationships in the cosmological maps to where we are positioned and where our little Veka system is, and we're like way down here in the density 1 level of our Veka system, and where these other are located. So there's the Borgia matrix, there's the Aquafereion matrix, and there's the RaShaLAe matrix. And these three, our Adore sides, still have Christic potential and are running their crystal spirals to hold the host. The lifeline, we've talked about it being almost like a respirator tube at this point that is holding Earth's core prana seed from compaction, is coming directly from the hubs of this matrix and down. And it's literally like a respirator that breathes life force in and allows the things that, if it were lungs we were talking about and not a planetary Templar, it allows the energy to keep circulating, just like a respirator would allow the lungs to keep moving oxygen and to keep breathing. So right now that is the status that Earth is in, and it's doing a lot better than the Sun, because the Sun has undergone the core compaction of its prana seed, which means it has entered Bardo. And normally, as I said before, a planet, any of the planets that are orbiting around a sun, if the sun enters Bardo, the entire solar system will enter Bardo. And eventually, at the end of a Bardo system, or a Bardo cycle, there is what is called the nova cycle. And that is where it implodes and then explodes and goes back to space dust return. All right, we're not looking at that right now, and we wouldn't have been for about 3 billion years until they fully compacted and started the Bardo cycle on the sun. It was frequencies being blasted in from here, the Borgia matrix, that did indeed compact the core gates in our sun. So they have been sending psychotronics, or scalar wave blasts of frequency, just like we anchor crystic pillars of energy. Well, they can anchor all sorts of reverse spin, twisted, coded frequencies from their fallen matrix. They created what is called the Borgia time rip triangulation. They created one time rip and energy blast line that went from their matrix to the fallen Wisadrak matrix in the RaShaLAe matrix. And then they created another one down through Bellatrix in our system and to enter our system, and then they connected them through what is called the Iyumbi lock in our universal, in our Vector's universal stargate. So there is a triangulation running this way by which some very nasty, and again, they have the power of 3 fallen matrices, currents, that they have been using to cause, to really cause harm here. What their objective has been was to harness this, make it fall, harness that, make it fall, and drag it in. And just because the Aquarion really annoy them, because they're always getting in the way of them succeeding in eating all of creation or assimilating it. The Borgia are known as the assimilators because they want to assimilate everything into their matrix. In other words, eat it in order to sustain and hold off the point at which they would hit space dust return, which they would hit natural bardo. So we are dealing with a triangulation of reverse spin currents that are not as strong as the 3 crystic currents, because the reverse spin currents are never as strong as the original eternal life currents, but they can still pack a wallop, and they can overwhelm smaller systems, even if the smaller systems are running crystal or partial crystal. So the Aquarion matrix got directly involved in this drama when the Borgia got directly involved and activated their triangulation, and that was recently. I forget when it was, like the end of last year, I think it was 2006. I have that written down someplace as far as when they began opening the triangulation, working with the Thetans. There's something called the threshold grid that was put in our system a long time ago by the Thetans and a group of fallen Lyrans and the Borgia that was meant to run the triangulation, and it has been dormant for a very long time. In the last 2 years, the threshold has been activated by the Thetans, and the Borgia have opened their triangulation in order to finish the kill, basically, is what they were aiming to do. And that is why the Aquarion matrix and the Eartha races got involved, let their presence be known, brought the information back here about the fact that we are a hosting planet inside of a larger star that's going to starfire, which is a good thing, that they had to reveal, because if they didn't assist us directly, and if there was no one here on surface to understand what was happening, there'd be nobody to open the gates, and there would be nothing that they could do if they just tried to bring in the crystal river streams without any bodies here that were capable of anchoring it. The gates wouldn't open, and it would just destroy the planet. But because the indigo shield is here, and particularly because the Aquari human indigo shield is here, we have the ability to hold and run those frequencies and to literally create collectively a planetary RaShaLAe body activation, even though the planet itself can't run those things anymore. So because we are on planet, because those with codes like we have are on planet and will be for 500 to 1,000 years, not necessarily you, but there will be generations of people with codes like this that will hold these frequencies, so Earth is able to eventually evacuate its life field. So I just wanted to show you who's who in relation to the echo maps of the God World gates. So you do at least, particularly if you're new, at least have an idea that we're not just, kind of like talking out our ear, as it said sometimes. There is a lot of detailed sophistication involved with the information we've been given, and it's quite scientific and quite it can be too scientific sometimes, quite intense, and we're part of a big plan, and the little things that it seems like we might be doing little things as we go through Peru and sit down in a circle and do some meditations and those kind of things. They appear to be little things on the outside, but they are huge. We are literally opening ascension chambers. We are opening evac ascension chambers because this planet is in full-on evac. It has 500 to 1,000 years so far, as long as everything goes well, for that evac to take place. So it's not a 3-day, we're going like in 3 days, forget packing your bags. We have been on 3-day standby, I believe, or a 3-day notice. I forget which one it is, for quite a number, I think over a year at this point. If it goes bad, and it looks like either because the Borgia and their Red Dragon Alliance friends do something drastic because they know they're not going to win, they tried to just destroy it in the first place. There is still a standing 3-day evac order, which requires RaShaLAe body activation, and the Indigo Shield has been prepped for over a year to be able to engage that, which means we would literally be beamed up to Eartha as fast as possible if it was going to go bad here. So, and anybody who could, it wouldn't be just people that come to workshops, it would be anybody that has the ability to, when the frequencies are set, to go into mass RaShaLAe body activation. Whoever could hold it would be able to get out. But so far, they're quite calm about that. They haven't talked about 3-day evacs in a while because of the Aquarians getting involved and revealing that they have been holding the host for so long, and because there's enough of us conscious to actually do the work on the ground that's needed and open these chambers to be able to hold this host field. So it looks a lot, the prognosis is a lot better than it could be otherwise if the Aquarihumans weren't on planet. Next one, please.
Just 1 second. When you say matrix, is that the matrix meaning an Akasha A or an Akasha? I just wanted to get
You refer to any of them as a matrix. Yeah. You have an Akasha matrix or an Akasha A matrix, Eka matrix. You know, matrix is kind of like a generic term.
In that term, you were meaning Akasha then. When you say Aquarian, you mean the entire Akasha A, right?
The Aquarians it's an Akasha group, okay? We haven't been given the names of the Akasha A's, not ours or theirs. It's like, we'll get there, but let's handle what's happening on the Akasha level first, that kind of thing. Yeah, but when I use matrix, I use it, generically, where any of those groups, you could have all sorts of things are matrices, and I'm not even going to go into how exactly they define that, but there is a definition, and it's something to do with electromagnetic reality fields or whatever that have specific structure and that kind of thing, like bones, balls, would be considered a matrix. So you can have little tiny matrices or parts of matrices that are still called matrices or big matrices. So it's just a word that's used generically, applies to any of them. Okay. Okay, where am I? Now, knowing a little bit about the Ecomaps of the God World Gates, or some of you know a lot about them because you've been studying them for a couple of years, if we bring it back to home, here we are on Earth in density 1, which is the lowest part of that little Cathara grid that's called a Veka Cathara grid, where the Cathara centers 1, 2, and 3, or stargates 1, 2, and 3 are located down in the bottom. That would be density 1. Our Earth can be represented. This is a really choppy diagram because I haven't had time to actually fine-tune any of these diagrams because they keep giving me new stuff on top of new stuff on top of new stuff. It's enough to show you. I've talked about Earth being a planet that is hosting inside of a larger stellar body that is still in Christic state, where it still is a functional, living stellar body. That stellar body is called Eartha. It's called Eartha 3, referring to its position as Universal Stargate 3 within our 15-dimensional time matrix, within our Veka. Okay? So Eartha is Universal Stargate 3. That's why we've always said that Earth is Stargate 3, because Earth is in the center of Eartha. So Universal Stargate 3 anchors into Earth through Eartha. All right? Now, normally, in a hosting situation, a hosting planet, here we go, now I'm getting cold rushes, excuse me a minute. Yeah. It's like on, off, and on, off, and on, off with the coat. Yeah, could you hold this a second? Thank you. It's really distracting when it's too hot or too cold. It's hard to run the flow. Because like there's a wave flow that happens when I'm speaking, especially when I'm speaking this quickly. And I have to keep the body out of the way. That means keep it comfortable so it doesn't break my wave. All right. Now, if this is the host star, and this is the little sick planet, let's say, that is hosting within it in order to attempt to bioregenerate, which means regenerate its grids enough where it could go back into its natural ascension path, back into density 2 as a part of Terra, which was the Amente rescue mission's objective. Was 550 million years ago, the Amente rescue mission was set, and it took the pieces of Terra that had exploded and attempted to re-evolve them through hosting them through density 1 stars and creating our little solar system, a hosting system, in order to bring those pieces back together so the natural light body structure of Terra could return. So it would be capable of StarFire and the natural processes that are involved with just being part of a living matrix, because StarFire is a natural part of a living matrix. At certain points, StarFire occurs where the planet literally reaches a certain frequency accretion and its full expansion rate, and then actually disappears, pops off, contracts in to the middle domains. And then when it finishes there, it contracts into the inner domains. So there's a continual flow that planets and stellar bodies and solar systems and persons are supposed to be able to do in the natural crystic flow. When you have grid damage to the extent that occurred on Tara, where its pieces went flying all over the place, it didn't have its shield intact anymore. And if the shield of a planet or a person isn't intact, it won't be able to engage StarFire or the natural time rhythms of expansion and contraction that go with an eternal living universe. So there are many attempts to host such planets if they still have the ability to possibly regenerate what their original pattern was, so they can get back on their natural ascension path. The Amenti rescue mission was an attempt to do that. It was an attempt, unfortunately, that has failed. The failure point has come during our particular time on this particular planet. This was the final conflict drama that would determine whether Earth would be able to pull out of the mess it was in. And it's not just an Earth mess. It was a mess that affected our whole 15-dimensional Vecca system because of the Borgia matrix. It's sad that the Amenti rescue mission did not work, but it is a glad thing that there's somebody that's been watching over this all along and that is still able to assist us in evolving the life field out, so when this system falls, it will not have to fall with a Christic life field trapped inside of it. And so there is at least a silver lining to that cloud. This is Earth. This is Eartha, Universal Stargate 3 in our 15-dimensional matrix, which would be the Cathara Center 3 position if you looked at the Cathara grid that represents the bones of our 15-dimensional time matrix. Now, this isn't showing you proportionally. It would be, Eartha would be actually much bigger. All right, it was just showing so you can see where the smaller sphere that represents our Earth body and the larger sphere representing the star body of Eartha is. And in between here, there is a field that we've referred to as the Aurora field. And that is the field that has part of the coding of Earth and part of the coding of Eartha. And it allows, this is the field that will activate to become the gyrodome, or the gyrating dome, that will actually allow the misaligned gates, which are called spanner gates, that are supposed to run. They kind of run in loops where it looks like a big flower. 12 of them. Runs from Earth's natural stargates through what would have been Earth's natural stargates and back out again. Earth's natural stargates cannot run the spanners. That happened a long time ago, so they activated the Ark of the Covenant gates on Earth, where the spanners were plugged into those, and for a while that worked. Then they became compromised. At this point, there's only one spanner gate between Eartha and Earth that is viable at all. It is called Spanner 7. Spanner 7 connects to Eartha's Eartha's planetary stargate, or stellar stargate 7, which connects to its 7 point on its Cathara grid, which connects to Eartha's rod, which is the horizontal frequency running across its Cathara grid, and it's like a tube of energy running through it horizontally. That 7 gate, because its association with the rod, the 6 and the 7 gates would be the strongest ones to be able to hold a connection and a hosting planet that is in a crisis situation like Earth is. So Spanner 7 was chosen as the planet because it had the potential of holding its spanner open because its relationship to Earth's 7 gate, and that's relationship to the rod that runs through the Eartha star planet. Now, normally this Earth, when it was first positioned in its host, its top north staff was aligned with Eartha's top north staff. That was the natural position for the host. Through the damage that has occurred here from that period on, between the 3 seedings of the human races, and there's been a number of things in the Voyager's book we just touched on, the history of the fall of the 2 races, from the 5.5 million years ago, the electric wars, all sorts of things have occurred that have progressively damaged Earth's grids. And they have, what should have been a natural staff alignment between Eartha and Earth has been changed. We've known that, you can even see it in our solar system, we've known that we have the 23.5 degree-ish tilt from the solar axis, right? So we're even tilted in relation to our own sun. Our north should be in the same position, our orbital spin. Our staffs should be aligned with our sun so they can arc together and the natural energy flow can happen. So our planet, just by its position that even science verifies, that gives us the equinox and all of those things, they are not natural configurations. They're caused by a tilt in the Earth's staff, and that tilt also puts it out of alignment with Eartha. And that meant when that full tilt occurred, it meant that the spanner gates couldn't line up anymore. The aurora field allows for a field to, if something wanted to come from Earth, it could come out, say, if the gates were working, it would come out gate 4, but it would find gate 4 is not aligned with gate 4 anymore on the other side. What the aurora field would do is it would allow you to come out gate 4, hang out in the aurora field would rotate and line up with gate 4 on Eartha, and then you could go out to gate 4 on Eartha. So it allowed for it gyrated, or it would spin, and it would spin in cycles to allow for the opening and closing of the gates even after the damage had occurred. It also has the potentiality to be activated as a full-on gyrodome, which will allow various things. We'll talk about more because they get into heavy technicals about alkaline sun activations and those kind of things. But the gyrodome will allow the holding of the host so Earth can survive when Eartha starfires, because Eartha is going to starfire between 2047 and 2052. What that means is that it's going to flash off. Earth is a very twisted little planet sitting here at this point. It's very damaged. It can't ride starfire or it would explode, and it has several black hole systems trying to pull it in as food at this point. It is in a falling Akaveka system. The planets that can starfire out of this system will starfire, go into their Edan levels in the middle, and they will be fine, and they will rebirth back out on their natural starfire cycles. And the other things in this Akaveka system are falling black hole status. And because there are certain other larger black holes like the Borgia black hole and the Wiesadrak black hole that are trying to use this falling system as food, there are two options. There are two options for most things in this Veka system. One is starfire, two is become food. The third option comes in because of the gyrodome. When the gyrodome fully activates, it will actually allow and hold a protection field that is directly connected to the Aquarian matrix over in the parallel adjacent Akasha, over in that other Akasha A, that will allow it to hold a status of what's called lone star fall, which means it's still falling. That can't be stopped at this point, but it will be its own black hole system. This solar system will become its own black hole system, as opposed to being dragged into another and literally ripped apart and simply being used as quantum energy food. It's a much better alternative. It also allows for Earth first to survive starfire during 2047, 2052, when Earth disappears and isn't holding it up anymore, right? At that point, that's when the Aquarian host fully kicks in. It is that host that is holding Earth from being dragged in and used as food in other systems. There are two other systems in our falling Akaveka that have a similar alignment, and that is Sirius B, which is connected to Universal Stargate 6, and Andromeda, part of Andromeda, which is connected to Universal Stargate 9. And that's where we get the 3-6-9 alignment going up and over into the Aquarian matrix. So it is the last remaining ascension passage in this falling Akaveka system. And it's kind of neat to be part of the Earth team that is being trusted to be functional enough and take it seriously enough to actually open what needs to be opened in order to hold that host. Because the host makes the difference between space dust or our system, or our planet literally being poisoned by radiation within the next 50 years and becoming desolate where nothing can live on it. That means we would all get stuck here, and all the plants and animals and things would get stuck here. So what we're doing is huge, and it's very humbling when you just realize somebody up there trusts you enough. Because you walk around saying, oh God, I feel so clueless down here, right? Every little new thing you learn, you realize how clueless you used to be, and you realize you are probably really, really clueless compared to what 20 years from now you'd be. So it's like we're entrusted with a huge mission, and they believe in us. They know that even though we don't remember all of who we are and all of what we know, we have it in us, and we have it in our RaShaLAes, and that there's a movement of the Christ. It doesn't always need to have the 3D part of itself fully understand the whole program, but it moves, the Christ itself. We are representatives of the Christ force, the eternal life force. It will move with us and through us, and it will get us where we need to be and help us to understand what we need to do, so we do it well, even sometimes despite ourselves. So we are part of a big mission, but that doesn't have to be scary. Even if you decide you never want to go to another workshop again, the fact that you have Aquaria human codes, you're part of the mission. You signed on for it, or you wouldn't have Aquaria human codes. And you can do with that what you want, but they will assist you whether or not you want to understand more of the bigger picture in 3D from us as we're getting it. There, you are still being looked over and watched over and helped at this point. And you are not alone in this at all anymore. We have incarnations of ourselves on Eartha as well. So it's very close in the family. We have simultaneous incarnations on Eartha. And that means there's somebody directly on Eartha that cares very much about how you do down here and that you'll be okay. So please feel supported during this. This staff misalignment is kind of interesting. For a long time we knew we had the 23.5 degree tilt in Earth staff compared to the Sun. What we didn't know is it's not just that. This is North staff, the North Pole of Eartha that aligns with North in our Eka-Veka system in the Cathar grid. This is South of Earth. Our North is down here, so when we look up to our North, we're actually looking at Earth's South. It's completely 180 plus 23.5 degree shift. So it is really, really distorted. That creates a great mess when it comes to the gates and the gates alignments, but the aurora field is the antidote to that. And the aurora field has been used, like in partial activation, during other times to allow for that gyration that would allow you to go in at one gate here and then it would shift you around to where the other side of that gate was on Eartha. But now it's literally being used to hold the host. It will be fully activated as gyrodome that will allow it to activate RaShaLAe body and hold the Earth in a host RaShaLAe body that is sustained by those on planet who can hold that host as the anchor here, and on the other end of it, it will be going through Eartha until Eartha decides, it goes through StarFire where Eartha is not in this domain anymore. It will go right through into the Aquarian matrix because they are not StarFiring at the same time. They're on a different cycle, so they will be still out in the outer domains in order to hold Earth while Eartha goes into its StarFire cycle and goes into the Edons. Next one, please. I'm going to get through this quick enough because at least we'll know what to do tomorrow, or what we're doing tomorrow. This is just to show you a little bit more about if this little Cathar grid here represented Earth, right, and this big one here represented Eartha, all right. Now, what you're seeing here of these rings, this we'll learn more about, you will learn more about when we do RaShaLAe body anatomy, because what you're looking at are sets of 15 rings. There is a RaShaLAe body structure that has to do with the dark matter templates, and the dark matter templates are what the outer atoms and molecules organize upon. All right, they are actually the organizing force behind, and they're not actually dark matter. They're very bright, but science here calls them dark matter because they can see the influence of this matter that they can't see, or force that they can't see, this energy that is somehow creating an influence or effect out here, but they can't see the energy that's creating the effect. They can only see the effect. They call it dark. All right, so it's not dark that is actually dark. If you see it, it's very, very bright. It's brighter than the light spectra that we have out here, but we refer to them as the dark matter partiki templates. When we see this applies to personal RaShaLAe bodies, also applies to planetary RaShaLAe bodies. The important thing right now about understanding that there are sets of 15 layers, all right, of Jaleesic radiation that each have different types of qualities, all right, that form the core, the base shield of the RaShaLAe body. There are 4 sets of 15 embedded in like embedded where you have a small Cathar grid that would say be the D1 grid, that would have 15 layers. The D2 grid that the D1 grid is within would have another 15 layers. So all these 15 layer sets are going through each other. You have D1, D2, D3, and a fourth which is called a density level. So they come in sets of 4, each with 15 layers. And this is basic RaShaLAe body structure. When you take a hosting planet, it has hit its 4 sets of 15 layers that progressively give it the Jaleesic radiation layers, and the layers are spheres. All right, they're not just flat circles, they're spheres of energy. When you take a hosting planet, you not only have the 4 levels of 15 for that planet, you also have the 4 levels of 15 that correspond with the larger hosting star that it is within. When you put those all together, you have many spheres within many spheres. What they create are planes that interface with each other, where all these spheres are actually spinning through each other, and certain ones from D1 interface with ones from D2, interface with ones from D3, interface with ones from the density level, which interface with ones from the host planet or star, right? And the way this works in relation to Earth and Eartha is we've talked about before, we have the D1, D2, D3, and our density level Cathar Cathara grid, right? Our density 1 Cathara grid. So that's our 4 sets of embedded one. We've talked about them just in terms of our bodies. All right, Eartha has a set of 4 as well, Cathara grids, progressively getting bigger. Our density level, the big one that we've been working with, represents the D1, little one level of Eartha. So that's actually how you get the proportions and how you can tell what Jaleesic layers interface with what in between where Eartha's Jaleesic layers are and where Eartha's Jaleesic layers are. This gives you the key to understanding the beginning of what become the vertical maps. They are first spherical maps, where you can begin to see what layers, first of all, in just a set of 4, what layers form the core, the inner core, what layers form the outer liquid core, which we call the aquifers, what layers form the 3 layers of the mantle, where is the crust in relation to this, and going above the crust, what layers form what layers of the atmosphere, where's the thermosphere, where's the magnetosphere as we go up, where's the ozone layer in all of this. We will dissect that more when we get into RaShaLAe body, because there is a name, bless you, there's a name for each of those 15 layers. There's a specific tonal frequency for each of those 15 layers. And it is the same for each set of 15 layers. So be it the D1, D2, D3 grid, whatever grid, there are 15 Jaleesic layers, and there are 15 tonal signatures that are the audible translation of their actual core vibration signature. And we will be using those tones in order to activate RaShaLAe body when we get into, not tomorrow, but before we leave Cusco, we will be doing some of that, and we will be finishing that, I believe, the last day at Machu Picchu. So there are names for each of these layers, and there are numbers for each of these layers. Between these Jaleesic layers or spheres, there are what are called crystalline bands. As we come out into the larger structure, the bands become what are called the spans. All right, so when we talk about spanners, we're talking about those who can activate not only the layers of the RaShaLAe body, but also the crystalline bands or spans between them. And when you activate the layers, which are also called rings, and the bands or spans, it allows the entire RaShaLAe body to depolarize all of its layers and turn into one unified field, which allows it to enter a state of what is called Krystar activation. And it can then turn into a point of light and pull in to the domains that it emerged out of, which if we're in the outer domains, that means we would pull into the middle domains. So there's a natural structure of RaShaLAe body, a huge structure of RaShaLAe body. There are things called fire chambers. There are things called alons, kalons, and shalons that are all part of this. There are things called NavAHo cycles that are all part of this. A bit technical. We'll get into some of that, enough so you can understand what we do as step by step. But what you need to understand now is, first of all, what we did today, and why we're going to Cusco and then why we're going to Picchu. It has to do with opening certain chambers, and those chambers can be best understood by understanding simply the vertical maps and where those chambers are in relation to them. To understand the vertical maps, you first need to understand a basic understanding of the spherical maps. So if you have Earth and its 4 sets of 15 Jaleesic layers here, you have Eartha around it. Earth is actually at its center, and you have its 4 sets of 15 Jaleesic layers here. You have all these layers or bands, and this is where we start to get planes of existence forming between. This is where we start to be able to tell where, say, our ozone layer is in relation to Earth's surface. Right? Because literally, we are inside of that larger stellar body. We don't see it because we are at a different angular rotation of particle spin. Very different at this point. We would have been able to perceive Earth as physical if we were back in natural staff alignment. We would be at a similar angular rotation of particle spin, just at a slower base pulse rhythm or at a slower vibration. So it would have been much easier to perceive it as physical. At this point, we have the 180 plus 23.5 degree shift, off shift to the staff, but Eartha is still in its natural alignment to what the natural cathargrid and the natural cosmological maps would be. That means it's running on a natural time cycle and a natural base pulse rhythm. So if we can begin at least to understand that when we have one set of 4 15 Jaleesic layers that form, this is where we get the formation of the matter levels, or our elemental levels that form the matter base that we're dealing with in our 3D hologram. I think, well, first I'll point out here, just because we're going to go on to that diagram to see that because it's a little easier. What we're seeing here in this cathargrid, this is Earth's body and its layers and its atmosphere. This layer here is called the Ra-Ka layer. It has to do with the tonal signatures of Ka here and Ra here, and it forms this band in between called Ra-Ka. It's also called rock. It's also called the crust. Okay, so that would be Earth's crust. We also have out in the atmosphere here. This is where we start to be able to see what science knows is there and compare it to where that is on these maps, so we can get an idea where certain things actually exist in relation to where we are standing. These little areas here actually represent a band that goes around. Science calls it the inner Van Allen belt. All right. This outer one here is another. It would be a band. You're just seeing a cross section of it. All right. It would be another band, outer Van Allen belt. There are specific numbers as far as how many miles or whatever up these things are. So we haven't had time yet to go analyze the science books that tell us how far up what Van Allen belt is and that kind of stuff. There's a space between called the Van Allen gap. There are particular planes in relation to these things. And if we know where the Van Allens are, that science has already identified in relation to our planet's surface, we can then identify where in relation to the Van Allens the other layers are. And we can find where in relation to the Van Allens Earth's surface would be. Earth's surface is way out here. We are way down here inside of Earth's core. In fact, our crystals, there's a crystal base that runs in our upper mantle. It is actually the core, what is called nada crystal, the core, first level, radiation level crystal of Eartha. So you start to get the actual proportional relationships between the Earth and the Eartha body. And what it also shows is if we are here, living on the surface of this sphere, and the surface of this sphere is out here, and there are certain characteristics to different layers, like always on what's called the Ma-8 layer, which is the middle mantle layer, both here and here, you will have what are called the subterranean biomes. You will know where Earth's subterranean biomes are. You will know where Earth's subterranean biomes are. This is why RaShaLAe body anatomy was important, and it will be, and that's why you will get some of that. So you do understand what exists where. There are planes and certain types of life fields that exist within each set of these bands. So we can tell where there are biomes. We can tell where there are what would be called cloud cities. So we're going to get into that in a little bit, but I want to first go down to an easier diagram that will show one set. I think it shows one set of 4. What's the next one I have there? Oh, that's just showing the mess that the Earth's magnetic fields are in relation to the tilt. You can put that up for 2 seconds. Just let it flash by. With the tilt, this is the mess of our planetary electromagnetic fields. We call it the poison apple. All right, it's poison apple configuration. This is all based on Metatronic science. All right, so when you go to anything that's teaching that Metatron is a good thing, well, Metatron's brilliance helped to create this mess, and this is what is causing our planet to fall, basically, because it was plugged in. Metatron's mess was plugged into the threshold, which were the Thetans mess, which was plugged into the Borgia's mess, which was called the Borgia-time warp triangulation. So it's literally an evolution of what we call the beast black hole machine configuration. But this is our planetary electromagnetic fields. We have really nasty vortices coming out the north and south poles that actually act as satellite dishes that pull in the frequencies from the black hole systems. And they were going to be used to actually rotate us and pull us right in to the black hole system. So this is what our planetary magnetic fields look like at the moment. Next one, please. Back to more positive things. All right. Now, this is showing one set of 15 Jaleesic layers, all right, to make it simpler so you can understand it a little bit more easily. All right, we have, you can't even see the numbers on here. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and I don't think it even shows 13, 14. Yeah, it does, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, this way it shows it. In simple terms, you have the 1, 2, and 3, and these aren't dimensions, all right? Each dimension has a set of these 15 layers, right? So let's say we're just looking at the D2 grid now. We're using the D2 grid because we are perceiving from D3 station of consciousness, the thing we see as solid here, what we see as solid is the D2 spectrum. So we'll use the D2 grid. Remember, there would be a larger D3 grid and a larger density grid around that with its 15 Jaleesic layers, and a smaller one that would be inside here that would be the D1 Jaleesic layers as well. But this represents D2 Earth right now. And we have Jaleesic layers 1, 2, and 3. These 3 layers will comprise what science here calls the solid inner core of the planet. You have the next layers out, 4, 5, and 6. These are what our guys call the aquifers. These are what the science here would call the outer liquid core. All right? We have layers 7, 8, and 9. These are what our guys call the lower, the middle, and the upper layers of the mantle, of Earth's mantle. Science just does 2 of them. They don't make it somewhere in here. They don't recognize there's a third layer that is different from the one above it and the one below it. So there are actually 3 levels to the mantle. And right here we have the crust. All right, the crust would be the band between this level, which is 7, 8, 9, which is 9, and 9 happens to have the tonal resonance called Ka, so it's called the Ka-9 band. And out here you have the 10 band, which is called the Ra, R-H-A band. So you have the Ra-Ka band, which is the 10-9 band, right, running between them. That is the crust of the Earth that our buildings are built on and we're standing on, we're walking around on. Up above the crust, this is the Ra-10 light field, and this goes all the way up to what our science identifies as the thermosphere. All right, so that's a particular however many miles up. It's past the stratosphere, it's past the ozone layer, past all those things. So ozone layer and all those things would actually be in here in our inner atmosphere. This is where everything from planes fly to weather's created to the ozone layer, all of that is in here. When we go out here in our atmosphere, we eventually end up with the magnetosphere. That's that thing that has the magnetotail that gets like blown off by the solar wind a bit and it stretches out when we see in the science books. That layer is running at the same layer as the crust level of Eartha. So where our magnetosphere is the crust level of Eartha, but it is at a different angular rotation of particle spin. The magnetosphere is not a natural configuration. It is part of the net matrix here that has been holding this planet into its twisted grid alignments. There are several things that I won't go into heavily the nets tonight, because what I want mostly for you to do is be able to understand how this plugs into the verticals and how the verticals plug into the beginnings of the map you have, where you have the colored thing. And then from that we'll be able to see if I ever get that. Did I get that Mylar back yet, that final one? It is ready? Yes. Okay. Right. Okay, cool. Thank you. So if we can understand this simply, these Jaleesic layers actually form the different layers of things from the core to the aquifers, the liquid core, to the mantle layers, to the crust, then to different layers of the atmosphere. We can, we can start to understand where RaShaLAe body, because this is the planet's RaShaLAe body, its natural RaShaLAe body structure, and what that has to do with manifesting the things that we know are physical and real. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. Let me use that. It's getting late, and I want to let you guys go. Time not too bad, actually. All right. As you can see, when we start to put in things and fill in what is at what layer, it starts to get very complicated as far as diagrams go. I think I have to do them wall size too in order just to be able to write clearly and so you can identify and label. But again, it's the same thing where we have the 1, 2, and 3 layers, the 4, 5, and 6 layers of the aquifers, the 7, 8, and 9 layers of the mantle, the Ra-Ka 10 layer. Now what you're seeing here are what are called aurora platforms. They are spheres, but they're just shown here like in a cross section. These are spheres that run at specific layers in between some of these bands in order to create, literally, they're connected to the aurora field that we saw that exists between, that surrounds Earth, between Earth and Eartha. So these are aspects or bands that run in the aurora field, and some of them run not only around Earth, but actually go down into Earth as well. We have what's called the Aurora 1 platform, the Aurora 2 platform, the Aurora 3 platform, and if you look here, this is where the inner Van Allen belt loops around, all right? Aurora 3 platform. Out here we have the outer Van Allen belt, where that would loop around. We have the Aurora 4 platform, and then out here we have surface Eartha. All right. So when these aurora platforms are safe zones. These are where as they progressively activate, we are bringing them into activation. So the passage to Eartha is being opened. There are things that are unnatural characteristics that are happening in the Earth's RaShaLAe body, and thus in its manifest matter body and its layers of its atmosphere and its core. There are three levels of something called nets. These are electromagnetic distortion fields that are created by the beast machines that we've mentioned, the beast, the threshold, and the time rip triangulation of the Borgia. All right, they all culminate into forming something called the nets. There are three levels of net. There is a D1 net called the Derma net, and I believe that's the one that runs here. It's a nasty band of frequency that actually splits what would be the natural gelesic layers and the layers of corresponding layers of the atmosphere. It splits them into, and that's running right through the core, right through the crust, and it goes partially up into the atmosphere and partially down into the mantle. That is actually it's mutating our etheric template for our DNA template, and it's holding it in unnatural configuration. It is also splitting the natural light field of what would be the natural RaShaLAe body of the planet. What this creates are something called reverse spin zones, both below where the net is and above. So these we are what we call hibernation zones. Those zones actually are part of our reality hologram. They have their three-dimensional qualities, and each dimensional level has them, D1, D2, and D3, and together they form three-dimensional systems, just like here forms three-dimensional systems, but they're on the opposite angular rotation of particle spin, and we can't see them. They were originally parts of this planet and its atmosphere and its matter base that were right here with us. But there were certain cataclysms that were orchestrated by using the net and the beast machines in order to put these parts of the RaShaLAe body on reverse spin and split the fields. And they created 3D holographic fields going in opposite direction, in opposite expression, running on antichristic energy usage and energy vampiring principles and those kind of things. They are called hibernation zones. They exist above and below each layer of the net. We have a D1 layer of the net and hibernation zone, the D1 lower and D1 upper hibernation zone. We have a D2 layer of the net that actually controls the physical DNA template itself, and that has D2 lower and D2 upper hibernation zones. And then we have the D3 net, which is called the we call it the ego net, or the epigenetic overlay net. It controls the chemical overlay that tells the DNA what to do in our physical bodies, and we have a lower D3 and an upper D3 hibernation zone. We do not see the hibernation zones because they are on opposite angular rotation of particle spin to what we are. They didn't start that way. They weren't hibernation zones. That's not natural. It's a configuration that is done by these black hole technologies that have progressively been built up here, particularly since Atlantis before 9558 BC. So we are dealing with, if you try to get out of here and go out to Eartha, you've got this mess to go through. Anybody that tries to astral project, you never even get to D4 in density 2. What you do is get hung up in these zones, in these hibernation zones. These zones are populated. They are inhabited by various different cultures, fallen angelic cultures. And it's really funny. A lot of our mythologies have been channeled down by them. We have, for instance, the whole Oz story has to do with a particular one that has to do with, let's see, let me find our, this is our rock layer, I believe. That's our surface, I think. Yeah, D1. All right, our ozone layer, I believe, is up here. And there's a hibernation zone right up there. Oz is the ozone hibernation zone. The ozone layer is not natural. All right, so if there's a hole in it, well, it may cause some problems at the moment, but it might not be as bad a thing as some people think. What it's doing is, at the moment, not just blocking solar radiation from us, it's also blocking all the gates going to Eartha. But it's not the only thing blocking them. There are 2 levels of net and hibernation zones above that. We have the Oz band, and I believe that's the D1 upper. There's one that's underneath, actually, that goes down into the crust. It's below because this net runs the crust. So below it, it goes down into the mantle a bit. So in the lower part of the upper mantle, there's actually another hibernation zone. This is where you get the false inner earth stuff, like the Agartha stuff and all of that kind of thing. People are channeling people from inner earth. They're not channeling inner earth. Yeah, Shambhala is up here someplace, actually. So there's one of them. I won't even go in. We'll look at these more closely as which one's called which, because I can't remember off the top of my head. But we have up in here the Shambhala band. We have the Olympus band. And one of the most important ones we have, because it's the D2 physical one, and I believe it's the lower D2 band, and it's up here someplace. And we'll get into looking at these more closely when it's not so late. That is where Lemuria and Atlantis were pulled into. They are pulled in through time warp technology. They used to be on this planet, and Atlantis didn't sink. It got sucked in and put on different spin. It still exists, and it's populated, and a whole bunch of Zetas live there, among other people. All right, that's where a lot of the Zeta people are, the Zeta Reticuli and all that kind of, weird alien stuff that's happening. They're coming right there. They're not even, well, they are extraterrestrial, but they've been terrestrial for quite a while. They're hanging out in the Atlantean and Lemurian civilizations. These are not places you want to go when you start to learn to project. And they are places that they have been trying to harness people for a long time, including people when they die. Because when your body, if you bardo and you drop your body, you would naturally be able to go through natural ascension chambers, and because we're a hosting planet, the first place you would go would be expand out into Eartha, right, before you would worry about getting to density 2 and into Terra and those kind of things. They have been snaring people in these zones for thousands of years. So as we're working to open the aurora fields, it's going to progressively open some of the hibernation zone fields where there will be evacuations of souls that have been stuck once they drop their bodies for thousands of years, that have been held in these places, that still have the ability to ascend. And so there's a great homecoming for a lot of souls. There may be sadness in this mission because the Amenti mission did fail, but what we're watching now are souls that have been trapped for a very, very long time in these hibernation zones, finally having a chance to be set free, because what is going to happen is the aurora fields are going to first activate. We're in the process of activating them as we do the planetary RaShaLAe body activation through the host of the Aquari human shield. Right. Once they activate, then they begin a process through what's called the Aquilene sun activation of blending. So they blend and create a blended three-dimensional field that becomes like a new Earth, all right, where it carries the coding and a lot of the configurations of Earth into the aurora field. And you literally end up with a slide zone Earth that is the aurora Earth, that is the one that is still going to hold for ascension. And it's existing within the same place of the one that we're on now. And it's going to be interesting because there will be slide zones where you can be walking down the street and all of a sudden your RaShaLAe activates and you actually slid. And it might take you a few minutes to realize it, where you walk past something and you could have swore that building was there, but it's not there here. There's some really strange experiences that can start happening when you start the beginnings of slide training, and you will always be guided by the part of you that is on Eartha will guide you in those things. So you don't have to let them freak you out if you know that store was there yesterday and it's not there anymore. Now there's a mall, right? How did that happen? You're not losing your mind. You're beginning to expand perceptions into that. So at least now you have a basic understanding of what we talk about when we talk about the spherical maps, going from Earth's core outward and seeing where we interface with the fields of Earth. Of Eartha. So we have our core, our solid core, our liquid core, aquifers, our mantle levels, and our surface levels, our crust levels, and then our atmosphere levels. And the same thing applies to Eartha. So there's a relationship between Eartha's crust, Eartha's mantle. Eartha's mantle I want to talk about just for a minute, because in every one of the Ma-8 layers of the middle mantle layers, there are biomes, the subterranean biomes. We have subterranean biomes of Eartha here. They are called the Adashi temples. All right? We have in Earth the same layer where we would find our Ma-8 layer. We would have down under our subterranean biomes. And we'll see a bit of this when we get into the vertical maps. So I just want to give you at least a basic understanding of how these fields interface. When we do the 12 tribes classes, we're looking at them more closely, and we are like learning the names of them, and we are showing how it builds up to this. You'll see some of that. But this trip, because this is an action trip, any of the big ones where we're taking especially a lot of people, there's a lot of people to move through Peru. I bless Darlene with all of that. Because they're a bit rough. You have weird hours where you're having to, drag yourself around on coaches and airplanes and, haul luggage around, and it's tiring. They're tiring. So it's not like a workshop where you just get to plant yourself for 3 days and then get like an intensive. So we will give you kind of like a briefing on the intensive, enough hopefully so you can understand the significance of the trip you're on and the work you're participating in. Next one, please. Oh yes, this one. We need the two of those together. This shows how the vertical maps come to be. Okay, it's way down in this corner. Wait, get started way down in this corner. We got to start way down. First, let's find this one. It's this corner here that has to align with the center of that one. It's something like this. They actually do align, but I can't see what's happening up here. Is it? Yeah, the arm is in the way. Yeah. In simple terms, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Right. In simple terms, to get these straight line vertical ascent things of the layers, which is showing the layers, you take a cross-section. It's simply a cross-section map where if you mark off, you take the vertical line on the circular maps, right, or the spherical maps, and you mark a point on that line at each layer where one of those spheres crosses through that line, at each layer. That will give you the stack of layers going up, all right? So then you can take it off the sphere and look at the stack of layers vertically going up, right? From the core, which was the center, going up, all right? You could put that down and it would give you the same stack of layers going down, all right? So the vertical maps are simply a cross-section of the spherical maps. Now what this particular diagram is showing is this is a strange machine because it's not fitting the mylars like they usually do. All right. Yeah, all right. I'm afraid to even play with it because I don't want to spend 20 minutes trying to get it back to where it is least focused. So we'll just deal with it this way because we're almost where we can, go to sleep because you need to be able to have some sleep before you deal with tomorrow. All right, we have the lines going across, and first what I did was draw them all the way across to show where the line placements were. Then I plugged in the Earth D1, Earth D2, Earth D3, and Earth density Cathara grids, which is progressively bigger lines, right, like line spectra for their 15 sets on each one. And then I did the same for Eartha. What you end up with is the D1, D2, D3, density 1 Earth, which is the same place as Eartha D1, all right? So this shows you, and then Eartha, D2. We stopped at Eartha D2 because that is where we would see the manifest level, or the physical, what we call the physical level of Eartha, just like the D2 layer is the layer we see as physical and manifest here with the consciousness stationed in D3. What it gives you at the end of pulling them all apart, when you put them all together, because they are embedded grids, it gives you, what is that? There's a little thing there that's sticking up too. All right, let's see if that's anywhere near where, nowhere near where I want it to be. This is really interesting. Okay. Uh-oh. Thank you. I'm trying to get over here, but this photocopier is fascinating because you look here and you think it's going to end up someplace up there, and it isn't. It's not ending up anywhere near. This is worse than trying to cut your own hair in the mirror. Right. Did you ever try to do that? You go, okay, I'm going here. You go, why did my hand just go that way? I was aiming for that. Right? I don't know if everybody does that or just people that have a bit of dyslexia, but I have a real problem with that one. Now, what I'll show you tiny is you saw how this started out as the circular map, then you did the line on it. You saw where the crossovers were that showed you the stack of spheres within spheres, where those spheres were on the vertical staff line. And then we pulled them out for the D1, D2, D3, and Eartha D1, which is our density level, and Eartha D2. When you put them all together, embedded, because they are embedded Cathara grids, D1, D2, D3, etc., it gives you this vertical stack. This is the beginning of the vertical maps. We'll see this up closer because there are so many lines and so many layers, you can't even see what's in there when you do it this small. So what I had to do was, once I had these, when I brought all of these over, because every one of these has something in common with each other, be it D1, D2, D3, whatever. On each one of them, they have the 15 Jaleesic layers, right? And layers 1, 2, and 3 will represent the solid core, all right? It's called the nada crystal core. On the 4, 5, and 6 layers will always be aquifers. The 7, 8, 9 layers will always be the 3 layers of the mantle. The Raka layer will always be the crust. Now, each of these also have certain configurations where, for instance, the Ma 8 layer, whichever dimensional level it's in, will always have the biomes, the subterranean biomes. So you're going to have like layers of biomes now running through each other, right? And when you put all of these dimensional ones together. This will show you not only the physical ones, but which ones are etheric atomic, which ones are telluric atomic, which we perceive as physical, which ones are atomic atomic that go with the D3 grids. All right, so it's really, really complex when you put them all together. What we need to see most are what the D2 ones are, because that's the ones that are most physical to us. So what we're dealing with when we're getting into the map, simplifying this so you can even like put labels on what something might be and then perhaps see what it might look like. We're going to take this. This has all of the dimensional levels on it, and it will take me ages to actually get this one finished, where I bring all this information across. There are certain ones that will always have doorways. All right, passages. The aquifers, on the top of the aquifers, going between the aquifers and the lower mantle, there are sets of doorways. There will always be a set of gates. The doorways are gates. And they are gates that lead between the aquifers and the mantle level above them. So you'll have them on each of the D1, D2, D3 levels, and also of the earth, the D1, D2, D3 levels. When you put them all together, you find interfacings of all sorts of things. For instance, on the 2 level, all right, remember you have 1, 2, and 3 equal the solid core. Part of that solid core is the 2 level, and it's actually what's called the Adama flame layer. All right, it's literally a layer of radiation, and it's called the Adama flame. It's a layer of light. When we take these would be Earths right here. When we take the expansion up through the proportions of the spheres that are all built on the Cathara grids embedded, we find that the Adama 2 level, that's just the 2 level of Earth's solid core, is the light field that is on our surface. All right, so it starts to show you the interface of the dimensions, and this is where the vertical maps came from. And there's a lot more to do on them. Let's get a little bit closer look at them. Which one do I have next? What I did was let me look at this here. Took this stripe, and this is Earth core down here. It's the place where Earth core and Earth's core intersect. They are in the same place, but Earth's core is much bigger. All right. Earth itself is actually like a small crystal inside Earth's core, and Earth's core crystal is a little tiny crystal inside of that. So down here you would have Earth core. There's also where you would have what is called the prana seed that holds the 3 core gates, which are Shala 13, Urta 14, and Ruta 15. All right, they make up the prana seed gates, which are the core gates. Eartha has a big set of them, and inside of those, interfacing with those, Earth's little set are involved. These are the ones that would, on Earth level, would be going into compaction, because they have gone into compaction on the solar level, in Sol, the sun. And because of the Anastasia passage, said it fast and it comes out, the Anastasia passage is holding open so they don't go into compaction, so Earth doesn't go into Bardo at this time. It is holding open the lifeline between Earth, Eartha, and the host frequencies, all right, which is something our sun cannot do any longer. Now, when we look at this, again, we have all these little tiny layers. That's where those little dots, those little spheres within spheres that you can hardly even see the numbers at the core when you're looking at the circular maps. All right, these are the lines that come from those. Each one of these is actually a circle, right? You know, there's a sphere, right? Because it's round, but you're just looking at a cross section as you're going up. This whole thing goes all the way up to up. Could we bring it down this way, honey, please? Thank you. These would be like aquifers levels, and I believe these are part of Earth's aquifers. Yeah, because Earth's surface is down in here someplace. These are just to show you, like, I haven't finished these yet, they're just to show you the beginning of how the vertical maps evolve. And we have a little bit clearer ones too. So this is like Earth D2 middle atmosphere. So this is like our middle atmosphere. Earth's mantle is down here, which means our crust, I believe, is right around in this layer. All right, so this is going up. There's actually some of Earth's aquifers are in our atmosphere. All right, so there are layers that don't appear as water when you're on this angular rotation of particle spin, but they would appear as waters or liquid silica, which is a different type of matter base. It's liquid, it's like water, it's like you could swim in it, but you can breathe it as well. It's not wet in the same way that water is here. It's a substance that in its pure form that the aquifers would be made out of. There's nothing equivalent to it that science has identified here on this planet, but it is a silica base. It's considered pure silica, pure liquid silica. All right, so as we go up in our atmosphere, there would be stations where we had the subterranean biomes of, first of all, this is D2 level, right? Our surface level is D2 if we perceive as solid. Before we got to the earth of things, we would have our D3 level. These correspond to the mental body planes, all right? And they are physical, but they're out of a different kind of matter. D2 is out of what's called telluric atomic matter. A little bit less dense than that is what is called atomic atomic matter, and that's what the D3 planes are made out of. But they are still physical, but a little bit lighter. So when you start to go out into projections and things, and you find yourself in different states where you're noticing your body feels lighter or different, but you're still physical, you're actually passing through. Either there's some that are lower, that are etheric, that are kind of like that are lighter than the physical, and then there are ones going upward that are lighter than the physical. So as we go up, we would first go into the D3 bands before we intersected with our own density bands that intersect with the D1 etheric bands of Eartha. And then we would move into the D2 physical bands of Eartha. So there are these planes of existence and perception that we would pass through, and planes of matter. If we were going through a natural gate set that went between, we would actually pass through those different, our bodies would change to move through those different states of matter and then come out physical again at the top, at the, where the body would be D2 level on Eartha and your consciousness stationed in D3. Because the way the three-dimensional systems are structured, you will have your consciousness focused in D3. The part you see as physical manifestation will be D2, and then there is the D1 level that is the etheric, that appears as the etheric underneath it, that is actually holding the form for the other things above it. So you have there are three levels of atomic reality, and the first one is the etheric atomic, the second is the telluric atomic, and that's what we perceive as physical, and the third one is the atomic atomic, and that's what would be considered the mental planes. And they're just all different states of atomic matter and manifestation. So anyway, in our vertical maps, way up here, that you don't even see on the top here, you have Earth's D2 crust. All right, before you get to Earth's D2 crust up here, you have these, which are the D2 Eartha middle mantle, or Ma-8 level, and that's where the Adashi crystal temples are. And that's where we are being invited, and we are actually starting to journey there in projection first. Before we learn to slide, we have to learn to glide. And we're meeting what are called advisors, where we're being taught how to do this. We have a personal, first they're a greeter, and if you'd like to take them on as an advisor, kind of like presidents have advisors, where it's just like, well, it kind of looks like this, you might want to do that. It's not somebody to tell you what to do. It's somebody to kind of fill you in on what you might need to know to make clear decisions about things pertaining to the ascension. And we have been doing journeys to the Adashi temples with the 12 tribes classes. They will become available for everybody at some point, but we're still in the middle of opening the rings to get up into the layers of the Adashi temples. What we're working on in Peru is connected to this, but it's actually a bit bigger in certain ways, because it will expedite the activation of the RaShaLAe body, planetary RaShaLAe body ring layers that allow you to reach different, let's say, floors within the Adashi-7 temple. Because Spanner 7 is the only spanner gate that can work, it is only Adashi Temple 7 that is the one that can be accessed directly from Earth. From there, from the Adashi Temple 7, you would be able to go in Eartha's mantle to other Adashi temples, but they haven't allowed us to do that yet. They're just basically trying to get us connected to the Adashi temples here in Eartha's mantle so we can begin getting instruction personally. Because there's no way we would be just like, three of us, three speakers, would be able to help people to the level they're going to be needing, education and that kind of stuff, as far as how to work with what is happening on this planet. So they're actually making contact with those who want to have contact. So you will, and these are the Aquari races, or the Bendy Aquari races from Eartha, and also the Aquafereion. The Aquafereion are the greeters because they are very much like us, and we are very much like them because we are their children. So the Aquafereion races have been the greeters, and they serve as advisors if we would like them to. That we will begin personal training. They'll start you in the dream state if you're happier with that, or they will try to help you establish a clearer communication line. Because right now, you're pulling stuff from the hibernation zones. You don't know what you're talking to. There's creepos that follow you around from the hibernation zones. They're trying to pretend they're your advisor and give you bad advice, that kind of stuff. The more we go through RaShaLAe body activation, the greater our protection field is built, where your line as far as communication will get clearer and clearer, and harder for the hibernation zone people to interface with. So it's a process. It's not something you snap your fingers and bang, you're ascended, but it's a process worth doing. So this gives you an idea of the vertical maps. This gives you a little bit close-up. This is just these lower parts. Over on here, I was starting the close-ups. Can we look at this part, honey, please? Yep, down here would be the Earth core, Eartha core. This would be Earth's, what are called the layer 1 nada crystals. These here would be the Eartha nada 1 crystals. And where they fall in relation to Earth is, this is our surface Earth right here. They are our upper mantle selenite crystal beds. They've already started to find these, like in Chihuahua, Mexico. They have found these amazing, huge selenite crystal beds. They're very, very hot in the areas, and they're very, they're tall, like skyscrapers. They're selenite rods the size of skyscrapers. They're seeing the tips of these, and that's just the, beginnings. They're seeing the tips that go up a bit into the crust, but these go much, much, much deeper. They go into the mantle layers, and what they are is this little layer. This is the Earth's layer of them. There's a little tiny layer of crystals around the solid core, and then there's what's called ethers inside of those. All right. There's this larger, this is the little tiny core of Eartha is here in relation to, it is literally our planetary, right under our planetary surface with these massive crystal beds. All right. This is the flame layer that's around that on the Eartha level. It's literally giving us our light field. That is the space around our objects here. It is this field. So this is just beginning to show you how the interfaces of the layers of the RaShaLAe body actually form the layers of matter and the planes of existence within matter forms, and how that pertains to our planet and its situation at the moment. Next one, please. Almost done. This shows a little bit more clearly. I will go through these more clearly and read things more, when we have a little bit more time and it's not so late and you don't have to be up at 5 in the morning. All right. This was taking that vertical map, all right, and just blocking it off actually into a little bit easier to understand layers, showing where the core crystal is, our Earth core crystal, right, and then showing where we've got our Earth aquifers, we've got the D2 Earth subterranean fields. This is where the Eartha D2 nada crystals would form that crystal bed I was talking about beneath our crust that would be in our mantle. This would be our surface Earth here. All right, this would be our raw light field. It's called the Ra 10 light field. But normally, this would be the whole raw light field. And things would grow bigger here. Trees and all those things would be taller and larger. But what we have is the ozone layer here, because this is part of the net. This net field runs here. It's like a tube. See this jiggery thing? All right. That would be like a tube of frequency that runs through our crust that splits the natural light fields below itself and above itself. That's what gives us our ozone layer, and that's where we have Oz. All right. So we know where the ozone layer is, and right in it and directly above it is where we have the Oz layer, and that's, I believe, called the D1 upper. So it's made of the D1 etheric matter. That would be etheric Oz, and that is a hibernation zone. All right. So this is giving you an idea of how these work. The ones I want to just focus on now aren't the hibernation zones, which are the ones that are in the shaded, scratchy stuff, or even the nets that are causing them, which are these things that are a tube that have the jittery thing. All right. What I want to focus on are what's happening in between, all right, where those Aurora platforms are. You have the Aurora 1 platform here, and that is it's etheric and telluric mixed. All right, so they're like combining of the matter fields that surround them. So it's a lighter weight matter than you would have here in the telluric matter realms, but it wouldn't be as lightweight as etheric. So it's not fully etheric. All right, we won't get into even the states of matter. What I want you to know is what is where. We have the Aurora 1 platform here, and that is running. Let's see, the Aurora 1 platform is between our middle and upper Earth mantle, all right? And it is a physical etheric, D1 and D2 frequencies combined. So we have the Aurora 1 platform. It connects to a physical site on surface. This is called Shalan 7. This is the place we were asked to secure in Phoenix, Arizona, all right? Now, up here, going up a bit, we're going up past our ozone layer, all right, past the hibernation zone in our ozone layer, up to here in the layer that the science would identify as the outer layer of the thermosphere, where thermosphere turns into something else. It's in the thermosphere, the outer layer of the thermosphere, that you have the A2 or the Aurora 2 platform. These are what are called the cloud cities. They are physical cloud cities. All right, different angular rotation of particle spin, but they are literally cities of a particular type of matter that combines, I believe, D2 and D3 matter, so they'd be telluric atomic matter, a little bit less dense than here, but still physical and not etheric. Right? They are physical cloud cities in the Aurora 2 platform. These are the ones we were beginning to visit. We had what's called the Ring 3 journey that was in 12 Tribes Class 4. We went and they opened the gates to these, the beginnings of the gates to these. So we were able to do our first projections to there, and there's something called a university there. Each of these places have names, like basic names for the whole area. And there's a diagram in your chart pack that gives those names, so you can see a little bit more on them. I think you have this in your chart pack. There's another. You have the one. You don't have the one before here. This one, I think, another one, and then you have the clearest one that has little circles out here as well. We'll talk more about what these layers mean. These little things refer to the fields in which, the locations in which the aquiline sun activations of the RaShaLAe body take place. When the aquiline sun activates, they will be the areas that those frequencies come through, both in your personal body but also in the planetary body. Anyway, after we go to Aurora 2 platform, up here we have Aurora 3 platform. Now, Aurora 3 platform is in the Van Allen gap. Okay, so between the inner Van Allen belt and the outer Van Allen belt, there's a space science calls the Van Allen gap. That is where this platform is located. These are what are called the ocean cities, and the name of the ocean cities are referred to as Aquafereion, and that's where our name, the name of the Aquafereion lineage came from, because they were seeded from Eartha through here, down into Eartha's aquifers. All right, so these are physical ocean cities, and again, a different angular rotation of particle spin, and in relation to our Earth's atmosphere, they are in the Van Allen gap. And we will be going to these. They haven't opened these. We haven't journeyed to these yet. Then above those, we have what are called the Aurora Platform 4. These are the, I believe they call these the, what are these? The Winterlands? Yeah, these are they call them the Winterlands. Yeah, the 4 is the Winterlands. These, by the way, connect to a physical Earth site, surface site called Shalan 7 that's in Colorado. That's the other site we were asked to secure. The level coming down, the Aurora Platform 3, connects to what's called the Shalan 7 site, which is in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And the Aurora 2 platform connects to a site called Machu Picchu in Peru. And this is where we're beginning to open a set of chambers that correspond to the Aurora 2 platform and through Machu Picchu. But they're much more sophisticated than just simple vertical line. There's a triangulation that occurs that involves Machu Picchu, well, first Corral, which was the anchor point for the entire thing. When they came in to the aquifers underneath Corral. And from there, they access Shala 13 of Earth and of RaShaLAe 13, and I won't try to describe this without the map. Okay, it takes this map and it makes it more clear by showing you the particular configuration of the ascension chambers that are opening and what we're actually helping to open. But we are going to Machu Picchu in order to assist in opening a series of chambers that first lead into the Aurora 2 platform, which are the physical cloud cities. Those cloud cities would be located in the thermosphere. All right. When we perceive them in projection, they have a pink tint. They appear to be a band of pink clouds. So when you look at your colored picture there, when you see the band of pink clouds, it corresponds to this layer on the maps. It corresponds to the cloud cities. And there are names to these. I have it on the next diagram. I think I've got the names to them. So Machu Picchu is connected directly to them. It's also connected to some other things that we'll see soon. Another one, please. Almost done. Okay. Yeah, this is just showing it a little bit more clearly. I blew it up a little bit just so this could be read more. We'll go through this one and one of the other workshops when I get into the different bands of the nets and those kind of things. I'll go to the next one from here. This is where I have the names of the places. Yes, thank you. Right. Alrighty. Now, which part do we want to look at first? Yeah, all right, that's the end of that. That's good. Right. Now, see, the diagram you saw before, it showed the nets going over and everything, would actually extend off that. But we're looking at this part of it now, where we have, this is the vertical map. These are where the Aurora platforms would fit, but it wouldn't fit on the paper if I put them all. If I put this in between that, this in between that, I'd have to have very large paper, and it wouldn't fit on Mylars, etc. So I just put a little arrow as in between here and here is where the Aurora 1 platform would be. In between here and here, and where is here and here? Well, here we are at Earth's D2 middle mantle biomes. All right, right above those, you have the Aurora 1 safe zone, which is this. The Aurora 1 safe zone, or Aurora 1 platform, is subterranean Earth between upper and middle mantle. It is called Aruniwa. All right. Now, we went through Aruniwa in the meditation that we did, the projection that we did today. This Aruniwa is connected to something else down here that we'll see on the other map, because they just showed me this stuff when we went upstairs. It's also connected to Chelan 7, which is the space on the crust of the Earth in Phoenix, Arizona. And that connects into something, here we go, called the Ecousha 1. The Ecousha stuff is new to this set of workshops. All right, they didn't talk about these at all in the last 12 tribes class or anywhere else. The A'sha-TA matrix is a series of crystal seeds that connect into the Adore twin side of this Ekaveka system. On the other side of them, of this system, there would be crystal cities of various different types of crystal, and they are directly connected in to the Aurora field here. They hold part of the Aurora field. The A'sha-TA matrix was used in the seeding 2 attempts of the Aquari to do bioregenesis here, where the seeding 2 Aquafereion NavAHo races carried the codes to both the Aquafereion shield and passages here on the Ettore side, but they also carried the A'sha codes that went with the ones on the Adore side. If you open both sides, you get the merger of A1, 2, 3, and 4 much faster than if you simply open them ring by ring and let them accrete. We have gone on since even the last 12 tribes class in April. We have now gone on another expedited activation where instead of, I think we're going to finish the first full activation of this to here opening, would have taken to like 2009. We are going to do this while we're here. It's going to be done by the time we leave Peru. Because they're opening the A'sha-TA matrix, we opened the A'sha-TA, which is considered the core seed crystal, and then there will be 4 other crystals. The core seed crystal corresponds to the core domain body. All right, we're not just talking the outer domain anymore. We're talking the outer, down to the middle, down to the inner, down to the core. The A'sha-TA crystal corresponds to the core. It is the seed crystal. Then coming outward, you would have the inner crystal, which would be A'sha 1. Then you would have A'sha 2 coming to the middle domains. Then you'd have A'sha 3 coming to the outer domains, and A'sha 4 would be going into what is called the Krystar domains, or the Krystar cycles, or the Adashi cycles, which we'll learn a bit more about later. However, the Ecousha crystals, which have to do with the memory crystals of Corral that we began the activation of, we have begun the activation of below Ecousha 1, down here, you would have, and it wasn't on these because I didn't know about it until we got here and they started giving us a map. Down underneath Aurora 1, down here in our aquifers is where the Ecousha crystal for, the seed crystal, for the Aquafereion NavA-Ho races from seeding 2 is located. And in activating that crystal, we begin the process of activating the bands or the crystal cities on the Adori side in between that allows for a very rapid activation of the Aurora platforms and their physical sites that are on planet, and also what is called the aquiline sun fields between them. So it's a more rapid activation of the gyrodome that we're participating in. Now, each one of these cities and places has a different name. We have the Aurora 1 platform that is the subterranean ones, that is Aruniwa, that we passed through on our way down further today. All right. We also have, when we go upward, the Aurora 2 platform, which are the cloud cities that are the pink layer on the color diagram, are A'sha-yana. They're referred to the A'sha-yana cities, and they're in the thermosphere. We have, and notice between Aurora 1 and Aurora 2, that's where Ecousha 1 is, right? Between Aurora 2 and Aurora 3, you have Ecousha 2. These also have city complexes with names attached to them, but on the Adore side, all right? Yeah, which is the twin side to our Ettore Reykjavik system, all right? Now, there are workshops where we got into describing that, and it's a bit of a tongue twister, so I'll save that for, if you want to look that up, we'll find out what workshops focus more on explaining Ettore, and all of that. Started in India, I know that. What's most important is to understand what we're working on now. We're firing the Ecousha crystals. We will go all the way up in this Peru trip to beginning the initiation activation of Ecousha 2. We've already done the Ecousha Te, which is the one that's like Ecousha 0, all right? The next will be Ecousha 1. During our process between Cusco and Machu Picchu, we will be activating that. We'll be activating and opening the gates or ascension passage that runs from the core all the way up through. We started activating at Corral, bringing it up through into Picchu, and it will also activate the corresponding physical sites. The cloud cities of A'sha-yana have, in the thermosphere, have their physical earth crust coordinate at Machu Picchu. So Picchu is very important in opening the passages to the cloud cities. Then we have the Ecousha 2 crystal above that, and I don't know if I have, Ecousha 2, the place is called Eshvatare, all right, and it actually has a physical coordinate connection to Maui, and partially Kauai, but mainly Maui in Hawaii. So we're just going to begin the initiation of that, but initiation means you start it vibrating, it starts activating, but it's not going to fully open yet. So we are going to literally open these passages, these, and one's going all the way down. All right, and that's quite accelerated compared to what if these layers had just gone through their activation levels and then began to slowly merge. It would have taken a lot longer. So it looks like they haven't given me the whole spectrum of when what activates now, that they've upgraded how fast it's going to activate. But before it was aiming for around 2012, where we would have full gyrodome activation and all of that. At this point, it looks like it may be somewhere in 2009 as far as the whole thing completing. So what we have, Aurora 3, have the Ecousha 2 that we'll start initiation of. We have the Aurora 3 platform. These are the ocean cities, and they're actually the Eartha D2 aquifers, all right, where we had our D2 aquifers down here. Eartha's D2 aquifers are here, and where that falls in relation to Earth is in the Van Allen Gap. These aquifer cities, the ocean cities, are called Aquafereion collectively. They're referred to as the Aquafereion band. And that is where I believe the conceptions occurred. It was in these domains that the humans and cloisters that were invited up from Earth and the Aquari came down from Eartha to meet in a zone that was comfortable for both of them biologically. So we are very keyed, the Aquafereion, children of the Aquafereion, are very keyed to this domain because I believe it is where the conceptions occurred that would have part of the frequency spectrum of each one in order to create, the Aquafereion bioregenesis. So I'm not sure when these are going to activate yet, but I know we're going up to initiating the activation of Ecousha 2 while we're here. The Aurora platforms are called Aquafereion. They connect into the physical site of Virginia Beach. All right. Then Ecousha 3 is between Aurora 3 and Aurora 4. Ecousha 3 is called Entuhave. And it has, and that's what it is called on the Adore side, right? It has its Adore side connection point on surface Earth, and that is in Tenerife. And we've been told that at some point, I don't know when yet, we need to go back to Tenerife to do that. All right. So, and hopefully, we're hoping to be able to do like a camping trip where we get to like camp up on the volcano or something. Right? I don't know how that's going to work out, but I don't know if we're going to Maui either. But these are sites that will activate, whether we're sitting on them when they do or whether we're someplace else and assisting them remote. I don't know exactly how they're going to go, but they did say Tenerife they want us to go back to. So then we have the Ecousha 3. Then going up, we have Aurora 4 platform, which are called the Winterlands. Their official name is the, how do I pronounce this? Danue Sheva. Yeah, Danue Sheva. And these are just outside of the outer Van Allen belt, above D3. Don't worry about the hibernation zone relationship. We won't even get into those. Just outside of the outer Van Allen belt's good enough for now, right? These are connected to a physical Earth site. This platform is connected to a physical on-surface Earth site called Alon 7, and that's in northwestern Colorado. That's the other place we were asked to secure before we knew why. You know, why we invested every penny we had in getting mortgages on these places. You know, it was how we even did it. I don't know. What do? We're metaphysical teachers. High bank, you know. Could we have a mortgage? It was amazing. We actually got mortgages, like 30 years, each one of them. Yeah, how old are we going to be by the time we get those paid off? 900. Yeah. But this is why we never bought anything before. We always rented wherever it was that we were asked to go and live. It was always a rental. And, we've been married for 7 years, and we've been still just living in rentals and that kind of thing. Thinking, it'd be nice to someday have a place to call home. But we were always on commission, like being in the Army, where it's, okay, now you got to move to England. Okay, now you got to move to Sarasota. Okay, now you got to move here. Okay. Finally, they said, now you need to buy this place and that place. What? 2 of them? Trying to come up with even a down payment to do it was rather brutal. But somehow it worked out where we just got by, just got it through. Even the last one was funny. They said, they bounced it. They said, no, we're not going to give them that because something to do with we hadn't been in the country long enough. But they had just given us one in the same place a year before, right? Where we were in the country even less, right? And somebody pointed that out to them, and they said, well, shouldn't have got that one either, right? But since they gave us the first one, they decided, oh, whatever. They gave us the second one. It was definitely arranged from above, and moving guardian people around and getting papers to be signed. Right? It was very interesting, and it wasn't easy. The Shaylon was brutal. There was a lot of interference, and they said, "Go get it now. I don't care if you don't have the down payment. We'll find a way to help you get the down payment because if you don't get it now, they will make sure, as far as the soul groups running the people, or running people around on the ground, that you will never get it." Because they were going to try to stop. Alon was one thing, but to get Shaylon, that's where all the things link through, as we'll see in a minute. So it was quite a victory on the beloved side to actually be able to secure the grids at Shaylon and Alon. And so our houses are going to be activating as we go through this. Our Alon won't be for a bit until we get into the Aurora 4 platform, but it connects into the Winterlands, or this place. And this is where the Adashi, what's called the Adashi Passage is, because once you get into Aurora 4 platform and the Winterland zones, which really it's like beautiful there. It looks like I ended up stumbling into this once trying to find my cat. And it looks like mountains with snow on them, lovely blue sky. And I didn't remember coming through this part, but I remembered like I ended up out here someplace looking up at these mountains going, where am I? And it's snowing. And right? Like not snowing, but it's like everything's covered with snow. It was quite beautiful. And later I found out where I was when they showed us the platforms and those kind of things. But there's a passage that goes through from here. You actually come up from, well, you can come up either from down here if we weren't doing the Akushas, but you can come up through the Akusha as well. through their subterranean levels here up into this passage that goes horizontally, and it goes over, comes out here into Eartha's middle, the lower part of Eartha's middle mantle, and that's called the Adashi Passage, and it takes you into the Adashi temples. So when we are doing projections into the Adashi temples, we're actually passing through some of these places in order to get to the Adashi temples in Earth's mantle. And we've been doing it where, when Ring 1 activated, we would be able to, or Ring 1 opened, it would be like we could arrive on floor 1 of Adashi 7 temple. We were up to Ring 3 activating and opening in the last 12 tribes class, which meant we could go up to floor 3. And each floor, I mean, it's their projection journeys, and they're amazing. I mean, the temple space is massive. They're like planets unto themselves almost. They're just huge, and they're literally under the mantle, and they're crystal. They're made of beautiful, like, selenite crystal beds. And they have different floors in them, and I imagine they probably have 15 floors, because there's 15 rings to the RaShaLAe. And floor 4, or ring 4, is opening while we were in Peru. The initiation was started by class 4, but it won't open usually until class 5. So it's like the one class will open it or activate it, but it won't open till the next class. So that's how we've been doing the journeys with them. But this one's going to open early while we were in Peru. They've already told us, so it'll open before 12 tribe class 5. What they're going to have us do with that, I'm not sure, but we may end up with a projection journey to the 4th floor, or level 4 of the Adashi 7 temple. And this just takes you up further into the upper mantle of Eartha, and then up to Eartha's crust, and then out into Eartha's atmosphere. And what is interesting that we found out recently was, just as we've talked about, the level 1 of the Jalizic layers is called the Nada crystal, and Earth's is a little, small band of Nada crystal compared to Eartha's, this down inside of Earth. Well, Eartha's, remember, was so large that its layer 1 was actually right below, right in our upper mantle. It was those huge selenite crystals coming up. Well, there's another level where we have these crystals. The Adashi temples are at the base of these large crystal clusters here. And what these are on Eartha, in Eartha's upper mantle, is if you go up to the next layer, what is Eartha directly connected to? Eartha is USG 3. If you look at it, or think of a Cathara grid, and go vertically up to density 2, what's the next thing you see? Cathara grid 6. Right, or not Cathara grid, but Cathara center 6, which means Stargate 6, Sirius B. All right, Sirius B. So the crystals that are in the mantle, the upper mantle of the Eartha in density 1, they are the Nada crystals of Sirius B in density 2. So this is there is a direct connection. When you're looking from the outside, there appears to be all this, many light years of space between certain bodies, but they are not. They are linked through the RaShaLAe. So once we get to here, we begin to be able to access the ascension passages through Sirius B, then through Andromeda, and throughout. So this is how the Ancestation passage, which is going to run from the Aquarian matrix all the way down through Andromeda 9, down through Sirius B, which means it'll interface here with Eartha, and then down through Eartha 3 and to Earth. So it's all connected. The maps are fascinating. They go all the way up, and they probably go all the way up to up the Ancestation passage, crossing over into that parallel adjacent Akasha system that is the Aquarian matrix. But we're just learning the bottom part of it that we're dealing with here, because this has to be opened if that passage is going to be able to open on Earth and stay for 500 to 1,000 years as the one ascension passage left out of this system, out of a falling system. Next one, please. Which one is that? Oh, we're on these now. Goody. First, I want to show that one.
This will overlay nicely, actually.
Oh, yeah, it will.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, yeah, first put the color one on, because if we can get the color through it, that would be really, really nice. Now, yeah, it's a bit light on the, on the Mylar, but that's a copy of what you've got there. But this is a smaller copy, so it would fit on a Mylar. Each one of these layers corresponds to something. We've already said that the pink cloud layer corresponds to the Aurora 2 platform. This thing that looks like Machu Picchu, but ghosty Machu Picchu, actually corresponds to the Ecousha 1 layer, which means it's ghosty looking because it's in Adore. All right, and it has a name which I'll get on the other sheet, but it is the Akusha 1 temple, and it's literally the Adore Machu Picchu. There's a twin to Picchu that is on the Adore side, and that is referring to this band. So this band is referring to the Akusha 1 band. When we get down here, this little purple band that's transmuting, purple means the violet ray of transmutation, it's transmuting, that is the ozone band. That would be the Oz hibernation zone area. As we come down here, you're going to see some other things that go on this. Then we're going to try to get you at least a black and white copy of the map key so you start to see what we're opening. Now I'm just showing you what the bands are. Oh, here, by the way, if this is the Aurora 2 platform with the cloud cities, this is the Aurora 3 platform with the ocean cities. It doesn't right now go up any further. I have a feeling that has to do with the mural that needs to go on the wall in the Colorado house. Just have a feeling. This would be our ceiling level, where our ceiling starts in the Arizona house, all right, and that's the Shaolin 7 house. So it literally is the whole living room space, and what's called the atrium is keyed to this map, and this is a total projection map. It beams the frequencies at certain times. You can feel it cycle in the room that it's in, and you can actually feel the frequencies coming off it. And it will assist in activating those frequencies within your own RaShaLAe body, so you have projection access to the specific things that are radiating frequency from the maps. The little ones will work the same. Now, when we get down to here, this level is where, and you'll see in a minute, there's right here is where we'd say Shaolin 7, our little house would be, right? And then below, so that's crust, right? Then you would have the upper mantle, which is still in this area. The A1 platform would be here, okay? That line there would represent the A1 platform. Then coming down, you would be going into the subterranean biomes of Earth, and in the middle mantle, then this little band would represent the lower mantle, and this would represent the aquifers. Now, what we did today in Corral is we activated the Akusha crystal of the Aquafereion NavAHo, which are the seeding 2 races, and that it exists in the aquifers down underneath Corral. All right. What that did, I had no idea until they gave me this, and this is why we were a little late tonight. This next one, yeah. This is the beginning of getting you the keys to these, like the keys to the map. So you can have your pretty color one, but you can also have another one that maybe you can run off on Mylar or something, where you can put it over so you can use it with or without. Eventually, you won't need to have the passages drawn on them because you'll know where to go with them. But this is the first part. Yeah, let's start down here. I was tickled. I said, oh, it's an Astura, right? The Azurite, right? It's an Astura shape, and that's not an accident. That is the way the tunnels run. Yeah, we need to see the bottom part of it first, because that's what we did today. Okay. The mystery of the fire pit? Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I need to see right down to the bottom print here so I can read whatever it is I wrote. Can we go even that far? This is hard to work on, this thingy. I don't know why, but it's like it throws things off that way, and it blocks things from going that way. There we go. Yeah. Almost. Yeah, there we go. Yes, almost. There we go. That'll do. Yeah. So what we did today was right in through here. Okay? Here we have the Adore Aru Nepet. Remember Aru Nepet? All right, that is where we had the violet crystal experience. All right, up here was where we had the aquamarine color crystal experience in the Aruniwa area of the subterraneans. All right, this is all through the Aurora 1 platform, which would be this one. So what's interesting is on the Ettore side, where you see things that have dotted lines and have straight lines, the parts of the chambers that run in the Ettore side are straight, solid lines. The parts that have dotted lines are the parts that run through the Adore side in order to sidestep the hibernation zones and the mesas here, and they actually allow for the zones to link much faster before full aquiline sun activations allow the platforms on the Ettore side to blend on their own. It actually links them together through the Ettore side so the passages can open. And that's something that can only be done by, it's the beginning of what's called the activation of the NavAHo passage. And the NavAHo passage starts with this. This was actually the seeding 3 passage for the seeding 3 races. And it is shaped as the Astura, as you can see. The Astura is interesting because it starts with Shala 13, which would actually be beneath Phoenix, right? All right, the excess point would be beneath Phoenix. Now, when we activate this crystal that we activated today, the Aru Nepet crystal, that begins opening of a link between Phoenix. This was at Corral. All right, this is located at Corral, below, beneath Corral in the aquifers, and this is located a little bit higher, but still beneath Corral in the subterranean middle mantle aspect of Earth. So we opened this chamber. We activated this crystal and this crystal, opened this chamber on the Ettore side that allows this on the Ettore side to very quickly link in to what is above here. Now, which means it began the activation of what runs right through our house at Shaolin 7 that goes on this vertical run. But here's the next things we're going to do when we go to Cusco and when we go to Machu Picchu. All right. Notice there's a split from here, from Aruniwa. They call this side Aruniwa Te and Aruniwa. All right. So the Aruniwa passage would go this way, or the Aruniwa part, and the Aruniwa Te would go over this way. It bends over this way. It goes from Corral subterranean city up. This one goes all the way up into here, which is in the pink cloud bank, which is the Aurora 2 platform. And these are the Ashayana cities, all right, that the Ring 3 journeys were going to. Also, here, there is a crossover point, and it is a place in the outer stratosphere above Cusco. And what that space does when certain things are activated and form, say, a pillar that comes up and stimulates them into activation, it activates this branch. This is Machu Picchu, physical Machu Picchu that we're going to. All right, so we're in Corral, Cusco, Machu Picchu. We're opening that link. Opening this and this triggers the activation of this set, which will kind of go on its own, which this goes up into some of the others. They haven't even put on those other, going up higher when we go into Ecousha. They show, I think, up here up to the Ecousha 2 layer, which gets interesting. There's another part that it would have been another hour or two before I got down here if I tried to put the next part in. This is the part we're immediately participating in, all right? We just did Corral and opened this whole passage here, and it's on its way to our house in Arizona, and which is at the atrium, actually. It comes up through the atrium. And it's interesting because here it comes up, it comes up on the Ettore side, then it crosses over to the Ettore side from the aquifers through the lower mantles and up to into the subterranean cities. Then from there, it's on the Ettore side again, which means it's opened on this side, again, up to our house. And then in our house, again, it shifts and goes into the Adore side all the way up. And this rides up into the Aurora 2 platform as well, and then it goes into the Ettore side again. So they shift between, it's like weaving a thread, except the thread is a tube, and the tube is an ascension tunnel. And this one is the one we're working on here. So we've done that. We will do this when we're in Cusco. We will do this when we are in Picchu. And then there's something else we're going to do that has to do with something over here. And it has to do, when we're in Cusco sometime, at some point, I will have the other part of this. This is the part 1 of the chambers done. There is another part that comes from over here and runs to this spot over here. This spot over here is called Ecousha 2, and its name is Eshvatare. This is the one that connects into Maui, all right? And it's a step between the Aurora 2 and Aurora 3 platforms, I believe. we're also going to be activating at some point, probably while we're at Picchu, the Ecousha 1 crystal, which is the twin of Machu Picchu on the Adore side, that is called how do you say that again? Amuahade is the twin of Machu Picchu on the Adore side. So we'll be activating that first. Then we're going to activate the Ecousha here. So we've begun the process of activating first the seeding 3 part of the ascension chambers to Eartha, which is the thing that's in the configuration of the Astura shape, or the Azurite tunnels. And they are the Aquafereion passage. Then the Aquafereion NavAHo passage has to do with what's over here, and the diagrams are quite a bit more difficult. But there's something that's shaped like an akasha here, that when it's activated through certain things we do here, there are something called the 4 hearts of Aquari that activate, and it creates a chamber that there's a link between it and what is going on over here, where we have the Astura chambers, right? When this activates, it actually shifts, pulls into alignment with the main vertical run of the Astura chambers, and it opens a configuration chamber that looks like the shape of that the Heart of Aquari code, that figure 8 eternity shape thing. Yeah, the Ascension code. And that is the NavAHo passage. And that is the one that is the expedited passage that gives direct link up into Eartha and up into Adashi. So they are opening that because of whatever the reason is that they've had to expedite the Aquiline Sun activations. They haven't even said why. At this point, we're not even trying to keep track of what the FAs are doing because we're busy. What's most important is finding out what needs to be opened, what, how to hold the Ascension host. And they are actually activating that. There's the seeding 2 passage that was used for the seeding of the Aquafereion races, or the Aquafereion NavAHo races, the seeding 2, who carry the advanced codes of the Adore side as well as the Ettore side. So it's pretty exciting what we're involved in. And tomorrow we're flying to Cusco, and it's probably, like, hopefully he still gets some sleep. I just wanted you to understand, first of all, even though there's lots of RaShaLAe body stuff you could understand that would help you understand this more, what's most important is as we walk through this trip, particularly if you haven't had any of this yet, didn't know what a vertical map was, etc., like that, to know what we're doing, okay? We just did this. We were sitting there on the ground, and we went down and we did this thing with these 2 crystals. And now this shows you what you were participating in. It shows you what your efforts have assisted to do, which was open this part. Now we're going up over this way, and we're going to do the Cusco work that's at that crossover point. Then we're going to go over to Picchu, and then they'll show us what to do after that. So excuse me. I just wanted, and I hope I have achieved that, to get you to a point where it could bring it home. The meaning, like, really give it some tangible substance for you as what you're participating in. It's not just like, airy-fairy, airheaded stuff that we're doing. There's a lot of technicals that go with it. But more important than understanding the technicals and the diagrams themselves are actually just being there and doing it. So we want to keep this as experiential as possible, but also give you enough knowledge to where you can appreciate the significance of the experiences you're moving through. So I'd like to thank you for a very good job today. You've done wonderful with activating this. Thank you. And it's so exciting to be here with you all. And I will let you go so you can get a little bit of sleep before you have to have your bags out at 5, 6, or whatever it is. When are we leaving tomorrow? 5. 5 wake-up call, right? Right.
Alrighty. Are we on? Can you hear me? Yay. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pisac Ruins. This is a very beautiful place, and I don't remember being here before, even though supposedly we did go on a tour here before. I don't remember the space, so it's interesting. It's very beautiful. The reason, there was a very large reason why we were doing the Sacred Valley tour this time, including this particular ruin site, that we didn't know until last night. We've been working on more of the maps and the keys to the maps since about 2 this morning, and we have some interesting things to show you when we get into workshop time this evening. But we can give you a beginning. The beloveds are going to come online live for a bit and talk a little bit about this site before the period of time when there were civilizations that are known here. The ruins of those civilizations would be far under the ruins of these, but they're very significant to the greater, what do you call it, transmission that we are a part of. We learned last night that, as well as some of the other things we've been learning as far as the chambers and the different Stargate links that run from Earth to Earth through this region of Peru, we learned about something called, if I can remember the name exactly, the Tachyon Ecousha cluster temples. Now, these particular temples we'll talk more about in our workshop, and we'll get some specifics. They have to do with the seeding of the prototype races that became the Aquari-human lines here. These are the ones connected to the first seedings passages that were done in seeding 2, which the beloveds have placed. They haven't given exact dates yet, but they have placed it around 900,000 years ago. So this is when the seeding 2 Aquafereion NavAHo passages were set. The reason we are in the Sacred Valley today is because we are going to visit several sites that are connected to these Ecousha cluster temple sites, very deep beneath the surface of the earth, but not down into the mantle. These are still in the crust level. Particular sites held sets of crystal spheres. They were mostly quartz, some of them selenite, a few of them specialized different types of stone. Some of them were brought in directly from Eartha, where they would actually be Eartha crystal base as opposed to Earth crystal base. They would only be about the size of a bowling ball when they were planted. But these particular crystals connected into this large matrix of interwoven what became temple sites, because where the crystals were planted, the ancients of seeding 2 knew precisely where they were. That is why sites became sacred sites. Sites that had to do with gates were always sacred sites. And even if the peoples thousands of years later forgot why they were sacred, they still knew they were sacred, and they still served as custodians of the land, even if they didn't have the race memory anymore as to why they had originally started taking care of those places. This is a place like that, and so is Cusco, and all of the places we will visit today fit into that category. The particular thing we were talking about as far as the Ecousha cluster temples had a very specific purpose. They connected directly into the Aquafereion NavAHo passage set of gates that there, and we will look at those more closely. They've given us the diagrams that go with them and how they plug into the, let's say, we'll call it the Astura Aquafereion passage from seeding 3 that we just introduced in the last workshop, that looks like the Azraide, but running up through the cloud banks and down into the core. Well, that is a more recent one that uses only part of the frequencies and only part of the gate sets that go between Earth, Eartha, Sirius B, Andromeda, and then out to the Aquarian matrix. The passage from seeding 2 was a full-on direct passage. In seeding 3, because the damage that had already been done to Earth's grids posed a huge security risk, they weren't able to allow the opening of that much of the gate sets. What we were participating in this particular Peru trip is quite amazing, because we didn't know that we were going, the beloveds were going this far with it either. We are opening the passage from 900,000 years ago. We are opening the direct passage that is, it is called in simple terms, it is called the Crystal Heart of Aquari passage. And it is literally, you were all given a little chart back at the beginning, and there was what was called an ascension code on the last page, I believe, that looked kind of like an eternity sign or a figure 8 with various things in it, 4 hearts and those kind of things. This is not just a code. The reason that particular code works to activate RaShaLAe body is because it is literally, it holds the map of the configuration. It is literally the shape of the passages that run the Aquafereion NavAHo passage from seeding 2. And we are going into an acceleration in the Ascension program because of whatever reasons they haven't said, but it has to do with the solar gates and what's happening with the sun that we've talked about before. But when we leave Peru after this trip, we will have initiated the activation of that very large, ancient gate set, not just a smaller one that's shaped like the Astura. When it comes to those particular very large-scale activations of Stargate Ascension chambers, The sites that we're going to see today are significant because all of them are connected to those bowling ball-sized crystal balls that were implanted in the lower crust of the planet in various places. We'll talk more about the specifics of how they work in relation to the larger chambers when we get back into workshop, and I can show you graphs and those kind of things. But basically, these cluster temples, they call them clusters because they are plugged into the Akusha-te and the Akusha matrix that runs the NavAHo passage. But they're smaller, and the crystals that run them are also smaller. They don't hold as much power, and they're called kushas instead of akushas. All right, so the sites we visit, all of them will have not just one of these bowling ball-sized things, but they go in clusters. And in the very, very ancient times, in Seating 2, there were indeed temples built in both the subterranean levels and also the surface levels of Earth. There were temples built marking the center of the temple would be positioned directly over the site where the crystal existed. And these were considered the high priest temples because they were the places that certain ones who were trained in using the NavAHo passage and who had the DNA that could actually activate RaShaLAe body to that level were the ones who would live and take care of those temples. It wasn't an elitist structure in the sense of there was a lower class that, were treated badly in a higher class that was, snobbish and arrogant. It wasn't about that. It was about who had what codes to what gate systems. And in the Seating 2 cultures, the Christian cultures of the Aquafereion races there, the ones that held the high priest positions were the ones that held the key codes to those crystals, where they could activate them just by using their energy bodies, and they through what now today would be called shamanistic type ritual, but knowing what they were doing to activate them. And they could activate different parts, smaller parts of the Aquafereion NavAHo passage set, so they could travel between here and Eartha on a regular basis and bring different types of things, sometimes knowledge, sometimes literally crystals, or sometimes plant life down. They would see different things here that would assist the evolving Aquari humans from Seating 2 that they were actually put in charge of as the parent race to assist them in their evolution so they would survive here and prosper. So we are right now at one of the cluster temple sites, and deep below, they showed me where to go. It's interesting, too, because this happens to be in the recent sites, as far as the Incas. It was considered, one of the other guides who told me, it was considered like an Incan cemetery, where in the holes, there you can see some holes running up through there and things. There would be, they used it as a burial place. And he also explained, it was kind of lovely, that they considered the earth the mother, and that when people would die, they would put their body back into the earth, and they would put them in the fetal position, just like when you come out into the world, you started out in the fetal position, and they would put them back in and give them back to the mother so they could go on from there. And it was interesting that our beloveds said that is a place, and it is deep down under here, but not in the mantle, still in the crust, under this particular mountain, that there is one of the large, say, center control bowling ball crystals or kusha crystals that control a matrix of temples. So it wouldn't be just this site that was connected to it. There would be several others. Some of them don't have ruins on them at all. They're just land at this point in time. But we are here to begin a process of activating. There's a series of them we're going to activate. We also started to activate them last night in Cusco, where Az and I and Mac and Curry and things were kind of, it got very strange there for a while. We had to go to a different hotel, the hotel that we're going to have the workshop in, because there was a main control Kusha crystal there that controls the group in the group of temples around Cusco, and we needed to go there and fully activate it, and they needed our bodies on the grids in order to begin those activations. And the activations they are beginning are activations of that Heart of Aquari crystal code that you have in the back of your thing. They are starting the opening of those passages quite early, and seriously, I don't think they were supposed to open, if they were going to open at all, until like no earlier than 2012, and technically not until 2047 when StarFire was going to happen. So something is up that they're activating them now. So this began last night, and it wasn't something any of us knew about. It was one of those fly by the seat of your pants, you got to go do this now, got to go do that now, right? So we did. The hotel that all of you are now staying at, that we were staying at, and then they had us moved, is also sitting on one of these. And the Temple of the Sun is sitting on one in Cusco that has been corrupted. What they're starting to do is they're using the ones that are still viable to clear the ones that have been corrupted and putting them all back online. That's why it's important, because well, should we try to move the group off that grid? Is it a bad one? And they said no, it is one of the ones that was plugged into the Temple of the Sun and that had been corrupted a long time ago. But what we're doing is clearing it. They need to stay there because they're on duty. They're actually clearing it. We had to clear this site and then send it over to the hotel while your fields were clearing that one. So we're putting down there in Cusco, we're putting the Cusco matrix of temples, of Kusha temples, back online. And up here, we are beginning the process. This particular one, there is a Pisac cluster. All right, so that name would go with a whole cluster of them, and this is one of the main control ones. So we're guided to come here. There are two more, I believe. Yeah, one at the place that begins with what is it? O that I can't pronounce, that we're going to today. What's that? Ali somebody? That site. Yeah, this afternoon after lunch, there's another cluster that we're going to activate, and there's one more I think today. Oh, yeah, there's another one, the site, we're not going onto the site, but we're going onto an access site that is where we're having lunch. So we're going to do the main work is actually going to take place in a circle at lunch, all right? So we'll have our lunch, or we'll probably do the lunch first because it'll give you some mayonnaise to work with, some more mayonnaise, yeah. And then as long as it works out all right, because I think we have permission, it seems we have permission to do a sit-down circle, we will do a full activation circle there to link the networks. Then we will go on to the Ali place. Yeah, then there's one more at the Tambu whatever place that we'll see tomorrow. All of these together, right? And pardon me, I'm just terrible with trying to even phonetically sound out these words, because when you phonetically sound them out, they don't sound like that anyway in Spanish or whatever language they're in, if it's Quechua or I don't know what it is. But so I'll just use references that if you look at your itinerary, you'll know which one I'm talking about. The Ali place, the Tam place, the Sasi place, right? So pardon me, I just don't have enough brain cells to worry about being perfect when it comes to that. But the ones we're activating today and finally tomorrow when we do the Tam place, these are connected. When these all come into activation, they open a chamber. Now, when we were at Corral, we began the process of opening the Akusha chamber that ran from Shala 13 up into the aquifers and over into the Adore side, opening the Adore side, and then up into the Corral first seeding sites. This is just the base part of the Astura chamber that is from the Aquafereion seeding 3, the Aquafereion Passage seeding 3. So we began that process. If you think of the shape of the Azurite A in the Astura, it was like we just activated the bottom part. Well, it's going to not look right no matter what way I point it. But if it goes, that part way down there is what we activated when we were at Corral. What we're now doing is activating another part of the next part of the chamber that goes over in the arc. It is a chamber, and it literally is a chamber, an ascension chamber that runs. It connects Corral to Cusco. All right, so it's opening that chamber between Corral and Cusco and doing all these temple activations in the Sacred Valley and Cusco are the product of doing that. We'll open that chamber. So that chamber will be open between the end of this evening and tomorrow afternoon. Then there's another chamber that links Cusco to Machu Picchu. All right, then there's another chamber that's called, I think they call it the Spanner 7 loop. We'll be activating that from Picchu. So it's very technical what we're doing. We have the maps, and it's easier if I can point to things when we have them up on the Mylars. But I just wanted you to understand while we're here on a site like this, when we do a simple little thing like sing a few rounds of the B2 song, as I call it, which is the Song of Aurora, it is beginning the activation of the Kusha, the Kusha crystal temples there. And again, these they refer to as the tachyon temples. Now, we talked about tachyon fields. Some of you may have had, be familiar with that part of our work, some may not. The tachyon fields have to do with the harmonic keys and phasing and being able to turn yourself into light so you can go through ascension passages, basically. So these temples and the sites they're connected to, whether or not there's a temple still sitting on the surface, where they have the ability to generate tachyon fields. Each one of them, of a cluster, would be able to, once the full Aquafereion NavAHo passage was open, all of those crystal sites, those temple sites, would be able to be used to access the passage for direct passage upward. What's fascinating that we learned tonight, too, that we'll show you some of, because these diagrams are very complicated, so of course they take a long time, and we don't have a long time to do diagrams before the next workshop, the way these trips run. But there's not only one of those eternity-shaped crystal heart codes. There are a set of 4 of them that link and form together the ancient Statia passage. The first one goes from Eartha from Earth up to Eartha. The next one goes from Eartha to Sirius B. This next one goes from Sirius B to Andromeda, the Aquinos matrix, and then the 4th one is from Aquinos out to the Aquafereion parallel adjacent Akasha matrix. So there's a whole set of them, and it is fascinating. We'll talk more about how these things work. This is fascinating to me too. I mean, if I ever knew this, which I probably did, or I wouldn't be allowed to teach it this time, I don't even remember when I knew this. I don't ever remember teaching this before, but I remember using the passage somewhere way long time ago. So I'm excited about the new material, and I hope you'll be too. We wanted to just let you know a little bit about what we're doing, when we're on these sites. It's not just, okay, we're dragging through Peru and see sites that everybody else sees and, then maybe get to some good stuff. We are doing the good stuff. There's a reason why. It's really funny. All these sites have been around for ages and ages and ages, right? Well, all of a sudden, particularly in the last 100 years, all sorts of things have been being discovered, right? Under jungles and all that. Why are these temples being discovered now? This was not an accident. People have been being led for about 200 or 300 years and earlier in Egypt to find these things and to find these temples. Why? So people would start walking on them again, because it is the DNA and the activations of frequency in people's bodies that bring them to life. It's no accident that it's almost become a fury of activating sacred site temples in the last 100 years, particularly in the last 20 with the New Age movement and the whole bit. Everybody's traipsing all over everything. The sites that become open to the public are ones that are code hungry, and a lot of them, they weren't being guided by Christic races, by the true guardians. They were being guided by ones connected to the hibernation zones that we've spoken of, because they've been trying progressively to take over the matrix. They have part control of the matrices that run these systems. And what we are doing now in order to activate them is we are taking the grids back. And the beloveds are. We are just here to help. And it makes us not real popular with ones who work for the other groups who are activating them for the hibernation zones on the anti-Christian codes. Sad thing is, most people in these movements don't realize that that's what they're actually helping. They think they're doing the Christian work. And at least we have given you the technicals all along. We've given you the history. We've given you the technicals. We've told you the stuff I would have preferred not to have to talk about. Black holes, all that mess. But we're at a point now where, because we have been successful with the activations that have taken place so far, between anchoring the Ancestation passage that occurred with the 12 tribes, early classes, and with what we have achieved at Corral, it's going to happen now. These passages are going to open. So it's a very big homecoming that we're in the process of. The passages don't just open overnight. Go sit on 3 sacred sites, bang, zoom, and then you're gone. It's not that easy. These are complex energy machines that run between planetary systems and star systems and galaxies. So they haven't given the date when. They have said by the time when we leave. Actually, I think it's the day we leave Peru is when the Aquafereion NavAHo passage comes into full initiation. Now, it will have an activation cycle following that initiation. They have not said when the level 1 of it comes on a full activation, but they have said we will be in, full Aqualine Sun activation level 1 when we leave. So it will be before we leave, we actually hit Aqualine Sun activation level 1. These things won't mean much to you until you start to see the anatomy of what this is, and that's why we will do the workshop tonight and give you a crash course in the gate stuff and then in the RaShaLAe body stuff enough where you can see how it applies to the planet and bigger things like interstellar ascension, and also the personal things where RaShaLAe body anatomy applies to you too, because you have a RaShaLAe body individually as a person, and it works the same way as the larger ones that run gates. In other words, your RaShaLAe body is your walking stargate, just like the larger ones are the main stargates on the planet at this point. So it's really exciting. We don't have to stay long, and I know that there's a certain time we're supposed to be for lunch and that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to go on and on, but they did want you to know that we are activating part of the NavAHo passage, the Aquafereion NavAHo passage, that was from approximately 900,000 years ago. So it is that level that we're participating in, and they are the big ones. They are the more powerful ones. And each site we go to today will be a part of that. We'll probably get live updates as we go along, which is kind of neat. The headsets are really great for that, because otherwise I'm trying to scream it 5 times, in 5 different directions, so hopefully people can hear it. So I hope this makes it a lot more pleasant for you. So thank you, Darlene, for doing this, because Dar came up with this, and it was a very good idea. So what we're going to do, and I'm going to go off the headsets for this, just because I don't want to be screaming the Aurora song in everybody's ear, right? If you need your paper with you and you don't have it, that's okay, just hum. But most people know it at this point. I'm one of the few that I don't have time to memorize these things anymore, because I'm always live online getting the next bit through, and it's like, okay, if it's on paper, put it over there. If it's on paper, put it over there. So that's why you'll see with me and Az and Mac that because we're getting live line, and because there is just no time to sit down and memorize it, that kind of thing, because we have the next bits coming in. That's why. So we really appreciate the people who actually do have the time and care enough to memorize the songs. And some of the, I like to call them the songbirds, they have the most beautiful voices, do so much better justice to it than I ever could. I thank you all for doing that. So we will go off the headsets. What we're going to do is simply, we don't have to do the prayer. It's already coming up from Corral. We'll actually be pulling the frequency up from Corral as we do this, so it's already been set there for that part. So here we just need to do, they're saying 3 to 6 rounds. 3 is essential. 6 would amplify, but it's up to you. And if you feel like doing 6, go for it. But if you feel like doing 3, you can stop there, right? Whatever you prefer. But minimum 3 and then up to 6, just rounds of the, as I say, the B2 song, the Sound of Aurora. We'll do that now. And then I just got to find out, right after we do that, we do need to go, don't we? Where's Dar? Dar? Yeah, because we're running over time already, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, we're not running over time yet? Ooh, we might even get 15 minutes to go explore on our own and, feel it out if we want to, if we can get the B2 song done by quarter after. Okay, all right, Dar would like us to keep these on, though, so, not to hear me, but when she needs to call you for roundup on the buses, so we don't lose anybody. If you go wandering off for 15 minutes. Because it is a lovely place to just, spread out on the grass and kind of go, wow. I mean, the energy coming out there is beautiful as well. So we'll try to get through the B2 song here and get the official work done. And then just leave your headsets on so when Dar needs to make the call for coaches leaving, you can hear her. Okay, so I'll just kind of scream 1, 2, 3 instead of saying it in here. Then I have to take this off and, messes up the 1, 2, 3 count.
How they want me to sit, by the way. And I was also asked, first time ever, I'll say this without the headphones, first time ever, I was asked by the local guardians here, the ancient Inca ones that guard it. They can't hear me at all? All right, I'll put it back. I'll put it back for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to say for a second, pardon me, that this is the first time I forgot to mention, and they're nudging me and telling me, would you mind letting them know? And it's not our guys that are saying that. They're all sacred sites have various levels of guardians that come with them from the traditions of the people that had lived here. This site is very, very active with the ancient Inca people that lived here, and they still guard their sites here. They still take it very seriously. They are very Azurite friendly, which I was very, very happy to find, because you don't always find that depending on who they're working for. They did, however, ask as a protocol, a very ancient protocol of simple respect. When I went over there, they asked me for tobacco. They asked me to make an offering of tobacco, and it wasn't so much to them. It was to the earth, because that is what they did. They made offerings of similar type things, and not to smoke a cigarette either. It was to I dissected a cigarette, to give them the thing, and I kind of cleared it of the chemicals as much as I could, and they were happy with that. They would like us to know that they are with us as we do this, and they approve of what we are doing, on this site. That won't be always the case when we go to a site. It means the crystal here wasn't corrupted. Some sites you'll feel real energy that doesn't want you there because it's one of the crystals that did get corrupted, and we're taking them back. And too bad. At this point, we're going to open those ascension passages. They belong to the angelic human races in the first place, and the Inca people were always a part of that. There was a time, at some point they'll give us history too, they'll just let me know about where the Aquarian humans of the more recent seedings did indeed intermingle with some of the Inca races. And there are castes of the Incas that carry, not castes, but different family groups that carry Aquarian human coats from those times. And they were much more recent. They weren't the 900,000 years ago ones. They were the ones that came in from the anywhere from 12,500 BC to the 10,500 BC area frame. So there are there too. They just wanted me to acknowledge to you that they are there, so you know that they are present. And I'm sorry, I'm just a little rusty on ancient protocol. I'm kind of getting reprimanded gently because I forgot to mention that, and that should have been protocol that I did. And I do apologize to you. I hope you accept that. Thank you. Please don't bite me. All right, I think I am done now, so we'll do B2.
1, 2, and 3. A little faster. That's 3. If you want to go 3 more, go ahead. got hair standing up all over on that one. I don't know if anybody felt that one. We were anchoring. They were anchoring through me the ascension code, the opening ascension code. And that was a prayer for all of the many Incas and other people who have passed through this place. That was a prayer of love and protection for all of the people everywhere that have ever passed through this place. May you be blessed eternally. There you go.
Boil as I speak. So we've shuffled ourselves around a little bit because my stuff is pretty much ready in the absence of a little bit of technical, I think. So we'll get into what's happening and how we're going to do that when we get to Picchu. And this will be the thing we do during the day that we do discreetly. But before I get involved in that, the manager, who has been extremely helpful in accommodating us, has reminded me of just one extremely important request that they're making of us, and that is that when we finish, we leave zipped. Nada. No noise, please, at all. Okay? They've done us a huge favor. And in terms of what the other hotel have done, they've saved us a huge amount of money too, because all of these special and extra arrangements are coming out of our personal pocket. It's nothing to do with you guys. We're just fixing things as we go along. And these people were just so lovely in the way that they work to accommodate us. They've asked just one special thing, and that's the one. So if you please respect that. All right. Now, if I can read my writing, in fact, it would be helpful if I was on the right page, wouldn't it? The Picchu stand is called a cluster stand. And the cluster stand is in the nature, really, of what we've already been involved with doing. The linking of the Ecousha spheres, and to some degree the way in which we'll be working, although we're working with a familiar ruche formation. And I hope that the newcomers understand what I mean when I just refer to a ruche formation. It's a common enough geometric structure. Now, the purpose of the Picchu cluster stand is as follows. It opens ring 4 of the Adashi-7 temple at Urta. Okay, and aside from the fact that we're working ring 4 level, everything else in that regard should be reasonably familiar to everyone by this point. Although Ash will pick up on that when she does the rapid bringing up to speed part of the presentation right after we're done with this part. All right, now, what it does in moving beyond things to do with 12 tribes, although we're aware of the spanner gates and the potentiality that exists through the Spanner 7 network and the relationship to an other new network of gates which are contingent on the Spanner 7 operation being successful, that brings into being, or it begins to open, the Spanner 7 loop between Earth at Picchu and the Aurora 2 platform at Urta. The Aurora 2 platform is called the A'sha-yana, and that relates to the cloud cities. And the cloud cities are identified in the map charts, or the map chart code that you have, as the pink cloud layer. All right? So if you look for the pink cloud layer, that is the Aurora 2 platform, the A'sha-yana cloud cities. Now, not only does it open the Spanner 7 loop, but it also activates other sectors that we have not yet got information on. But before you leave Peru, you will know what they are. The stand itself, our collective effort at the stand, will fulfill the Aquafereion Shield RaShaLAe host, the core Yamu, the NavAHo Sa transharmonic. And it will lead to early initiation, that's versus the 2009 frame that we've been previously advised, of the inner hub, Comu Nava and the prana exchange cycle of the Earth host, which is associated directly with it, and also acts as preparation for Picchu Day 2, the Aquafereion NavAHo passage initiation. All right? And all of that relates to the 2009 timescale that we previously had. Now, aside from appointing people who are experienced in stands, and who I hope will be capable of the basic navigation that I will outline in a minute in leading their teams to the appropriate locations, because the center part of the stand will be enclosed in four walls. In other words, the location the beloveds have given us means that the speakers will be out of sight. And I can't pogo to that degree or long enough to keep an eye on the locations and the alignments and everything else. So really, we're going to have to rely very much on each of the tribe leaders or the 12 feather group leaders to actually get their teams to the correct places and to undertake as much on-site alignment work as they're capable of doing. All right, and that which can't be done, you just know that we will not be alone, and that there'll be hordes of those from the Aquarii race lines and related race lines who'll be working to make any adjustments on our behalf that are necessary. So you're not to worry, but just, as usual, you hear me say, do your level best. Take it seriously. This is a thing of such sacred significance and importance, as you all are already aware of. Just do your damnedest, and the little bits that you can't manage to deal with, know that they'll be dealt with on our combined and collective behalf, all right? So not to worry, relax and enjoy doing it, but just simply concentrate and do your best whilst you're there, all right? So what I will do first, I think, is I will appraise you of the assignments and of your affiliations, your group affiliations for this purpose. I have yet to decide and try and figure whether or not what we do tomorrow night, which is a structure of 3 concentric circles, whether I can utilize the teams that I'm going to announce now as a way of forming those 3 concentric circles. I'm going to try, but I have to think about it a little bit more than I have been able to in the time we've had, all right? But I will tell you about that. It will make it a lot easier to move numbers of people around, because 124 people is a fairly large number to manage on the ground in the dark late at night when doubtless we're tired and wondering how we're going to make the train to Machu Picchu the following morning at whatever unholy hour. Okay. Did we or did we not in photocopy for your packs this particular drawing? Did we or didn't we? Okay. Well, it's better in a way making determinations and decisions by committees, as I know very well, takes an awful long time and rarely ever reaches the best decision to support group interests. So it doesn't surprise me that I decided not to copy everyone in on this. But what we need to do in order to get this to work as well as we can, one is the group of 12 team leaders need to borrow this map from me, because it's the largest depiction, the clearest depiction of what we have up on the screen here, right? Because it just focuses on the actual RaShaLAe configuration within the Picchu site, all right? And you will need that to do your best to interpret and translate locations. There's also a black and white copy of the same thing, all right? So I'll let you, any of you, as long as we decide who. I mean, Mirko, you're number one. You might as well be the guy that takes the paper. You guys get in a huddle, study it. I'll just highlight things as best as I'm able to off-site. So what is going to happen is when we arrive and we've got ourselves through the bathrooms and stuff, which you're noting how observant I can be, right? We're probably the only touring group that actually ever invades where the girls invade the boys' toilets very sensibly. I think it's quite right. It's quite right. I take my hat off to you. So we'll obviously be mindful of the lead time, let's say, and the lead time too, particularly as it relates to getting ourselves. Here's where you'll be when you come in from the coach. Okay. So what we need to be mindful of is that those teams that have to get themselves from this point to this area here and here, the furthest most points where the teams have to get themselves set up, there will be a pre-agreed time, like, you know, synchronize your watches. I mean, somebody will pull off the atomic time from their mobile or something and say, we're all working on, it's 12 o'clock now. So I'm serious. So that, you know, the team leaders themselves will be the people who will actually keep an eye on that, adjust their own time, so the time is synchronized properly, so that go time will go at the same time for everyone. All right? And when we do go, what we'll be doing is we'll be doing the full Crystal River Prayer and Sanctification, and then we'll be doing something with the new Crystal Heart Ascension Code, but as we speak we don't know what we're going to do, but we know we're going to be using it. And they are the two principal activities that the stand involves itself in. All right? So we will do those things, get ourselves ready, establish a sensible start time, which bears in mind how long it's going to take the teams not only to walk this distance, which will take a comfortable 15 from memory, 15 minutes, 20 minutes maybe, to get here. And then we have to find them a little time for assessing and being comfortable with their location. Now, some are easier than others, and a couple are a little bit tricky. You see, I'll just pick off the easy ones. I've written them in. Here, on any of the guide maps, there is the ceremonial bathing area, and the Temple of the Sun is right here by Team 7's location. All right? So they've got a very easy local reference. All right? And they know that the plane that they're working through is this plane here. 8 have only a quarry behind them as reference with the Temple of the Sun. This is high ground, so Team 8 can be looking down towards where these guys are, and because they're on high ground, ought to be able to pick up a bit of an alignment through this area here. How much can be seen across to the temples area, which is what this is known as, is a temple zone, is all in this area. All right? But this particular spot looks down here to the Temple of the Three Windows and the Sacred Plaza, which is this part here. So this group need to position themselves on high ground, looking more or less at 45 degrees down to the Temple of Three Windows, so they don't have too much of a trouble. 11, sorry? Which one? This is 10. 11 have a rather nebulous location, just as 12 do, on this main plaza area, which is all grass. Okay? And that's going to be a little bit difficult. What will help 12 is that they'll be in alignment with the observatory. That's known as the Intihuatana. And the observatory is very high. You can't miss that. And so 12 will be lining up with this building, which is known as a residence. That's all it's known as. And the speakers will be inside this structure where the walls, and we'll be in the corner here, close to the corner. So 12 will be lining up with the temple, with the observatory. And 6 should be able to see the observatory as well, on high ground, back up there. It's like, what do you call it? It's not like a monolith, but it's a ruin, but it tends to look like a chimney that stands up quite high with a bit of a building below it. But it's unmistakable from the site. So that will help 6 who've also got a slightly nebulous position. But in their case, they're just inside the walled area here, where you've got open space. This is a lawn, if I remember right here. And this is the only wall running along to make that L shape there, right, that reverse. So they're referencing along this wall, right, and looking to make an alignment through that building, where 12 will be on the grass, and they won't be able to see 12, I don't think, up to the observatory, all right? 11 have got a bit of a tricky job. I mean, I'll try and help on the site if I can. This is not, number 1 is not too difficult, because this whole wall here is known as the place of the 3 doorways. There's doorway 1 there, doorway 2 there, and doorway 1, 2, and 3, or whichever way, 3, 2, and 1. But Team 1 will be right by the wall of that doorway on this long wall. Okay? So you walk the plaza, and you come in behind the buildings. So the buildings go along, up and down, and then the wall of the 3 doorways begins. you'll be by that third door there. And this is known as the high group of buildings, the last beyond. This is the last of the main development of Machu Picchu, really. The nearest reference on any map is this, the eastern urban sector is this group of buildings here, next to the high group. This whole area is the high group. So 2 have got a slightly nebulous location. How much they can see of 3's location or 4 is debatable. And I can't remember this part of the site well enough to offer any guidance off-site at all. I can't really say. So I've touched on what 6 can do to help themselves and the alignment arrangements. 4 and 2 really have to figure something out. 12 are helped by the observatory. 11 will be helped by the position of 12. And to some extent by looking down the line where there's a whole sequence of water run down here. Sorry, the water runs here. So looking down this line, that's the best that 11 is going to be able to manage. And they'll be able to see 1 over here, straight across the plaza. Group 5 have less of a difficulty in 2 ways. One, because they position themselves directly below. There's a whole water run comes down through here, and on the maps fountains are marked in about this location. So they're really looking up the water course up that way, knowing that 7 is in the main bath area Temple of the Sun, and that's quite a significant general location that can be seen reasonably easily. Also as reference, both to 4 and 5, is that this is where the Condor Temple is, in this building right here. And you can see the midpoint line is right there. So if 5 can get their fix sorted out, then by striding it out and noting where the Condor Temple is, just there, if they double the distance on their stride, they know they're going to be pretty well close to where they need to be. That's the only helpful suggestion I can make. Okay? So that's why we approached it this way, and appointed people who will think about and discuss, presumably, the best ways of creating ways of referencing their location beyond anything I've said. All I've done is quickly identify some of the things that I'm reasonably confident about and can offer as guidance. But your individual team leaders should try, if they can, to take that kind of referencing a little further forward, so that you can get to your appointed locations, and we will allow time, but in plenty of time, for you to just look like tourists, inconspicuously, of course. You know the thing. Think about and discuss, presumably, the best ways of creating ways of referencing their location beyond anything I've said. All I've done is quickly identify some of the things that I'm reasonably confident about and can offer as guidance. But your individual team leaders should try, if they can, to take that kind of referencing a little further forward, so that you can get to your appointed locations, and we will allow time, but in plenty of time, for you to just look like tourists, inconspicuously, of course. You know the thing. So obviously we won't be suggesting that we use whites, and we won't be suggesting you use any over-identifying jewellery in an obvious way, or I'm a conscious whatever cat thing person, or anything like that. So that is the beginning and the end of the briefing for the cluster stand at Picchu when we go in during the day. Because these days the rules and requirements have changed so much from when we were here before. Going in at night is absolutely not allowed. Hiring the cafeteria, which we offered to do, was a bit of a sniffle, but there's absolutely no way we can organise buses to take anybody away again after 6 o'clock in the evening. So everything was just backing us up to a daytime covert way of getting the job done. So that's the way we have to do it, and that's why we're, the guidance from the beloved has been to set things up this way, run it this way, and that's what I'm sharing with you. Yves, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, where's the north?
It runs this way, I think. Can you, Mirko, just check with me on a map. South is this way, north is that way. Bottom right-hand corner of your map. Is that right? North is this way, south is that way, right? Yeah. On this kind of plane. Yep. So you see this line. This is a plane. It's drawn on the south-north line, if you like. Okay, that is true south-north. No, you just stand like a tourist. Some of you will be closely examining stonework. Others of you will be looking for whitefish in the waterfall and the watercourses, you know. Others of you will be taking, minute grass samples. Some of you will be cross-examining llama collectibles and things like that. No. Well, I mean, yes, we will, but we won't be using them. There won't be any instructions given beyond the only instruction that remains, other than trying to help the team leaders on location spotting, will be instruction on using the ascension code. That's the only thing that will be given in addition. There'll be no direction given. We'll be given a time enough to get to where we need to be, and at the appointed hour, we'll all just begin doing what we have to do. Yeah. Kind of what? Sure. Better? Sure. Do you want to look at that? Oh. All right. I'll give in. Is that how you want it? Like that? Bit more up? Where is it in terms of ease? Well, I don't think it's too difficult because, your team leaders will be working this out as they think about it. Here, where the speakers are, is a structure with 4 walls. Okay? So when you come in, here's the main pathway is this grey line. Come along, down there and along here. Okay? And this is the wall of the building where the speakers will be. 3 is at this little T junction, just a little way down from that road. All right? It doesn't have a name on any of the maps, but it's not too difficult. Dennis, you've been waiting. I'm sorry, I took some other questions before yours. Sorry, can you give me that again? What is it you want me to clarify? You say are you saying the numbering is wrong? Well, the numbers run clockwise. 7, 8, 9. No, that's just 10, 11, 12. These are the way that we were told to number them in clockwise fashion, like that. Yes. There are 2 number 7s. No, that's a 9. That's 9 there. That's 7 there, with a slash through. There's 8. No, there aren't 2 7s. It's just a bit of a, I don't know. But anyway, there are not 2 7s. Sorry, Pam, what? Is everybody? Then yeah, but the numbers are so tight that if anybody drops, then that's it. We could reassign 1 from the center because there are 4, but that's all we could do. And then we just have to live with it thereafter, if it turned out that way. Yes, but in a modest voice level. We won't be shouting it, but we won't be mumbling. Just use your judgment. It'll be over so quickly that if anybody takes exception, we'll have finished anyway. And that'll be that. I don't know the exact time yet. I mean, it depends just exactly how everything pans out, what time we get there, if everybody's well, everyone's together, you know. I mean, we have times in mind, preferred times in mind, but it's more important that everyone's up there and feeling good and where they need to be. So, you know, there's going to be no issue over a difference in time. It's not critical to that extent. Are we done with questions? Is that it? Pardon? If you asked me what day it was today, Joe, I wouldn't be able to tell you. No, tomorrow is another day. No, we're going up to Sexy Woman, and we're going on Shop Fest as well, and we're going to finish the other activation, I think. Yeah, so we rejigged the back end of today's schedule. We realized that there'd be a revolution if we didn't take you shopping. So, not you personally, you understand. So we got this flash of light thinking we would get back by 4 and we'd get everything ready and have that delightful, that juicy, delicious 90 minutes of additional time, which we didn't get in the end. But it became evident that the best thing to do was to bring that part of the program into tomorrow and reorganize it and pay for the extra couple of hours of bussing you around and stuff. So that's what we did. So we do that. Then tomorrow night, we go out doing hanky-panky in the shaman's backyard, where they were going to, oops, not to speak about that yet. There are things about that we're going to tell you before you go home. All right, you don't need to worry about any of it right now. Okay, but we're going to go into the shaman's backyard tomorrow night between 11:30 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. And we're sorry, but we have to be there between those hours. So we will finish our day. You'll get off to your hotel by say between 5 and 6. Okay, have a quick shower if you're into hygiene and all that thing. Have dinner and then go be-byes for 2-3 hours and rest up. So you're somewhat rested and your resources have been brought up a little bit. Okay, because you'll have a very early start after we've been out in the shaman's backyard. It's a location that we organized during the afternoon, which is very much on the grids that we need to be on to get the maximum effect out of where we're going there. There is a bit of a wedding kind of, it's a big hacienda location, and there is a wedding which should be finished just before we get there. But we'll arrive in darkness and do our business and come right back and go to bed and have ourselves at the train station to get ourselves to Machu from Cusco. I think the train leaves at 6 a.m. the morning after tomorrow night. I mean, it'd be a pity to have to sleep on the train, but we're all going to feel a bit pooped, I imagine. But I will say that the journey out of Cusco to Machu Picchu is quite, at times, delightful. And one of the delightful things is when the train does stop, it's beset by hordes of delightful Inca people offering the most unbelievable bargains compared with... I don't want to encourage you to, develop this shopping habit, but it is wonderful just to, talk with the children who are all of them thrusting pretty much the same range of things at you, but, to just play with them a little bit and share your bits of cash out. I mean, they so appreciate $1 that you don't believe it. Those kids to take $1 home to their families is like taking home a king's ransom in America or Europe or wherever like that. But anyway, it is a bit boot campish the way it's developing, but we're here to perform rather than here to sit and be good students, actually. Though there's a massive information to come, and I have to let her know that I've finished my part of the evening and I have to go and drag her up here. So if you're done with me for now, then I'll scoot and have her back here just as quickly as I can.
Good evening, everyone. There's going to be a very fast wave of data coming through tonight, where about 6 months of information is going to be consolidated into between now and midnight. So you can understand what we're in the middle of doing, and then we will backtrack and into a bit of RaShaLAe body anatomy so you understand the personal end of it too. But I will probably, at certain points, the wave will come through with the beloveds, and that's when I start speaking very quickly. And, so just bear with me with that. When that happens, there's actually a data wave coming through me, all right? And it means it's going to you as well. So anybody that wants it, it will run through your field. If you want it, just say, yeah, I want to understand this, right? And you will pick up information between the lines. So all of the information that will be covered has been covered or will be covered in more broad form. But right now, the most... Thank you. The most important things will be, sorry, Eldrin, but it just blows my line. I haven't slept for a very long time now, just so you know. When we got back, there was no time to sleep. We were back on graphs. So if I'm just a little bit matter of fact and not much sense of humor, it's because I'm just way overtired. But anyway, we're going to just start where we left off. We're going to cover what we're doing on the grid stuff, so because this is what you're walking through between today, what you did, and what we're doing tomorrow, and on through the rest of the trip. So we understand the significance of what we're in the middle of while we're on a site. And then we will take that, from the planetary level that we're involved with. We will backtrack it to RaShaLAe body in general, and then to where that comes from. We'll end up with understanding a bit about Adashi cycles, which are the ascension return cycles, and then we'll bring it back around through RaShaLAe anatomy back to where we are. And we were finally just given, let's call them some new songs. They're RaShaLAe body direct activation sound tones, and they're very specific. And right now, the mylar for those is being copied by Eldrin, thank God, right? And you will also be getting a copy of those for your pack, so you have them with you, because we will need them tomorrow night, and we'll also need them day 2 in Pichu, and you can use them when you go home for amping your RaShaLAe body activations, and we will also be taught afterwards, as the work progresses, how to use them for various other things as well, because they are the core elemental command tones is what they're referred to. So we're excited about that. I knew they were coming, but I didn't know when they'd be coming. So we do have those tonight. That was the last thing we did after we got the maps. So I will simply start, and I will go quick with the things we've covered, skip through in the first mylar presentation. We'll start there with simply just going back to, if we remember, we are on planet Earth. Planet Earth is a hosting planet inside of a larger celestial body or star called Eartha, and that was from the Amente rescue mission that began 550 million years ago with the fall of Terra from density 2. So we covered a bit of that, and this diagram is a messy one, just to remind you that to conceptualize it, you can picture Eartha as the larger stellar body with little Earth inside of it, and in between the two there is the Aurora field, which is a buffer field between the two that has the coding, the core coding or the RaShaLAe body coding of both Eartha, portions of Eartha and portions of Earth. So it is a field that blends both of these fields. This is the field, the Aurora field, that progressively activates through what are called the Aqualine sun activations to form the gyrodome and to form the host. So we did talk about that. I'm not going to backtrack on that because we'll be here for an hour and a half just backtracking. We explained a bit about the gyrodome, about the host, about the position that the Aquafereion shield or the Aquari humans on the planet are in relation to where they actually came from and why they came, and the fact that we are being called as Aquari-coded humans to hold the host for this planet, the RaShaLAe body activation host, because it will keep the one last ascension chamber open on this planet and the network connected to it. The work we are doing here in Peru is the beginning of opening those chamber networks that run between Earth and Eartha, and then eventually there will be ones that run from there to Sirius B, from there to Andromeda Aquinas matrix, and from there to the Aquarion matrix in the parallel adjacent Akasha, that will allow us to be able, in the life field here, to be able to still ascend out of an Eka system that is falling. So we have, again, about 500 to 1,000 years left before the sun completes its Bardo phase and enters its Nova phase. And the activations we are participating in now allow for that 500 to 1,000 year period for evacuations of life forms through natural ascension and bioregenesis processes, because otherwise, because of what's taking place with the solar gates, we would have no more than 50 years before the radiation levels from the sun through the gamma ray ring burst that come in a Bardo cycle would literally destroy the life on this planet. So we are not going to have to see that fate, because there are still enough Aquari-coded humans to handle the Earth end, because the Aquari races and Aquafereion races and all the Christic races that are supporting us, they can handle their end from where they live and where they're located. But there needs to be a ground team, and that's why the Aquari humans were seated here, because they knew that it could possibly go very badly here, where the Veka would fall, the Eka-Veka would fall, and we were the last hope, and that hope is being called. So that is, in a nutshell, what we talked about before. Now we're back to Eartha, Universal Stargate 3, and Earth, little falling planet inside of it. Eartha is going to starfire between the period of 2047 and 2052, which means it will literally blink off. It will no longer be surrounding Earth, and it will blink off into the Eden middle domain levels of its own natural cycles. It will come back again because Eartha is still a living planet, and you will see by the end of the evening something called the Krystar eternal life cycle, which is a cycle of first creation, how it comes out through the core, the inner, the middle, and the outer domains where we are, and then turns back around again and goes through 3 what are called Adashi cycles back into Source, and it's a perpetual motion cycle. The consciousness continually comes out into manifestation and then returns back into Source. Even falling systems will return back to Source, but they will not return with the structural integrity of their templates any longer. They will return as space dust units, but they are still able to return. One thing I hadn't mentioned in this group, but we've mentioned here and there in other of the workshops, is that anything that is going into a fall system that is past the point where it can receive a regenesis or an ascension host, where it does have to go through space dust return, if there is a group from that same time cycle space that will be able to do ascension and go into the Adashi cycles, if that group can hold a memory imprint, which is a radiation signature in the core of the RaShaLAe body, of the other life forms, or the planet, be it a planet, a person, a race line, whatever, if the Christic imprint of their original imprint before the fall can be held as memory, if they can be remembered, and despite what horrible things certain races might have done as they fell, but remember, once upon a time they were Christic too, just like the ones who still are. And if they can be remembered with love, and their race lines can be remembered, we can carry that signature back with us, and they will be actually able, as space dust, once they go through that, be able to return in an Adashi cycle and pick up that imprint, so they can actually go back to Source whole. But it is a longer process. So the fact that we can remember, and this is part of why for the whole time they have been telling us about the fallen angelic races, somebody has to remember them with love, because they don't remember themselves anymore. But if we can remember with love what they once were, and that they were created in the Christ, the eternal life cycles, just like we were, we will be able to give them back that template, and they will be able to reassemble themselves as they go back into Source, where they will be able to remember the lessons that they learned of why maybe pushing the envelope to the extremes of opposite expression to Source isn't a good idea. All right, so it means a lot to Source and to many races who are so mentally ill at this point and spiritually ill that they don't even know what they've lost. But the ones who aren't ill and do know the value of the Christ and the eternal life cycles, they're the ones that suffer most when they watch other beings that they love go through that. But we can hold that memory imprint of love, and anything that goes back to space dust can have its encryption held within something that can return, and it will have the ability to pick up its template as it passes through its last Adashi cycle and goes back into Source. So we are also doing something on that line. But more practically and tactile speaking, as far as what we're doing, roaming around Peru, right, and the things we're going to be doing and the things we have done, it all has to do with activating the Aurora field to create the gyrodome host. One of the things the gyrodome host will do is activate this field, the Aurora field, in a way that it will allow, when Eartha goes into starfire and literally disappears from this space-time continuum, this will not just fall and implode or go to space dust or be dragged into the Borgia or the Wieseldrak fallen matrices. All right, it will actually hold a field around Earth that will allow it to stay where it is in the lone star fall state, and it will allow like a respirator tube to go from Earth through first through Eartha before 2047, but even after Eartha goes into starfire, the Anastasia passage that goes to the Aquafereion matrix will hold will literally be the lifeline that holds Earth and the gyrodome field. So we're part of a huge, huge mission. We're just a very small team, but a very essential one in the ascension of the life field from Earth. But we have huge cosmic support in this one. We also have huge cosmic data coming in that's sometimes very, very difficult to keep track of. Next one, please. Here we go. Oh yeah, here it comes. The hairs are standing up on my arms. That means the wave is incoming. And that's usually when I start going fast. We also talked about this. This particular diagram pertains to, it's actually the end of a long series of diagrams that first teaches you about RaShaLAe body anatomy in general and how it goes to the first creation cycles and how that creates RaShaLAe body anatomy. And eventually you get to how understanding RaShaLAe body anatomy, which we'll get back to later, gives you an understanding of the interwoven planes of matter and consciousness that form a planetary or a star base. All right, so if we look at this, we are looking at the Partiki body or the dark matter template of Earth. All right, we're looking at, you only see 2 Cathara grids here, but technically there would be 4, but there would have been so many lines on here you wouldn't have been able to read anything. But we have, I believe on this one, we have the D1. There would be a little Cathara grid in here. And notice the Cathara grids, there's a very precise way that they expand within each other. What would be the 12 point in the smaller one, always it ends up in what's called the Rajna lock, that's on this line in the next one up larger, and the 1 point would always be in what's called the Iyumbi lock on the next larger. So it's a specific, it is a specific mathematics of expansion that are involved in relationships. So they're not just hypothetical, draw your circles where you want to. So what this is showing you is the D1 isn't shown because it's tiny and it messes up the middle of the diagrams, you can't see them, but it is implied there. D1, D2, D3, and there's another big one called the density one. It has the Cathara grid, and the Cathara grid fits right within what is called the 15-layer Partiki body template. And there's a whole series of things that occur to create Partiki body templates. We'll touch on those as we get toward the end. But the most important thing that we need to remember in relation to what we're doing in Peru is that because of this particular natural structure, the organic structure of matter forms, we are dealing with an Earth system that has its core, and first of all, every one of those, I will remind you, that every one of those 4 Cathara grids has a 15-layer Jalesic template. All right, so you're dealing with 15 and 15 and 15 and 15 embedded through each other, and they are spheres within spheres within spheres. Because these spheres are embedded within each other, it ends up with 15 layers running through various different layers as you expand out. And these give you different fields and planes, different types of matter and atomic structure. And they form different levels of what we perceive as matter. Now, when we're dealing with the D1 grid, it creates what is called the etheric atomic type of matter. And that's something that we don't physically see with our physical eyes, but it is the type of thing you can see with your third eye, as people say. So when people read fields, auric fields, those kind of things, they tend to be looking at the etheric level, which would be the D1 level, and the D1 level has its 15 layers. All right, so each level has 15 layers. When we get to the D2 level that would correspond with this grid, we are dealing with what is called the telluric atomic matter base, and that is the one that we perceive as physically solid here. When we are focused in a three-dimensional system, the mental body is focused in the D3 level. What we experience as the physical body is focused in the D2 level. It's also known as the emotional body. So your emotional body actually is your physical body. And the D1 level is the etheric body level, the full etheric body level. So we are seeing as solid the 15 Jalesic layers that correspond with the D2 grid. Earth's atmosphere goes out to a certain point where its D2 grid 15 layers stops, but it continues out further because there's still the D3 layer, which has what is called atomic type of matter, which is a bit less dense than, it's more dense than etheric, but less dense than telluric. So we don't see that as solid. But when we do projections and we do dream state and those kind of things, there are certain states that we experience even now, even though we're still a lot asleep, that we are actually experiencing reality fields in those bands of the D3 layer. The D3 layer is considered the mental body or the atmospheric body. When we're talking about our personal self, we end up with our etheric atomic body, our telluric emotional or physical body, and our mental body layers formed from this. When we're talking about a planetary level, we're talking about layers that form together as they're interwoven between those 4 cathargrids and their 15-layer systems that will form the core. And when we look at these and we just look at one set of 15, we are dealing with the D2 grid, which is the one we perceive as solid, the physical earth that we're walking on. So we always use the D2 grid as the one if you're just going to get the other ones out of the way so you can see what you're looking at with the 15 gelesic layers that we're working with. We use the D2 grid and a bit of the D3 because the atmosphere actually extends out into the D3 layers. So in the D2 grid, we end up with the first 3 gelesic layers of a 15-layer system being what is called the solid core. That would be the 1, 2, and 3 layers. Layers 4, 5, and 6 are the liquid core, or what the beloveds refer to as the aquifers. Layers 7, 8, and 9 refer to the lower, middle, and upper mantle of the planet. The division between the upper mantle, which is called the Ka field, it's called the Ka9 field, and we'll see what that's about later, and the Ra10 field is the Ra-Ka field, and that is the crust, Earth's crust. And what goes right above the crust is the Ra light field, the Ra10 light field, and that is what we see as the light or the space between objects when we're walking around here. So we're walking around on the D2 crust, the layer of the D2 crust that is the Ra-Ka layer, which is considered I think it's this is 9, it would be the 9.5 layer, because there are, we'll talk about the numbers 1, 2, 3 through 15, and then there are the 0.5 layers, all right, which refer to the bands that form between those gelesic layers of radiation. When we talk about layers, it is gelesic radiation layers we are talking about. It is a type of radiation in the form of primal gels that we were talking about, and they have to do with what are called the ethers, and that goes back to the first creation stuff that we talked about. I think in Tenerife that started, where we started about there was once a particai, source created a particai and then created another and set it all in motion. We're not going to go there right now because that takes ages to explain, but the information is there. What we need to understand is, remember that we have these what are referred to as the spherical or the circular maps that show us the different planes and layers within the Earth's atmosphere. In this particular one, we are showing several things. We're showing the D2 grid and its 15 gelesic layers, and how that interfaces with the D3 grid and its 15 gelesic layers. And we're also showing some things that the science here has identified in relation to our physical Earth and what can be perceived. Here we have what are called the Van Allen belts. All right, we can see how many miles up or whatever they are in the Earth's atmosphere because science has identified that they exist. So we can see where they exist. The beloved showed us where they exist in relation to this structure. So we can tell this is the inner Van Allen belt here, and it would be, a belt of, I think that's the proton band of it, isn't it? Protons on the inside and electrons on the outside. Yeah, I forget. But anyway, anybody that wants to play with it can look up all the stuff on Van Allen belt and learn even more of the details on it. It's just most important to know where they are in relation to understanding the maps if we're going to be opening ascension chambers and wanting to ascend. So we got inner Van Allen belt here. We've got the outer Van Allen belt here. Yeah, that's the electron belt, and that's the proton belt. There's a space between them that's referred to by science here as the Van Allen gap, where there is no belt. And then there are layers that go out from there that lead up to what would be the magnetosphere around the Earth. And that's the thing you see when they show the sun and they show the Earth with its little magnetosphere and the tail blowing off from the solar wind. So you see that magnetotail and that kind of thing in those diagrams in science books. All right, so that layer would actually correspond to up here, and we'll show diagrams that show that a bit more clearly, because the magnetosphere actually corresponds to the surface crust layer of Eartha. If we remember that Earth is hosting within a larger stellar body, that literally our gelesic fields are a part of the body of their gelesic fields. We are like where our cores are united, and we are a smaller sphere within the inner part of that star. So if we go forward and upward, the first place of ascension out of here is going through the Eartha field, and that's still a density 1 field. Like Earth is a density 1 planet, which means D1, 2, 3, right? Eartha is not a density 2 planet like Terra or a density 3, 1 like Gaia. It's not like those. It is another full spectrum density 1 planet or star, and it's in the universal Stargate 3 position in our universal Vecca's Cathara grid. So the first place of ascension would be going out of Earth through Earth's atmosphere and out to Eartha, where we'd experience Eartha's surface and that kind of thing. So what we are talking about first of opening ascension passages has to do with opening passages that would open between Earth's body and atmosphere and the Eartha body and atmosphere. Now, the Earth, the natural relationship that would have existed between Earth as a hosting planet and Eartha as the host planet is no longer there. There's so much damage to these grids. Our Earth is actually tilted completely upside down, where the natural north is for this universal Vecca system. Our system is pointing south, and also with a 23.5 degree shift. So the alignment, the natural alignment in the Amenti rescue mission that had to do with what are called spanner gates that would span between Earth and Eartha and loop around, they are out of alignment because of the misalignment of Earth's axis, and it throws all the gates out of alignment. The aurora field that we talked about, when it activates, and the gyrodome will allow for you to pick up the like a gate number here on Earth, and even though if you went straight, it wouldn't connect you into the proper gate anymore on Eartha, so the gate wouldn't open. It will actually shift you around to where the natural opening for the Eartha gate is. So it will shift the misalignment back into alignment. So the aurora field is literally a field, and it will become a three-dimensional holographic version, just like this is three-dimensional, and Eartha is three-dimensional, which means it's a solid system. It is perceived and experienced as physical. Eartha, the aurora zone, will, as it activates, 3 levels of aquiline sun, gyrodome activation, it will become a full 3-dimensional reality field that we will be physically able to slide into. And from that slide zone, we will be able to pick up the natural gate connections to Eartha. And there are certain passages and chambers that have to do with that process. And that is what we are activating while we are here in Peru. The chambers that we talk about have to do with what is called the Astura passage, which is part of the more recent Aquafereion shield passage and the Aquafereion Ecousha passage, which was set in, which was used to seed the seeding 3 Aquari human races in 12,500. There's also another one much older that we talked about a bit today. It was from about 900,000 years ago in seeding 2, and this is the big one we're activating. The small one from seeding 3 has to be activated first, which is the Astura or the Azurite A configuration, bless you, and the other one that has to do with that crystal heart of Aquafereion code that you have in the back of your first chart packs. That is literally the configuration of the gates that once they activate, they ride on that center vertical line of the Astura passage and open a direct line through into from Earth to Eartha. And what we just found out recently is that there's not just one of those eternity ones or figure 8 shaped ones. That is one from Earth to Eartha. There's another from Eartha to Sirius B, which is USG 6. There's another from Sirius B to the Andromeda Galaxy, what's called the Aquinas matrix, which is a hosting matrix, and that is the third figure 8 one. So from Sirius B to Andromeda, and then from Andromeda over to the Aquafereion matrix in the parallel adjacent to Kasha is the last one. So there are 4 layers to that. First, we have to activate the one that's closest to us, which is the one from Earth to Eartha, and that's what we are in the process of doing. The activation of this wasn't due at all until like 2047. So something's up that they haven't talked about, that they're making sure these passages are open, and it's probably in case something weird happens with the sun, I would imagine, because the sun entering its Bardo cycle, they're probably getting it just in case anything goes weird, because when a solar system enters its Bardo, and once the sun does, all of the planets, unless they have a host line, will enter Bardo. I think they're opening the passages not because something horrible again has happened, but something worse, but I think because as a precaution. That is the feeling I'm getting right now. It's because of precaution, just in case something goes wacky with the solar gates, to the point where we don't have that 500 to 1,000 years anymore. If they made the 3-day evac call, I think we've been on standby for ages now as far as preparing whatever and whoever can ascend, and it has any Christic codes left where they can do a hosted, ascension, where they can get out if it's going to go bad and shut down where nobody gets out. So I think they're preparing us for the event that if it's ever needed, we will be ready and the passages will be ready. Because they're really amplifying the time frame on these activations, and I didn't know that when we were coming. We left off at 12 Tribes Class 4, and it's like, okay, well, we got a year for that thing to happen. Well, that thing is happening on the thing that we'll talk about later, is happening while we're at Machu Picchu. It's like, oh, okay. And that is leading to rapid activation of the first crystal heart of Aquari link, which is the Earth to Eartha figure 8 shaped one. So anyway, it all has to do with going back to these gelesic layers that form the different layers and planes from Earth's core all the way up to Eartha's outer fields. We are working the spherical maps, and we're working them in the easier form that is called the vertical map form. They're called the vertical StarFire maps, actually, is how they refer to them. And vertically is simply taking a cross section of this. If you marked off every little line where one layer changes to another on that vertical axis, right? You would end up, and then drew a straight line out from that. You would end up with a vertical cross-section of the planes as they go up and down, from the core and up. All right, and if you turn that up around, it would be the same going down. So you can take it from the 0 point, which would be the core gates. The core gates are referred to as the prana seed of a planet or a person. The core gates are Shala 13, which is the most powerful one. It would be at the top, let's say a small ball at the top. Then you have 15 is over here. It's called Ruta 15, and you have Urcha 14. These phase like Partakai do, and if anybody doesn't know what that is, there's lots of books and stuff out on that at this point, or like material out on it. But basically, the gates phase. You have the one at the top, one sphere at the top, and two below it, and the two below it go together, spark, and then pull in and with the spark and fire the big gate at the top, the 13th gate, and then they all pull into source as a backflow current to source, and then they go, except with when we're dealing with prana seed, it doesn't go immediately back to source. It goes back into the area of the seed atom. So we'll get into the anatomy of that a little bit. But the prana seed phases, it generates sparks that give source back energy, and energy is returned as backflow return. So it is part of the natural living system. When core gates compact, a being will enter its Bardo cycle. That is what happened with the solar gates. That would be happening with the earth gates now if it wasn't for the efforts that the beloveds are doing, and the efforts that you guys are doing, and the people who have been attending 12 Tribes classes and those kind of things. So we'd all like to thank you all for your participation on behalf of every kingdom that ever cared about ascending on this planet. All right. So we also have these things, and this is where they would be positioned in the spherical maps, or if you just looked at them vertically and put that up there, because these would be here too. They're just showing you where those bands would be running. You have the A ones on these diagrams refer to Aurora. So you have that Aurora field has various platforms or layers to it. Aurora 1 platform, Aurora 2 platform. All right. Then we have the inner Van Allen belt, right? Then Aurora 2 is like right below that. And then above it, you have the Aurora 3 platform. Then up here, we have the gap, and the Van Allen gap. Here we have the Van Allen outer band, and here we have the Aurora platform outside of that and running through it a little bit. When we fully activate the Aqualine Sun fields in the Aquafereion host shield, which is in the collective RaShaLAe body of the Aquari-coded humans and indigos that are on the planet, we're holding a surrogate host because the planet can't activate its own fields anymore. But when those Aqualine Sun levels activate, these, what are now layers that form like domains or biomes in the area that they're located, they will actually blend and merge. A1 and 2 will blend and merge, A2 and 3 will blend and merge, A3 and 4 will blend and merge, and they will form a full three-dimensional field that have a D1, D2, D3, and a density level field, just like a natural D1, D2, D3, and the density level fields would be in natural creation. It is a natural crystal crystic host mechanics that are being used that have been used to create this. So as we're doing these activations, one of the things we are moving toward is opening the passages by allowing that aurora field to activate into that three-dimensional field. Because if you want to take a three-dimensional body through the gates, you have to have a three-dimensional field in order to take the three-dimensional body. All right, so it's all connected to each other. We'll get into the aurora platforms a little bit more. The A1 platforms have to do with those things are, you're getting the key to, I don't know if they handed it out yet, but there is a key to the pretty colored map you got, right, that shows where various layers are, where I had time to put the print in. And they have it? Yeah, so you have that so you can start looking at them together. You can even like make a Mylar of it and stick it over the colored version so you can see, you know, what it is. Except I think the colored versions, we gave you bigger ones so you could see it a little more clearly. So you'd have to size it. You'd have to bring it back down to an 8.5 by 11 size to get those two, the key to fit over it on a Mylar. All right. But it will give you a clear idea of a lot of things. There's also dates and all sorts of things, shows passages and all sorts of things on the key. And it was important to get that to you because otherwise you're just looking at some pretty clouds and trying to figure out where am I going. Right? So the key will assist you, and you'll probably get, by reading the information, hopefully you can read it. I didn't even see if they printed well, but they're all hand done because we don't even have a computer with us for typesetting. Well, they're good. Good. I'm glad. So anyway, next one. We'll go on to the next one with this. Oh yeah, and remember we have I will do this one more on this one. We have the 3 artificial net fields that are generated by the anti-Christic technologies that are a combination of the Beast machine of the fallen Metatronic crew, the Threshold machine of the fallen Thetans crew, and the Borgia time warp triangulation that are the creation of the Borgia fallen parallel Akasha Ekaveka. So these fields are created by the combination of those technologies, and they have been activated. What I didn't mention of this group is in 9562 BC is when the final, there was a certain set of events that took place that actually allowed for full reversal of these fields, where the nets came on full strength, and it allowed for the splitting of the natural layers that would be there. So we ended up, instead of having our surface Earth here and then this large light field that we called our inner atmosphere, that was split by this band here that was called the Dermanet, or the net band 1, and it created what are called hibernation zones. There are 3 net layers, and above and below each one is a reversed spin layer of what should be going in the same direction of angular rotation of particle spin and like spin direction. Those hibernation zones are inhabited, and there's 3-dimensional light fields like we have here, and they are controlling, the ones who inhabit them have been controlling Earth and its grids fully since 9562 BC. That is before the 9555 BC final fall of Atlantis. It was where the Atlantean Islands went under. This technology was used to force the Atlantean Islands to go under, and what was left of Lemuria, except they missed Hawaii. Right? What was left of Lemuria also went under, and where it went under to wasn't down at the bottom of our ocean. It went into particle spin reversal and literally manifested as part of the solid body of the hibernation zones. So when we are dealing with opening passages, the particular passages of the Aquafereion passage, and it's a Stura passage, and the larger one from seating 2, the Aquafereion NavAHo passage, they are created specifically to be able to move through these fields, where you can move through these fields safely and not get grabbed in them. Because if you try to project, even if you were just projecting and leaving your body here and just going on a glide, as they call it, a projection, you would literally get snared in these other fields and taken into reversal, because they're powerful fields. They're stronger than an individual person's fields. They're strong enough to hold the planet in reversal, you know, half of the field's in reversal. So they would literally take you in there, and you'd get a nice tour in anti-Christic land, and you would see all sorts of things that are not what they appear to be. You'd see ones who claim to be ascended masters, and yeah, they're ascended masters of the hibernation zones, and you'd see all sorts of spiritual mumbo-jumbo happening. You'd also find Atlantis and Lemuria quite physically intact and being run by a whole crew of some of them are humans, and some of them are Zetas and those kind of things. They're all coming from the Atlantean level, which would correspond with what's called, here is the D1 net, right? You have below it what's called the lower D1 hibernation zone. Here you have the upper D1 hibernation zone. That is referred to as Oz, and it's in the ozone layer. Here you have the D2 net up higher. You have the lower D2 net and the upper, hibernation zone, and the upper D2 hibernation zone. The lower D2 hibernation zone is where Atlantis and Lemuria and a whole bunch of other things are. And that is a fully physical, full-on physical system, just like D2 here is a full-on physical system when you're perceiving in there. We don't see them, but they do see us because they created this and they know how to use instrumentation of, based on their technologies to be able to monitor and control here. But people here don't have a clue that they even exist because we're at the original angular rotational particle spin that this system was supposed to be on, except we're upside down and our left and right are reversed as far as the natural Earth relationship. But we are still on the particle spin that we're supposed to be. We're just tips upside down and left and right reversed, where we can't see the hibernation zones. They can see us. And like when you think about the Matrix movies and those kind of things, I couldn't watch it the first time when it was like, the Matrix movie. Somebody took me to see it, and I got to one point, and I got to leave. Right? This is just too real. What is taking place here. But I didn't know about consciously the hibernation zones then. Now I understand why I felt that way. Why I looked at that movie and said, this is weird. We are like trapped in a hologram, as if we're trapped in a video game, and somebody's pushing our buttons and playing with us. And that's exactly what's been happening, particularly since 9562 BC, when they got the hibernation zones on full-on reversal and began to be able to control the fields fully here. So when we're working with the ascension passages that we're opening, they will clear out. First, they will move through them where you have safe platforms to pass through. And secondly, the activations that are required, the natural RaShaLAe body activations that are required in order to open these chambers, will begin the process of transmutation of the reversals because they pass through those fields and they are stronger than those hibernation zone fields. So the hibernation zone people are right now very, very nervous about the fact that the Christic races have not given up and they are going to indeed open these passages. We've told them, they've been told for ages, that if you push that far, you're going to lose. Because we're not going to hurt you, but we're not going to let you just keep taking systems down like that. The Christic races know they have every right to act on behalf of the Christ using Christic technology. Opening the gates, the passages, is doing that because the Christic races who have tried to uphold, even in memory wipe, try to uphold the truth of the Christ and of eternal life and of people being nice to each other and of a loving God and behaving properly toward each other instead of like being maniacs and sucking energy off each other. They uphold that. They deserve, the Christic races deserve this opportunity. And it's always been known that it would be given. And the ones that are running the fallen angelic agendas, they just don't get it. What do they think? That like Source is really that weak? I guess they must. They really think they can take over. But they're going to start finding their hibernation zones are going to transmute. There are things the beloveds from Eartha level are doing, so that doesn't occur too quickly. They have time to evac to whatever black hole system they would like to go. So they have time to evolve into evacuation into fallen systems because they can't go into ascension systems because their whole code shields are reversed. They don't have any chance. They made their choices a long time ago in the Atlantean period, many of them. But they are being given a chance because of the aquiline sun fields. Not only is it helping the ones that are ascending, but it will assist the ones that are going to be trapped, and they would literally be going back to space dust as these activations occurred if there weren't certain buffers put into these activations that are being run from the Eartha and the Sirius B level to assist them. So we will begin to drop the nets in our own RaShaLAe body fields and in the fields that is the host, the Aurora field host for Earth, but it will not cause the ones in hibernation zones to go into immediate transmutation. It will allow them the same 500 to 1,000 years, as long as the sun thing holds for all of us, to figure out where else they might like to live as far as black hole systems in the local neighborhoods. Because, right. But right now, they are still fighting, and they are still trying to send whammies. We'll probably talk more about that in the closing as we leave this trip after everything is done and we do our stands and things. We'll have a conversation perhaps about what some of the things that they're still trying to do as far as throwing energy and trying to zap the indigos and those kind of things. But we don't have to worry about it now. We're very, very protected here, and we have a lot of support from all of the Christics, but particularly from the Aquafereion and the Aquaribendi races that are on Eartha. They love us very much because, well, we're part of them. We have incarnations there. So it's like incarnations of the Christ have a great love for each other. So they're not, they're fighting for us. In other words, they're not going to just give up and say, oh, well, it's too much work, right? So we have a lot of support. We don't need to be frightened. But there's a lot of wacky forces flying around out there at this point. And most of them at this point are coming not from the Borgia matrix, because the Borgia matrix is because of anchoring of the Ancestation passage and the fact that they had to begin the process of Aqualine Sun activation fast to stop the forced bardo of the solar gates to come into Earth as well. It actually created a deflection field to the frequencies coming in from what's called the Borgia triangulation, which means it bounced back their triangle currents coming in. And they're sending, say, particle currents, for example, it turned them around into antiparticle currents. So they have an incoming particle current and an outgoing antiparticle current. And if it's not of the Christ, where you have that third element involved, when it's not Shala light fields that have three configurations, it's only a bivector light field, you end up with particle-antiparticle annihilation, which means they just sent their own, they're in the process of sending their own matrix back into space dust, so they're looking for new places to reside as well. So the Borgia aren't really attacking at this point. They realize, oops, that wasn't really a great idea, was it? It did do what they said it would, right? They were thinking that the Aqualine Sun stuff was, not strong enough, and they're stronger than the Christ and all that. Well, they tried it, and then we put the deflectors up just to stop it from taking Earth into full bardo, and they're in the process of figuring out where they're going to live next and trying to make friends with some of the ones in other black hole systems that they've really offended over the years and centuries, and nobody really wants them, so they have their own problems. They're not after us. The ones that are creating a problem for the Christic races at this point are much closer to home. They're from the hibernation zones, and we basically have what are called the Knights Saxony and the Knights Paraclete, who are hybrid humans from Seeding 3, who are working with certain groups called the Beli Mahatma, which are a hybrid of various things. Some of these have codes that were stolen through some of it was like physically forced rape hybridization. Others was physically forced, just rape the DNA and take it and combine it in a laboratory. So they have some pretty strong codes there also. So these are where the main problems are coming from at this point. But we don't need to worry about the problems because we're working with the guys who have the solutions. So we're not going to spend a lot of time right now on the problems. What we are going to look at is the solutions, so we understand when we're walking through the next couple days the really neat stuff we're involved in. All right. So I think that's enough on this diagram. Yeah. Oh, and this is just showing you too, these little things here are just showing you what bands, when the three layers of the Aqualine Sun fields activate in the RaShaLAe body of the Aquari humans that are holding the host on planet, they will activate in these areas. So they would literally be frequency spectra that run through these areas. I just showed them in a little cross section here so it didn't convolute the diagram more. But there would be the Aqualine Sun level 1 activation, and that I believe blends A1 and A2 levels, Aurora 1 and 2. You have the Aqualine Sun level 2 activation blends 2 and 3. Aqualine Sun level 3 activation blends 3 and 4. And that's where you get full activation of the diradome field, which is the three-dimensional literally host field for Earth that has partial codes, which means also partial configurations, land configurations of Earth and partial configurations of Eartha. So it's a blend. It'll appear, I believe, as a planetary field that looks like Earth but a little different, and looks like Eartha but a little different. So there are similarities already between Earth and Eartha, but it will be a place in between, as if you took the, let's say, probably the lower frequency portions of Eartha, so they could meet us down here, and the highest frequency portions of Earth. So the places that can hold the highest frequency on Earth will be the places that you will see manifest in those fields. Other places you will not see manifest in those fields. But those fields, there will literally be, as long as the sun thing holds out and the host holds out and there's not a 3-day evac call, we will literally have, after 2047, 2052 period, when Eartha goes StarFire, we will literally have 2 Earths existing in the same space at different angular rotation of particle spin. And there will be the ability, the people who have learned how to first glide, then slide, then span, will be able to move between the aurora field and the earth field, and they will be able to help anything that can still come up to the aurora field out. So there's about 500 to 1,000 years for whatever groups, and it might not be ours. We might just get this done so the next troops can come in, right, where a lot of people now that are learning the work will actually stay, and that's why they're being drawn to it now instead of before. But there's like a lot of the old guard that are really, really, really tired, and once it's all open, they would like to go home for a while, at least for a vacation, right? So it is a long-term mission as far as our what we consider our lifespan here. 75 to 100-year lifespan. Well, 500 to 1,000 years, that's a pretty decent period. It's actually just a blink of an eye or not even a sneeze in terms of Eartha time, for example. But it gives us a period where we will have those two fields called Earth living together. We will have the old Earth and the new Earth. And some of the stuff in Revelations in the Bible was attempting to tell us about this. It was also attempting to tell us about the coming of the age of Aquarius, because the age of Aquarius was about the Aquarihumans and about the activations of these fields, which would be the end. It would mark the end of the final conflict drama, and it would be inevitably the Christ does always win. It is the eternal life code, and whatever the problem that is created, there is a solution in the Christ. Sometimes it's very detailed, like what we're doing right now. I have a feeling this is easy compared to some things that have happened out there in the cosmos. I don't even want to know how hard they were. So anyway, this is what we're doing. Aquiline sun levels that will activate, aurora platforms that will blend because of it, which means you're going to have blending that's happening through the Van Allen belts. Right? There are going to be some changes that the science is going to start seeing, and probably not have any idea what are they. What is this weird band happening in between the gap? Like what? There's stuff on occasion that shows up in the Van Allen gap. It already does, actually. There are little periods, and it's connected to the solar cycles of what you like. There actually appears to be a third band in the middle, but then it goes away again. And they're trying to figure out, it must be this coming from the sun or whatever. It's interesting how science does try to fill in the details here, because it hasn't a clue about some of these things, because we don't have the technicals anymore since Atlantis. So a lot of people that are interested in science and physics have been drawn to this work because it does address physics. Physics is part of creation mechanics. It is part of spirituality, and is part of God's source. So we're dealing with both ends, but trying not to make it too hard. I picked up a physics book once just to find out something. I forget what it was, something about quarks, I think. And the jargon that is used, you have to have 3 dictionaries just to read a simple statement about a quark and how many types there are and this kind of thing. All of the coded language that is used in these sciences, it does more to distort and confuse than it does to actually help people. And it was really meant, it was done that way on purpose, so only a few elite would be able to actually hold it. And your average person would just be clueless and say, I don't even want to know, right, because it's so hard. When we teach physics, we don't do that. We teach it in an average mean. And yes, you can go into the detail. You could plug all this stuff into detail and take that and make physics here look easy, right? But you don't need to do that to understand what reality is about and to understand how to activate stargates or your RaShaLAe body. So anyway, we're in the middle of one big drama. And finally, there's some good things happening, and that is the activation of these passages. Next one, please. Yeah, this is just to remind you real quick. I'm not going to go through this again. I just want to remind them that, remember we said the spherical maps become the vertical StarFire maps by taking a cross-section of those planes and how they interface. Yeah, just stick it on real quick. We don't have to. Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you. All right. Now, you could take one of these, and that would represent one of the 15 Jaleesic layers, but we have D1, D2, D3, and the density level of Earth. The density level of Earth is in the same place as the D1 level of Eartha. And then you'd have the D2 level of Eartha, which would be the physical level of Eartha. So we didn't take it any further. There'd also be the D3 level of Eartha and the density level of Eartha. And what's fascinating, the density level grid of Eartha would be the D1 level of Sirius B. This is how close things are. They look far away, and you can go light years and not reach them unless you're running the RaShaLAe, the natural space-time mechanics. So when we think of space travel, science does it really the hard way here because they don't understand how the passages work and how activating certain things. You don't even need spaceships, and it doesn't take light years. It doesn't even take nanoseconds once it works properly. So all we have shown here is the D1, D2, D3 of Earth, density level of Earth equals D1 level of Eartha and D2 level of Eartha. When you get all those and string them out, and that was from just marking off the vertical line from the core all the way up to the top of the Jaleasic radiation circles and putting a point where each of those circles cross the line and then just bringing the line out horizontally. All right? It gives you the stack of the layers going up. And when you put them all together, D1, D2, D3, and the density level, which is Eartha D1 and D2, you get this, which is a mess, right? Especially small. And to see what that might be, we went to these, which were taking that little column on the side, which is the bunch of them run together. Let me see if I'm upside down or whatever. I get totally dyslexic with this going on to here. This was the mess that was the end line on that last diagram you saw, where it showed the D1, D2, D3, and Eartha D1 and Eartha D2. Eartha D2's level would be, this would be the middle mantle of Eartha in D2 level, and then there would still be the crust and the surface. It shows you the concept. Now what it also shows you is again, starting at the core, going up, we have the earth fields and where the eartha fields intermingle all the way up because these spheres are not completely separated from each other. They run through each other and just at a different angular rotation of particle spin. So this is how we get the vertical maps. At some point, I'll be able to identify each of these layers and by name as well, which is D1 Eartha equals D what Earth, right? Because there are translation things where you have some things appearing in the same band. And it might be, say, D1 something or other on Eartha, and it might be density level something or other on Earth. So there's a whole bunch of correspondence charts. But we don't even have to understand all of that yet. We'll get it eventually. But it's like just the detail that's kind of like, adds a nice picture frame to it where it just makes it so you can't get a razor blade through in between it, kind of like how the Incas built their, didn't need mortar, right, because the pieces fit so snugly. It would do that with all of this information. But if we have enough detail just to get the gist of what it is in an intelligent way, where our linear minds can understand, yeah, that makes sense, linear-wise. It's not airy-fairy, airheaded stuff. So this shows you how the spherical maps, which are based on the Partiki body, RaShaLAe body template, right, how they create the vertical maps going up from Earth's core all the way up to Eartha, and eventually up to Sirius B, and eventually further up into Andromeda, and eventually further up to the Aquafereion matrix in the parallel adjacent Akasha. Next one, please.
There was coffee out back, but there isn't time to stop for a formal break. So if you want to help themselves quiet.
Could they take a coffee and bring it in? Give them 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, they have a coffee break out there, but if we take time for a full-on, go out there, hang out, we're not going to make it because we have to stop at 12. All right, that's it. So what we can do is if you want to, just go out and bring a cup back in with you, you can do that if you want to, but I suggest, do it in shifts so you don't end up with a traffic jam where everybody's standing out there waiting to get, because then you got a formal break again because I can't talk to seats, right? So if you just kind of meander out and get a coffee. I guess start from the back would be the easiest. Whatever. I don't care what. You guys can figure it out. You're grown-ups, right? Right? Yeah. All right. But I'm going to keep going so we get to where we need to go. All right. Now, when we take the vertical StarFire maps mess that shows every plane from D1 in its 15 layers to D2 in its 15 layers, because that's what the first lineup does, and you can't even, there's no room to even write what each one is on the side. The lines are so close together. So what I did was simplify it to the D2 levels, what we perceive as physical, both for Earth, and if there are areas that are in the D3 level of Earth's grid that correspond to the atmosphere, we'll put those in. But the most important thing about it is understanding that each of those layers, on any of those 15-layer Partiki body grids, you will have very specific characteristics. You will always have the D1, 2, 3 level will always be a solid crystal core space, and that will correspond to, you would have what is called the Nada crystal, the layer 1 Nada crystal, around that, you would actually have what is like a liquid flame field. Not quite liquid, actually. It's like, what do they call it? It's a combination of a vapor and an ether flame field. All right, that would be the Adama flame field. And then you would have what is called the Jaffa, which is actually appears as a blank space, or they used to call it, it's called the Guf, I believe, in some of the Jewish traditions in the Kabbalah. All right, but it is a space that appears to have nothing in it until it's actually called neuroplasm, and it activates at certain points where it does indeed have stuff in it, a matter type thing, but it's stuff that you don't see until it activates with activation of various levels of the RaShaLAe body. So you will always have, whether you're dealing with the D1, D2, D3 density levels, and the 1, 2, 3 level, that will always be the solid crystal core with its layers. On the D4, 5, 6 level, you will always have the aquifers. You have the layer 4, 5, 6 aquifers, and we'll see what the names of these are in a few minutes. We'll see how this corresponds to what are called the tones of the RaShaLAe. But we'll have the aquifers here. On top of the aquifers, between the aquifers and the lower part of the mantle, you will always have gates. All right? So this is the lower mantle. This is the middle mantle. In the middle mantle, you will always have what are the subterranean biome fields, where there literally are life fields in D2 layer will always be physical. There are physical life fields that science cannot perceive yet, no matter what ground-penetrating equipment they use, because they have certain shields around them that have to do with particle base. And we don't have instruments that can penetrate those fields. So there are also, this is where we start to see where the aurora fields fit in, because we also see where the hibernation zones fit in. The hibernation zones, again, occur because of these net fields, which are static fields of frequency, reverse current frequency, that polarize and split the natural layers. They polarize these two layers here on each of the levels, so you end up with a lower, this would be the D1 net, creates a lower D1 hibernation zone and an upper D1 hibernation zone. They would be etheric matter base, and this is Oz up here, and this gets into Agartha and Lilliput and all those things that mythology has talked about the little people, nasty little people, and those kind of things. Because there are smaller people in these kingdoms too, but they are not nasty. They're the Christic ones. The aurora fields are actually the platforms that activate through the larger aurora field that we talked about between Earth and Eartha, and they are the safe zones that were put in because of the progressive damage to the grids here. And they were put in the event that this succeeded in a 9562 BC, the full reversal of created the hibernation zones did indeed occur. So that's when the aurora platforms began, not activation, but kind of like idling, because they knew there was going to be a time when they had to activate. Because once it went that bad, where you had the hibernation zones created on D1, 2, and 3, you had literally a split RaShaLAe body structure. So it was not just the outer part of the body of the Earth that was damaged. It went into the dark matter template. And at that point, it's really, really pretty much the point of no return. So it's the point of salvage. What can you salvage from this to bring back to the Christ? And that's when the aurora platforms began their activation cycles. It was known from the beginning, which was a very long time ago, 450 billion years ago, I think. They started falling 480 billion years ago, the Borgia, and then 450 they completed it and started going after other matrices. When the Aquafereion races, or the Aquarius races, let's call them Aquarius races, from the Aquarion matrix got involved and formed the Crystal River cooperative, they knew it could go this bad, and there was a good chance it probably would. So they knew what type of technologies they had to put in from the beginning in order to have that salvage. They also knew they would be sending teams of their own incarnates in to assist and to try to help it not go that bad. But if it did, they didn't want those teams stuck where they had to fall too. And that's why we're being given the information back, because we are part of those teams. So this shows you have your biomes always on this level. You have aquifers, aquifer doors in the lower mantles, middle mantle biomes, and here you have an Aurora 1 field. Right? Then you have what are called the upper mantle. In the upper mantle you will have a crystal base. All right? The crystal base, interestingly, remember down here we had the small layer 1 nada crystal. Well, when you take those maps up proportionately in the relationship between Earth and Eartha, you will find that this is Earth's nada crystals, nada 1 crystals. This level on Eartha's core are these crystals that are huge crystals that are in our upper mantle. And they've already started to find those. We talked about a little bit about the ones that were found in Chihuahua, Mexico, and that kind of thing. So those would be the level. They're huge compared to the crystals at Earth's core, but these are the core level, level 1 of Earth's core. And what we see is our surface, our D2 Earth surface here. This whole field, what is above the crystal level, is the number 2 level, which is the Adama level, which is that flame field or light field. Our light field is their Adama flame band. All right, so this is how they correspond. The same type of thing occurs naturally between Eartha as USG3, and if you take it up to the next density level to USG6, which would be Sirius B, they have the same type of relationship where the fields intertwine. This is what they're really referring to, even though most people don't realize it yet. Science doesn't realize it yet. They're theorizing there is a unified field. It is indeed unified. Things are much more unified than even I ever realized when they started showing, you know, how these things are. This will go all the way up in a natural matrix. It would go all the way up to D12, all the way up through the Eka. So these fields are blended. They're not a billion miles apart from each other. They only appear to be that way depending on what layer you're perceiving from. And so this goes all the way up. We are here. We have the crystals in our upper mantle that are actually the core crystals of Eartha. We've got the surface Earth. Here we have the ozone layer, which is caused by it's the bottom part of the D1 upper hibernation zone that is caused by this net field spiraling through the implant systems that keep this net field here are literally implanted in our crust, in the Earth's crust. And they were progressively planted over a long time, you know, of the fallen angelics working here, particularly during the Atlantean period, the last Atlantean period. We have our Aurora Safe Zone 2 here. Then we get into the D2 Trion light field when we get into radial body stuff. That is just to make the connection to what we've talked about before early on when we talked about radial body, and we have the Miage field, the Trion field, and the Rayon field, simple radial body structure, right, on the outer domains. That's just to show where that corresponds. And, you know, they fit in there too. The most important thing about all of this, it takes us all the way up through Earth's, you know, up to Earth's surface, up into Earth's atmosphere, up into Earth's atmosphere, up into Earth's atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere goes all the way up to the magnetosphere. Can we pull it down just a little bit, please? Which is the magnetosphere would be here. But look what else is happening in our atmosphere. This here, where our magnetosphere is, at a different angular rotation of particle spin, the natural one, we have Earth's crust. It's D2 crust. So from our magnetosphere down, we have the different layers of our atmosphere. This is where we have the interfaces between the different layers, be it the aquifers on the D4, 5, and 6, or not D4, but the layer 4, 5, and 6 of Eartha, the aquifers, they would be, they would be in here, right? And they would have gates, just like the aquifers have gates here. They go into their lower mantle. When we get into the middle mantle of Eartha, we have middle mantle biomes, whenever you have that 15 gelesic structure. The middle mantle biomes are called the Adashi temples. All right, these are the ones, there's only one we can access, and that's Adashi-7 that runs through Spanner Gate 7, and that's what we've been trying to access. When we do our glide projections to these that we're doing in 12 tribes classes, and eventually we'll have it out for like a package of the journeys once we get done with them and get them in writing and functional, as far as for regular people who haven't gone through 12 tribes classes with all the detail. Right? These are what we're projecting to. Eventually, we will be able, through the aurora field, when the 4 layers of the aquiline sun activate and blend the aurora platforms together and form a full version of Earth, the new Earth shield, we will be able to physically go to these places and we will experience them. They are gorgeous, physical, crystalline temples. They're selenite crystal temples, and they're just amazing. And they're like city complexes. Like one floor on one of these temples is just massive. There are ones that are focused on healing. There are ones that are focused on learning. They have the most amazing libraries and things to do. They have universities. They have all sorts of things there. And what's really nice is they're populated by Christic races. It is from these places we will first learn to remember, what does it even mean to live in a Christic society? We have been living on a planet that has been run by anti-Christic ethics for a very long time, given lip service to religious spiritual stuff and actually using it to control and manipulate and suck energy off people. to even understand how do Christic people behave in relation to, like, do they stress out? Do they have bad days and get nasty with each other and then say, I'm sorry? Yeah, actually they don't. They have peace. They just simply are completely peaceful. They don't have the emotional body chaos that goes with the mutation down here. So there is a time where we're going to have to relearn some of this, because even the most aware of us here, we're it's almost like we have post-traumatic mutation disorder or something, right? We're going to need to heal to deal with these people. I mean, and they know this too. They know that, if they brought one of us through right now the gates, if we could physically survive it, the first thing we'd probably do is freak out because we didn't get to take this, that, or this person or that person, right? Or some of us would just be like bouncing off walls. Oh my God, it's really real. Whoa, it's really real. I'm really here, right? And they're kind of like, yes, yeah, we've been telling you that for a long time. They would try to relate to the emotional bounciness and sometimes chaos that we would bring with us right now. In certain ways, we have to go through periods where before we could go to Eartha fully physically, we would actually contaminate their fields at this point because of the things that live in our body. All right, remember all those bacteria and fauna and flora and stuff that are supposed to be good for us and they help us digest things? Some of these would be absolute poison if they were brought there. The aurora field gives us a chance to, the ones who are going into ascension, gives us a chance to evolve our bodies and actually purify our bodies in a way that we wouldn't be contaminant to Eartha that would cause severe problems there. It's also very mutual, because if we went to Eartha as, and we're a contaminant there, it also means Eartha's fields would be too strong as far as the radiation levels, and we'd get fried very quickly. So the aurora fields will allow an experience of a new Earth that is still connected for quite a long time to the old falling Earth, the Lone Star Fall Earth, but where we can heal and grow to the point where we are indeed capable of handling the radiation levels. And once we are, we won't have the things in and around our bodies that would actually cause problems there. So it will be an education zone for the ones that are on the ascension paths. For the spanners, spanners will learn how to go back and forth and to assist in the evolution, the rapid evolution of ones on the Lone Star Fall Earth, so they can help them to get to the aurora fields, so they can continue on the ascension path. It's a big mission we're part of. And it's all about, in simple terms, very simple terms, we have the natural structures of the interwoven layers, geodesic layers. We have also the aurora platform safe zones between them. And right now they are biomes and they are inhabited, but they are not linked together in a way that we would be able to pass into them as a three-dimensional field. When we finish the 3 levels of Aquafereion Sun activation that will actually activate in these particular bands, if you took this and brought it over there, it would show you, these lines would run through here and it would show you where that level of Aquafereion Sun would activate. So here you've got Aquafereion Sun level 1. Then that would blend Aurora 1 and 2. You'd have Aquafereion Sun level 2. It would blend 2 and 3. Aquafereion Sun level 3 would do 3 and 4. And that would bring you up into where you were in the Adashi level. All right. This will be the gyrodome activation when you have these fields activated. And this literally turns into an Earth around an Earth. An aurora Earth and the falling Earth. And the aurora Earth will be a place that we are progressively brought to as sliders and eventually taught to be spanners. Because spanners could not only go to aurora, they will be able to go to Eartha. So some people won't have the time left on the DNA codes. If your body is very, very tired, these activations on a rapid level, your body might not be able to handle it. You may want to be a spanner, but you may have to settle for being a slider, which means you can do the aurora space for a while. You also may decide it's not worth the trouble of bringing the darn thing through in the first place. Get it through to aurora so you don't leave anything in the fall system, and then literally have a choice of what kind of body form would you like to incarnate into next, because we've been offered the opportunity for those who don't want to take to their bodies or can't to actually incarnate into an Aquafereion race, which is a middle Edon race, which means get out of the outside domains completely and be able to be a part of a complete Christic field in a body form that is perfect in the sense of those fields. You don't have the aches and pains and hurts and things that you get in bodies here. So it'll be very personal, and it's not something we can help each of you with. That's why you need to meet people that can, the ones who can advise you and show you your incarnational records, show you what you don't remember right now because of the mutation, so you can make a conscious choice about what you'd like to do next. You know, if you want to take your body, they'll show you how to take it as far as you can. If you decide you don't want to take your body because it's too much work and you want to just kind of like enjoy it while it's here and do some sliding Tibetan, and then like let's get onto a like bigger, better form. They'll show you how to do that too. So there's training we'll be getting, and we'll be getting it from here, which are the Adashi temples, and they are connected right above the Adashi temples. This is their middle mantle, and above a middle mantle layer biomes, you will have a crystal layer, right? Now remember, this crystal layer here in Earth was actually the core crystal layer of Eartha. This layer that is above the Adashi temples, that is in the upper mantle of Eartha, physically manifest, these are the core crystals of Sirius B. So this is where the Sirian passage plugs into Eartha, and that's how you get out of the density 1 system into density 2. But in the particular passage that they're activating, the Aquafereion Shield NavAHo passage, it will not just take you into density 2, Sirius B. It will take you from density 1, outer domain Eartha, to density 2, Sirius B, Eden domain middle. Then density 3, you'll go from density 2 to density 3. So from Sirius B, you'd go into Andromeda, and you would go from density 2, Sirius B, Eden domain into the inner Adon domains. So they also take you back into core. It's a very fast evolution path as far as the Adashi cycles back. So you're not just going up and then you have to go in each layer. You're actually going up and in, up and in, up and in. And that will allow you to pass from one Akasha system to another, because there would be a lot involved in trying to get, they're in a different Akasha A than we are, right? They're in a different Akasha than we are completely, because they're in a different Akasha A. You would have to be able to go through, you would have to be able to activate in your RaShaLAe literally all of the frequencies of both of those matrices in order to cross over from the outer domains. So they're actually taking us up and in, up and in, up and in, and we can cross through in the hubs, because we do carry hub codes as Aquari humans, and then we will be in a free system again, where we are not in a false system anymore. But we'll have a lot of neat experiences between here and there. There are lots of evolution available in any of those. We can go to Eden and hang out there a while. You know, we can even go from the Eden level of Sirius B to the Eden level of Earth, where that part of Earth wasn't harmed. All right? So there are many options once we get out of here. Once we get the life field out of here, it's back, game's on again, right? Where you can start feeling good, and life's not so bad after all. But it feels a bit drudgery. You get a bit of drudgery when you're stuck on planets that have been falling for many thousands of years, and you've been the cleanup crew. So anyway, there's a lot to look forward to. But what we're doing now is all the site activations we're doing have to do with the beginning of opening these passages. When you see these little diamond shapes over here, this implies that, okay, this is the Aurora 1 platform, right? Each of these, first of all, has a site in Earth's crust that connects to that place. So you have the Aurora 1 platform that is they're the subterranean cities between the upper and middle mantles of Earth, and they're called the Aruniwa, or the name of that whole collective of biomes. And there's many little names of cities and things in between them. That is connected to a place called Shaylon 7, and that's in Phoenix, Arizona. And that's the place that we finally were able to get a house on so they could activate the grids properly. And when we go up here, now this is something new that they've added recently. In fact, I think for this workshop, they started to show us where Ecousha platforms are. The Ecousha platforms correspond to the Adore side, which for those of you who haven't understand the Atori side that we are on, and the twin side, the Adore side, is simply a set of reality fields that are part of our natural RaShaLAe body configuration or manifest body configuration, where you would have one set of bodies going on one spin, and then the other set would be going on the opposite spin naturally. They wouldn't all be going one way, because each layer goes in a different direction and that kind of thing. But if you had it going one way in the Atori system, it would be going in the opposite direction in the Adore system, and it would be a completely natural thing. It has to do with the radial body structure, or the RaShaLAe body structure. So when we talk about the Adore side, just consider it the twin that's in the same place as our fields are, but just on the opposite spin, but not a reverse spin in terms of anti-Christic, because for the structure of light body, that is a natural spin for that system. It is considered the Adashi spin, or the return spin, all right, where they get you back into source, and where you're spiraling out on the Akashi Atori cycles, and then you come back in on the Adore cycles that are the Adashi cycles. So anyway, we have these Akusha platforms, they are like the Aurora platforms. They are bands that are part of this entire ascension evac matrix that was put in, to this system, to this Eka system, and they will activate. If these activate, they activate the equivalent Aurora fields over on the Adore side. So they expedite very, very rapidly the activation of these sites and the Aqualine sun fields to allow for the blending of these fields to occur much more quickly. When these fields blend through if they were not activating the Akushas, right, what would occur is there would be a much slower merging of these fields. Eventually the Aqualine sun, we'll talk about how these merge. It has to do with NavAHo cycles. We'll see that in a little bit. But there would be a much slower blending. They would eventually blend. They wouldn't have to, you don't have to activate the Adore side in order to allow this field to activate. But when it is, it's twice as strong, and it activates twice as quickly. And that's what is necessary at this point to prevent the Earth's core gates from going into the reflection of the Bardo position that the solar gates are in. So what we're doing now we not only have a surface Earth crust layer that connects to each platform, that its main connection point. But now we also have an Akusha location, right? So this one is the location. These are physical locations over on the Adore side. The Akusha 1 place is called the Amuahade. All right? What it is the Adore side of Machu Picchu. It looks like Machu Picchu, but it is the Adore side. So the ranges that we see here and that we're working with here, that we're only dealing with the big main gates now. There's tons of networks. Once we get these open, there are all sorts of networks all over the place, and not just here. They go into other places, around the globe. So there's lots of places that you can get out by, that kind of thing. So it's not just like everybody's got to run to Peru to ascend. It does help, though. It gives you a little boost in frequency. All right. So it's important, if we're going to understand what we're involved in the grid activations we're doing, we are going to be going through some of these. Some of these sites have been activated. The Shaolin 7 had partial activation. By the end of these trips, the trip to Peru, it's going to have full-on activation because of some of the things you'll see in a minute. All right, Aurora 1 was activated with the journey, Ring 1 journey, it was called, and that was in the 12 tribes class 2 in February. All right, this was the Aurora 2 platform, which is called Aquafereion, and these are the cloud cities. I believe that was journey 3. Was that journey 3? Yeah. 2? No, that was journey 2. Was that journey 2? And I have it on the other thing. But, right, when did we go to Ashayana? Because that was a really neat one. That was 2, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Right. I think it was journey 2. Anyway, it doesn't matter which journey it was. We have it on one of the other things. It was 2 or 3. We've already activated these, in other words. When we do a projection, when we do a 12 tribes class, the class does a particular stand called an Elemental Master Command stand that allows for the activation of the corresponding ring. So if it's class 4, they would initiate the activation of ring 4. But it takes a while for that ring to open, so the next class, which would be class 5, would get to go on the ring 4 journey. So this is how it's been going. And the journeys correspond to activating various parts of the aurora fields and the corresponding sites. So we're getting the information on breaking that down and what classes did what and where are we. Because now we're in Peru and we're going to be activating other things. Ring 4 journey that was activated, initiated by, let's see, the last class, which was class 4. But they weren't able to travel it because it didn't open yet. It is opening, I believe that's opening on the first day of Machu Picchu. All right, yeah. All right, so Ring 4 will open. We're also going to have Akusha 1 activation. This means we're beginning the rapid activation of the Aqualine sun fields. So we'll be doing Akusha 1 activation. There's another one that actually breaks it down more and has little stars by the ones we're going to be participating in directly. Right. So we have also here Earth. Machu Picchu is connected directly, the physical sites connected directly to the Aurora 2 platform, which are the cloud cities. They're the pink band on your colored ones. That is the pink cloud band. All right, they're in the thermosphere. All right, where science defined where the thermosphere, the end of the thermosphere is. They would be at the end, like coming down into it a little bit and out to the end of the thermosphere, up in the atmosphere. All right. Then we have Akusha 2. This gets fascinating. Akusha 2, you'll see where where it gets really complex. With the figure 8 shaped code, the crystal heart of Aquari, this has to do with Akusha 2 activation. By the time we leave, we will initiate the activation of Akusha 2. All right, Akusha 2, the location in Adore that is connected to is called Eshvatare, and its anchor point over here. These all have a connection point that they will connect into on the Ettore side. They connect to Adore, Maui, and Kauai, and also to Ettore, Maui, and Kauai. Here, on the Akusha 1, connects to Machu Picchu, both Adore and Ettore side. So these are physical locations that are associated with direct access to these passages. So we're going to get up to this point of initiating activation of this level when by the time we finish the grid work we're doing. There's also there's an interesting configuration that takes place here that we have to look at the other more complicated diagrams to even decipher any of it. If I can talk it, I'll be amazed because we just learned it. The Akusha 2 makes a rapid link between the Aurora 2 and the Aurora 3 platforms, which means between the Aurora 2 cloud cities and the Aurora 3 ocean cities, which are the aquifers of Eartha level. But in our atmosphere, they will appear at the right angular rotation of particle spin as literally underwater cities. And they are the cities of Aquafereion. That is the name of that band, the Aquafereion band. And that is the place where the conceptions occurred, where the angelic human and cloister races were brought from Earth up the passages this far, and then they were met by the Aquari races, or the Aquari races, coming down to the hybridization. So they would have a medium zone that would allow for a bioform to be created, a DNA template that would be able to go up and down. All right, so it was a medium zone. And that's why the Aquafereion races bear that name of Aquafereion, because that is where that hybridization was created, and that is where the souls could come in from Eartha and take them on and come down in here as a healing team, because that's what the Aquari humans are. They were that was part of their commission. So we have the Akushas will make a fast link between the Aurora platforms. So Akusha 1, which is on the maps, on your colored maps, that is what they call the sapphire blue band. They're those blue clouds that are down below the pink clouds. All right, but they're above that little purple band that has like yellow clouds floating through it. The purple band corresponds to the D1 hibernation zone 1, upper hibernation zone. I think that's Oz. It corresponds to the ozone layer. All right, and it's purple because it's beginning to transmute. That's why we're getting holes in it. There's more holes forming in it. This is why we're getting global warming. It's not just the greenhouse effect. There's a lot more happening that's actually making things melt. Things are heating up because of the activations that are progressively taking place in the grids and have been for the last 20 years. But what we're going to see are the cloud cities and the subterranean cities will link through that blue cloud layer. All right, so there will be gates in the blue cloud layer that will link those two. And when they activate, it will form the full Aqualine Sun Level 1 activation, and those two biomes will open to each other. So all of a sudden we have subterranean biomes that are safe, and we have cloud cities that are safe that we will be able to begin visiting in slide. Because you get a slide zone. When these merge and they form a sphere together, they form what is called a slide zone. So we will also then, when Akusha 2 fully activates, we will begin the initiation of that. They haven't said when it will complete its activation because it's a bit more complicated as we go up. That will more rapidly blend the Cloud Cities pink platform with the Aquafereion platform. The Aquafereion platform, Aurora 3, corresponds to the aqua white layer of clouds that are up above the pink ones in your colored diagram. All right, so it would be the Akusha 2 would blend those together. The Akusha 2 corresponds to that over on the right-hand side of your color diagram. You see this gold cloud with this crystal cluster coming out of it, right? That there corresponds right at the moment to the Akusha 2 location, or the Akusha 2 domain, and something really neat happens, because when you begin a certain level of activation and Akusha 2 begins to activate, it actually shifts. We'll see in a minute some of the things that happen, if I can explain them, because there's a lot. And it shifts over and lines up, and it shifts over horizontally directly, lines up on the vertical that is running on the Astura passage, the main vertical line, and all sorts of neat things start to happen from there. So this is where we begin the activation of the NavAHo passage from seating 2. All right, so we'll look at that in a minute. And I'm starting to talk real fast because I want to get you to understanding those parts. All right, but I think at least, I hope I've covered enough where you get the gist of what the vertical maps are about. And from here, you can start to tell what sites need to activate and what they do. The what they do is most clearly illustrated on the map keys that we were just given in the last 24 to 48 hours that go with the colored map. All right, so that colored map, each layer on this could actually be found in there, but they highlighted the main ones that are most important to see what chambers go through where. So when eventually, if we have time, we will mark off on the colored ones, exactly where which bands are. We'll find the hibernation zones and maybe put little Mr. Yuck faces on them or something. A little band of Mr. Yucks there, that kind of stuff. I don't know. But if we ever have time for that, if not, it's enough to know this shows you that they exist within that space, and what the colored maps show you are what you need to think about if ascension is what you want to do. Now, if you want to go to hibernation zones, we'd have to put them on the maps too, but, let's try the Christic ones first, and if you don't like those, then maybe we can get the other maps. All right? Eventually, they'll probably show us anyway. Yeah. Okay, now, we're going to go back into the point where we left off of the other night, where we showed on the colored maps, this is the Astura passage, all right? That is, it's the core chambers of the seating 3 Aquafereion passage, and this is the Aquari-Human passage. The people who can pass through this passage don't have to have the NavAHo codes that would imply that they have seating 2 coding in their DNA as well, which would hold the Ecousha coding from the Adore side. So that is the main difference between the 2 races, because there was such a risk of the bodies being snatched here, taken over, or hybridized to death, that it was such a risk to the Adore side that they weren't given to the seating 3 races, because if the bodies were ever taken over in a critical mass, they could go through and break through the gates into the Adore side and take both sides of the matrix out. So that's why the seating 2s were given it. That didn't work there either, because the angelic humans got wiped out in seating 2, and that's why seating 3 was had to be done. One thing about the seating 2, I don't think I mentioned. If anybody has a co-resonance with anything we've talked about, once in a while the Procyon issue comes up. We've talked about it in Morocco. There are a bunch of us that have Procyon coding. What that implies, and we just found out what that implies, is the seating 2 Aquafereion races, when seating 2 was going bad in the 1,000 Years' War period, they evac'd them. And they evac'd them out. They couldn't open the Eartha gates directly because it would have allowed for invasion of Eartha. So what they did was pick them up physically in spaceship type things, and they took them out, and they took out and up into density 2 layer. They had to assist them biologically to make the transition, but they were brought to what was then called the star. Well, it was called something different, but now it's what science identifies as what's left of it is what science identifies as Procyon. All right, they were there and they evolved for a time, but they were raided, and the ones that survived that raid were again evac'd out, and they were taken from Procyon back to Sirius B, and then from there back down to Eartha. And from there, they were able to still contribute coding to seating 3. But they carry the Procyoni codes, and they are the Procyoni codes are connected directly to the Adore matrix. So basically, the seating 2 ones could live and exist in biomes on either side. They have a very strong connection to the Adonai races. So if that name, when we brought up the Adonai races, the ones that like to sing all the time, I love them, that is where that's coming from. It implies a Procyon code if you feel a real strong resonance there, which implies you carry the NavAHo codes as well as the Aquafereion codes from seating 3. So I just wanted to add a little bit of that there. Now when we're back to these, I want to get into the just technicals on these so we understand what the activations are that we're doing. That's the most important thing. Even if I have to, if we run out of time and I can't go through in a functional way RaShaLAe body anatomy, we still have one more conference when we get done with the activations. But what's most important is understanding what you're doing when you're doing the activations. And why are we doing this here? Who knows, right? Something to do with ascension, right? You will know more about it than that, right? So what we were shown first of all was the more recent, the seating 3 Aquafereion passage, and that was open. The grids for it were set at the beginning of seating 3, which I forget where that was, 840,000 years ago or something, but it was activated and opened to create the seeding 3 Aquafereion lineage in 12,500 first BC, and then again 11,000 BC and 10,500 BC and 10,000 BC when they seeded what were called the 12 feathers of Aquafereion, where they took each of the 12 tribes of angelic humans and they brought them into hybridization. You know, they invited them if they wanted to participate, the Christic ones, and they invited them in to create a race line where each of the 12 angelic human 12 tribes had an opportunity to get a query coding. So there were the 12 feathers of Aquafereion is what they were considered. This is all connected very much to what are considered indigenous people on this planet, both in Native American Indian, in the South American Indian populations, in any of the Inuits up in the Alaska regions, all of these, the Aborigines in Australia. All of the indigenous people that really for ages have known that they had sacred commission as protectors and guardians of Earth. There are connections to all of them, to these. Some of them were raided and raider races were created from them. Not all of them had aquari codes. Some of the indigenous tribes were actually part of the 12 tribes themselves, or some of the cloisters, which we got into a bit in the Voyager's book. So this is all connected. When you hear words like NavAHo, it wasn't that they named these passages after like the Navajo Indians. No. Try it the other way around. Where did that word NavAHo come from? Where did Navajo come from? It is a not quite pronounced right version or spelled right version of the very ancient word NavAHo. That implies seeding 2 coding in that particular line. And the NavAHos were not just from upper Arizona. In fact, they were seeded in Phoenix, and first they were seeded here in Corral. So there's a lot of the things that are not known about the tribes and who they really are, all over the place. That's why we refer to the 12 feathers concept. There's also other reasons, and I think feathers have a symbolic value in some way that I don't know about yet. But they call them the 12 feathers of Aquafereion, which are the human 12 tribes, and then there are also the cloister race set that came first in 11,000 BC. And before that, there was the prototype that did carry the NavAHo codes from seeding 2. And they were brought in very small doses in 12,500 BC just to get the grids ready. So the new seeding 3 ones could be brought in, to regenerate the angelic human 3 races because they were falling. They were losing their Christic codes and their gate codes in their DNA. So here we are. We've got the Astura passage. This is very interesting. First we have ShaLAe 13 at Earth's core. That's the gate 13, right? Down here. Then we have the Adori Aru Nepet, which was connected to that one of those crystals that we activated. We'll see which crystals are which more clearly on the next one because the key went from here to something much bigger. All right, this is just the beginning of understanding how these passages work. All right, so we have this is the passage that we opened at Corral. We had this would be that pinky amethyst crystal here. Right, that we activated, and this above it would be the aquamarine crystal, and this is the Adori side. That's why it's ... because it's not fully manifest here, it's manifest on the Adori side. That is the part of this chamber that we opened. Now this chamber part was already opened from activations that were done in the ring classes and things, and this part was already opened between ShaLAe 7 and the biomes, but they weren't linked. They always call it ShaLAe 7, ShaLAe 13. And it's like, well, which one is it? It's both. When that passage is open, because that passage that we just opened in Corral links them. So our house activated when we did the work in Corral, which we didn't know was going to happen. They said, you have to have that mural done before you go, because we are activating the house in Peru. It was like, all right, right. Whatever, huh? Because a lot of times you get this stuff, they'll say these things, and you just you don't know the technicals, haven't a clue. But they know what they're talking about, so you say, okay, right, no problem, we'll do that. Because it always turns out, well, they will give you the technicals when there's time to write them down, and it makes perfect sense. So it was one of those. Yes, now I see why the mural, and at least a certain amount of the atrium that Az is building, they're showing Az what to do with this atrium space. It was a really strange little space, an indoor-outdoor space, which was like, it had 4 walls of our house around it, right? But it had no roof on that space. They call it an atrium. It's part of one of the designs in the little houses that are around. They're very strange. I mean, it's really little. You can't fit like a table and chairs or anything in there. It's just like a little space that you can go and like sit out. But it also runs a chamber. right? So we opened this. That brought this whole line into activation. Now, there's this part. This is a part of the passage, too. Right? We're going to see in a minute what our grid work is going to do. There's this passage here that needs to be opened. There's something right here that is a seal, like a membrane, that when it's open, it allows for the rest of the passages to open. There's another set of passages that go from here to here. Over here is physical Machu Picchu on Earth. All right? This spot here is in the stratosphere above Cusco. All right? Yeah. Hello. This here has to do with, I believe, the Sacred Valley. And this, when we are activating those things that they called the, let me see if I can remember what they called them, the Kusha Cluster Tachyon Temples. There we go. Kusha Cluster Tachyon Temples. Yes, we talked about those cluster temples that are connected to the sites in the Sacred Valley, and also the one that begins with SAC that I can't pronounce, that's not far from here at all, Sacsayhuama, that one. They're connected to that. They all have to do with opening this passage. There's a whole network of those that once they activate will open this passage. And that will also, our stand, before we leave for Pichu, is that tomorrow night? That is tomorrow night already, isn't it? The stand that we are going to do very near Sacsayhuama, because they wouldn't let us go to Sacsayhuama at night, and it needs to be done at night. As close to midnight as possible would be the best, so we're going between 11:30 and 12:30. We got 1 hour, right, to do a particular set of activations. But it's close enough, it's quite close to Sacsayhuama itself, which is the center pillar and something you'll see in a minute. But we're going to open that membrane, and it's going to bring online, these passages will come online here. It will open this, and it'll bring them online here with the A2 platform, the Aurora 2 Cloud Cities platform. Right? Then the next bit of stuff we're going to do is going to open this passage that connects Cusco into Machu Picchu. And then there's another bit. This is where we left off the other, when we first introduced this particular configuration. There's also passages that run up here. This goes all the way up into, I think it goes up to, it goes up to Earth's surface. So we're just seeing right to here in these colored maps. We're only seeing up to the A3 platform. There's still the A4 platform in the Winterlands, and then the Aurora layers and the Adashi Temple layers. And I have a feeling they're going to end up as a mural someplace in the Colorado house. I just have a feeling. There's something about making them life-size, where they are literally, they can beam in three-dimensionally, and they are life-size. That's important, and that's why I know they're going to ask me to do another one of those. It's a bit challenging. It's easier to draw something on 8.5 by 11 and color it. It's much quicker than doing 14 by 17 by 7 foot tall. But anyway, what we're working on now are these layers first. Once we get there, we'll be able to do the higher ones. So that little spot does represent the house that we just bought in Phoenix that is sitting on Shaylon 7. And it's a very nice little neighborhood there. And what's very interesting is we have about a 2-block radius in any direction from that house that can plug directly into that. And what's really interesting is at least 2 houses, as soon as we moved in, 2 houses next door went up for sale, which is really weird. Yeah. Or rent or sale, whatever. But they have the signs out there, by owner. I don't know if it's they don't like us or what. They don't even know us, right? Just the frequency. We're gone. Right? And they're little fixer-uppers, but not like nasty fixer-uppers. It's a nice neighborhood, but it's not like the big fancy houses in Upper Scottsdale. It's just across the Scottsdale border, so it's like affordable Scottsdale, Arizona, right? And it links to there. So there is a bit of them within. There's actually more of them. There's probably 6 or 7 within the 2-block radius going all the way around, because I've seen several for sale signs. Yeah, and they're like 2-3 bedroom, single-story ones. They're not. It's a small development. Just so you know, if anybody's interested, right? Yeah, grab them while they're hot. No. What? 1 hour left. Okay, yeah. I'm actually doing all right. I got through some of the hard stuff because I can do a lot of the anatomy stuff, because it's already old stuff, actually. I can do that as wrap-up. Okay, so we're going to be doing, we're going to finish this tomorrow when we finish the sites that we didn't do today, because we wouldn't have got back here in time to do what we needed to do here if we went to the other sites. Yeah, we're almost doing boot camp again. We did boot camp in Egypt once, where it's like, did anybody ever get time to sleep? Because it was like, you have to go to this site, we have tickets for this time, and you have to be up at this time, you're on the buses at 4 a.m. What? Right? That kind of thing. So it's not quite as bad as that, but it's a bit of a boot camp thing. we purposely had taken days out of the schedule to make it more affordable, because it was, it was quite costly. If, let's relax here for 2 days and relax there for 2 days, you double the cost of the trip. And we tried to make it where it was reachable, for as many people who wanted to come could. So, but it is a bit hard on us because we're like rushing from one bit to the next, that kind of thing. So we apologize for that, but we hope you understand that it was to make it, affordable for more people that wanted to, participate. So we're going to be doing this, finishing this branch that will open up that layer. Then we're going to be opening up this on the nighttime stand up by Sashayama, whatever. Saksewama, there we go. Yeah. Mac likes to call it sexy woman to remember it. Right. I was calling it like sachet human, like human is at sachet. That helped me remember it a little bit, whatever. And it wasn't the right pronunciation either. So then we will be doing this part. Then there is another part you'll see in a minute that is a loop. And that is the Spanner 7 loop, all right, that will fully bring on the Spanner 7 link into Earth. Then these start going up into the higher layers of Aurora 2, Aurora 3, where it gets into the Ecousha 2 layers. But I got to show you a couple of things here. That's the new stuff coming through. First of all, I want to have a little bit of visual reference when I talk about the Aquafereion NavAHo, because these connect to the NavAHo ones, which is seating 2 passages. Ecousha cluster tachyon temples, the ones we were talking about that we're activating at these sacred sites. This is the configuration they take. The first one, the power-based one, is the Cusco cluster. All right, get this. This is hilarious. We didn't know this, right? We did not know this when we just knew we had to, we'd have hotel in Cusco, and then we get on to Picchu. Nothing ever works out as an accident in our lives anymore. I don't know if it ever did, but we're very aware that it really doesn't anymore. But the Cusco one is the control cluster. It releases Ecousha 1, what's called the Aquarian seal, which is that membrane that's the 2 places in the Astura shape where they cross over, and there's that membrane thing that's like right up above Cusco. It releases that when they consummate, and consummation of the Ecousha 1 cluster is the activation of these 3 other ones. All right, these are the smaller, they call them the subjugate clusters. Now, the clusters are fascinating in themselves. Each cluster has a series of temples, not just one. Each one of these has one of those bowling ball-shaped, like clear quartz crystals, and some of them have specialized ones that aren't clear quartz. Some of them are, say, malachite or azurite or different types of stone, not just quartz. It depends on. They didn't say which ones were which, but just think of them as crystal bowling balls that are down in. They're very close to the end layer of the Earth's crust going down, all right, but they are still in the crust layer. What you have is a center one, then you have 4 primary control ones around it, and then each of those have 2 off of them. They form a ruche configuration. Now, what these do is fascinating, particularly when you see the figure 8 code or the Heart of Aquarius code. But first of all, if we're just looking at this as the base diagram, we're not looking at it 3-dimensionally yet. All right. Each of these has what is called a chamber. This first one is called number 5. It starts out here, number 1 chamber. These correspond to the numberings that you'll see on the hearts, all right, and the chambers that go with the hearts on the heart of the crystal heart of Aquarius diagram that has all the information on it, right? So there is literally a chamber that forms from the activation of this passage, the passage of the NavAHo passage figure 8 configuration. And the first heart, when it activates, creates a chamber here. Second heart creates this one. Third heart creates this one. Fourth heart creates this one. Each of these correspond to specific frequencies in the vertical maps, as we'll see. But these are little, like, microcosms of the larger gyrodome field. The gyrodome is a huge one that works like this around the entire planet and is actually in Eartha, and it holds Earth. But these little temples they're actually not small in terms of temple size, and that they haven't said how many miles. But you get an idea because we look at these 4 points here. We have this site, they call it the city square out here in Cusco, but the one with the trees, not the one with the big fountain, but up around it. I don't know if all of you have seen it, but it's not too far from here. It is in walking distance, but it's the one with the trees, not the one with the fountain. Now, here is the Temple of the Sun. All right, that's one of the places I believe you visited. All right, this one here is this hotel. It's under where this hotel was built. All right, and they had No, I'm sorry, the other hotel. I'm looking at them and saying, yes, the hotel we're in. He's like, wait, no, we're not there anymore. We're here, and you're there, and you're over here visiting us. Right. All right. Your hotel is this one, and that connects to here, and the hotel we're in right now that I can't really pronounce, I just call it the Pico, is here, right? This one is this one. Now, when we give these numbers, we have 12. It's a Rouchet configuration. This is the 12, that's the 3, that's the 6, that's the 9. That is the most powerful out of the 4. That's why we are here, all right? Because these two were highly compromised. There have been certain points in history where these have been compromised by the other grids. What we have done and what we started doing the first night when we had to, you guys needed to stay where you were, and we needed to come over here because they activated our fields in order to activate this one, in order to activate this one, because these were not compromised, and they overrode these. And by midnight that first night you were over in the other hotel, they'd actually blasted through and created a protection field and reclaimed. They're in the process. They did a reclamation, and it's going from like the outer bit where they actually harnessed the outer thing, and they're clearing it to its core. And so your hotel is getting clearer by the minute, right over there. And this one will go, actually, it will probably go through its clearing cycle from this one. This is the stronger activation. So you have 12 clearing 6. That's easy. As far as frequency, the 12 will hold more frequency than the 6. So it's in the process of clearing. All of them are structured this way. All right? They didn't give the locations of every point on every one. So each of these, like this hotel, the one you're in and the one we're in over here, these each connect to 2 other main sites that would be points to the Rouchet. And then there's lots of little sites that run these rings. These rings, we have what are called, we'll look at this one, number 1. It's called the Oran ring. Then we have the Kalon ring, then the Shalon ring, and the Alon ring, and then the core ring, which is called the, I think, the Eton ring. All right. These rings correspond to Alons, Kalons, Shalons that we've talked about before in relation to RaShaLAe body phasing and things. So we'll get into that when we get into RaShaLAe body anatomy. However, they are literally fields. And what they do when they activate, and around them, this outer field, forms what is called a tachyon field or a tachyon chamber. And tachyons are superluminal faster than the speed of light particles. In other words, it's like an invisibility chamber. And once all of these activate, they open. And I'll show you what they open like over on this second one. If this were Earth's surface, right, it's a bit hard to draw it with just black and white and no shading and stuff, but if this were the surface line, and this is down below the surface, and this is up above the surface going into the atmosphere, right, those 4 points create a pyramid-shaped vortice, right, with 4 points to the pyramid. So they come up, straight up to that point that we talked about that's in the stratosphere over Cusco. All right, for the big one. All right, the other ones have their points in the sky as well that they meet. So that point there would actually be the point up over there, and there is literally this vortice that forms. Now, as these rings activate, they actually form spheres or domes. It will be on the surface, they are energetic domes. You would have the 1 dome, 2 dome, 3 dome, and 4 dome that form, and that would be the Oran, Kalon, Shalon, and Alon domes, right, that would form. And then inside of this, you have the center one forms, a dome forms here, but it also forms a full pillar. All right, that goes right down to Shala 13 in Earth's core and all the way up to whatever level of the gates will be activated. All right, whatever level of the Crystal Heart of Aquarii gates are activated. So it plugs right in. These are like little conduits that you can use them to make a fast activation on the main chamber or artery that we saw that was the one that went over this way, right? But they're also sites that can be used to access the main artery once the whole set is opened. So these were always known as sacred sites before even the Incas built temples here. And there were certain races that came in, thanks to the Aquafereion races, were given the knowledge of what sites they were supposed to guard. And then when the raider races came in and started making their raider hybrids, they were told what sites to go after. That's why we see things like you had a Mayan temple on a certain site. Yeah, say like the one that's at this hotel, because they even said this at the hotel that you guys are staying in. It had once been a quite large Incan temple. And then when the Spanish came in and had wiped out the Incan empires, they had built their like what do they call it? they didn't call it a temple, they called it something else big. Not mansion, but something like that. No, it wasn't. It was something that referred to, like, not just like little houses or spots. It was a major building. Huh? No, the place that we were, the hotel that these guys are staying at. Right. This is what one of the people that worked there told me. And they said, yeah, like that one. There's one wall in there someplace that is actually part of the original Inca temple, and then the other walls were from the period where the other guys, the Spanish people, came in and built their temple over it. You had this stuff going on all over the planet when you had sacred sites, and it wasn't just here. There are other sacred sites that connect into the Mayan empires and into the Native American empires, and the invasion there was America, basically, the American people that came from Europe. People get motivated by things in this day and age, and they have since the memory wipeout. They don't know what motivates them to do things, and they try to do things for a good reason, but they find out later, like especially when you pass over and you get to review your records, that you actually have been used to, say, create activations in temples or sacred sites that were actually supporting the hibernation zones or something. So there's been trickery here. That's why you don't blame this. You can't. If I were an income person and looked at the history, I could be upset with people from Spain. But if you look beyond that level of the drama, everybody has been being manipulated, but you had this going on all over the place. So you have layers of temples. Below all of those, you had the original sacred site of why that temple ended up there in the first place, why those sites were chosen as sacred. It wasn't just because it had a nice view or a good, you could grow nice corn there. Some smaller sites were like that, but these were protection contracts that were indeed given to various different indigenous races. So we have sets of these. This is the one that's around Cusco. And when we go and do our stand, this spot here, which would be its power spot, is like its most powerful one, where the pillar comes up, right? That is the one I can't pronounce again. I can if I do it fast without thinking about it, but I looked at it and thought about it, and I just wiped it out. Yeah, that one, right? We tried to get on that site for the evening. They would not, no way, no how, let us on the site. Something about liability issues. Yeah, 100 and some people could, like, you could lose a few over the edge. So I can understand that. If it was like 40, you might go for it because they're easier to keep track of. But this many people with terraced steps, some of which, like terraces, not just steps, but terraces, some of which go way down. People like to roam, and they know that. So I have a feeling that's why they said, no, don't want to talk about it. It's not going to happen. But there is a private individual or family that occasionally, I guess, rents out parts of their property that's in the same area for venues, like they're having a wedding, for instance, like tomorrow night, and the wedding ends at 11:30, and we show up at 11:30 because it's connected right into the grids. It's not too far away from this site. It's right within this parameter. So we're going to go there, and when we do it's going to be a simple stand there, and we'll see. We're going to feel out the parameters as far as is no sound required, as far as not getting kicked off the site by the people who own it, right? Just so we can be there. If we have to do a quiet meditation, we will, but hopefully they will be game, and they will let us do a spinning, singing round, which would be really nice. If not, the beloveds will amplify it in a different way for us. But it always helps when we can do those full-on stand-up ones where you're spinning your Merkabas manually and you're, doing the tones and that kind of stuff. So we're going to do that to activate this complex and the center point. And that will bring this whole complex into activation. And these are already in the process of having whatever nasty stuff they were connected to cleared out. It'll take them a little while, especially this one. All right, this one wasn't as strong and nasty as the one that was under Temple of the Sun, because this one was a 9, so it had more quantum potential. But these are being cleared. The ones who have been controlling these are the ones not from other planets. They're the ones from hibernation zones. So believe me, they are not happy with us right now. And that's too bad as far as I'm concerned. I mean, we're not trying to offend anybody or hurt anybody, but excuse me, they're trying to take us all down a black hole, and that's not going to happen if the Christic races can help it. So we're going to activate this. Then there's these other ones that we will see before we do this. This list here. I just want to put this list right there. I think that did it. Yes, we have the Ecousha Cluster 2. This was at the Pisac Ruins. All right, that was the center one for that. We did that today. All right, so that's in its process of activating. Ecousha Cluster 3, this we were going to do today, but it would work out better, and we'd actually have more energy just to do it tomorrow earlier. All right, so we're going to do this one tomorrow, And we're going to do this one, which we're going to do anyway tomorrow. So that means the 3 subjugate clusters are activated. This one, the beginning phases of it are initiated. So now it can go into full activation because we're going to do the stand to bring them all together and activate them all to do that. And what that will allow to happen is it will allow release of Akusha 1 seal, which opens the that blue cloud layer that goes into Adore. It will open those passages. What that means in terms of other things. What do I have next? Oh, God, this one. How am I doing on time? Yeah? Okay, all right. Yeah. I'm probably going to do RaShaLAe body anatomy in the closing workshop because this is the most important stuff because this is RaShaLAe body anatomy, but on the planetary level, it applies to your body too. All right, anyway. Now, we're going to get back to this code. All right. Let me look at this temple one while I talk about that. No, the one we just had up. Those activation temples. All right. I know where I'm going. Now, if we can keep in mind for a minute the Kusha cluster temples that we just looked at and how they work, right? If we now look at this for a minute, and I'll explain some things about this, then we're going to put them both together back on the colored map and show a bunch of things. All right? This, if I can talk myself through this tonight, I'll be amazed. This is the Aquafereion NavAHo Akusha Te passage activation code for the crystal heart of Aquarion Akusha Te ascension passage of the NavAHo shield from seeding 2. Now, this little bit over here is this when it's dormant. If you look at your color maps for a minute, you have that gold cloud in the pink band, because there's a gold cloud inside a pink cloud with a crystal cluster in it over on the right side. If you were to show its full energy configuration, you would see that. That is the Akusha 2 platform. All right? It is a platform in the Adore side. Okay? The Akushas are platforms in the Adore side, just like the Auroras are platforms over on our side, on the Ettore side. When this activates, it becomes this. And what it does is shift over from that space where it's over on the right side, and it comes horizontally over and anchors right on the central vertical line of the seeding 3 passage. So this whole thing opens. Its central line will end up being the central line, the straight vertical, on the Astura passage of seeding 3. And it gets fascinating when you see lineups and things. All of this, every one of these bits lines up with all of those maps that show the layers, right? Be it the cloud maps, the pretty color ones, or the ones that are more technical that show the bands and the hibernation zone and that kind of stuff. These all line up together, and this fits in a very particular way. So what I wanted to show a little bit about, if I can read any of this, we have what are called the 4 hearts. Now, these hearts refer to... I'll show you what they refer to. I have a diagram that shows it better. Where you have, let's say, a site, you have an A site and a B site. And they go together with that layer. And those A and B sites form, that's what the hearts are about. Okay, the spheres, the 2 spheres put together. So that's what, these are good hearts. These hearts are actually, when they're done, when the diagram is done to hold the math, which this part of it is, and this was freehand, but it holds the math good enough to use it as an activation code. These are for people who have seen the flame codes, and we have that little inner flame that's down at the bottom of the big flame codes. There's that little sacred heart flame, the little one. These are those. They're very specific. And those flames, the shape of them and everything that are heart-shaped, they came from very specific stuff on the crystal spiral that we went through from Tenerife on about the crystal spiral and how it spirals out. And then there's its back spiral and how that forms the heart shape and the flame shape and those kind of things. So all of it is based on the math. It's based on the physics that we've been teaching all along. So these are the same configuration. But what they do is connect to chambers down here. If you followed this as a straight line down, and think of them, they first showed them to me as if, say you had a tube of very fat macaroni, right? But it was macaroni that was shaped like a heart, right? And the top was cut at an angle, but it was a tube, that went down. And then there was a skinnier piece of macaroni that was still hollow, that was shaped like a heart, that went down inside of that, right? They tried to explain to me, so I understand that these are the opening tops, but they go down to form chambers. And at the bottom of the chambers, they have a corresponding layer. So if you just look at this one, the heart one would come down, and the width of it, its widest part, would be here. So it would come down. It would form this chamber down here. All right. Now this chamber, this area here goes with it. If it's hard to see it without shading, because if these were shaded or put in color, you could see the difference in the colors. But it was a quick one. We didn't have time for any of that. This part here is the chamber. This doesn't go with one. This goes with the chamber for the smaller one inside of it, which would be 2, right? So 2 would come down, and it would come out inside of 1. Right, so this is the one coming down, but this is the little chamber for 2 coming out inside of it. And then 3 comes out inside of 2, and 4 comes out inside of 3. And then this is still like if you were looking at the bottom part of that tube, this would be the bottom part of 4. This would be the bottom part of 3, bottom part of 2, bottom part of 1, right, of that tubes within tubes. And this would be the 5th one that connects with that spot. Now, all of these spots connect directly with specific spots on the maps. And the fascinating thing about all of this is, I found, was this: when the Ecousha, this connects with what was called the Ecousha 2 platform on those other maps that showed the Ecousha layers and the Aurora layers in the black and white, where they showed more of the detail of the information on it. With this one, when the Ecousha 2 activates, it goes from being in its dormant, the passage goes from being in its dormant state and location and shifting into its activation state. There are 4 layers of these. One goes from Earth to Eartha. The next one goes from Eartha to Sirius B, the next one from Sirius B to Andromeda, and the next one from Andromeda over to the Aquafereion, or the Aquarion matrix and parallel adjacent Akasha. So this is just one of them. There's all sorts of things we're going to learn about these activations, because these also activate in our bodies, all right, in our own RaShaLAe bodies. It's not just a planetary RaShaLAe body, that are the big ones, but we have small ones in our own bodies as well. And these are the fast activation of the RaShaLAe bodies. So we are going to begin the process. By the time we leave Peru, I believe it's the 2nd night at Machu Picchu before we leave the next day, the work we do that 2nd day is going to begin this process, but it's the 2nd night. While we're still there, right, this is going to initiate activation. And it activates a bunch of stuff below it, all of the other things. It brings into really rapid activation the Aqualine Sun level 1, which blends 1 and 2 together, Aurora 1 and 2 together. So it's blown open the passages very quickly, basically. And that means we may get, depending on how fast, depending on what time, what opens by, we are still at Picchu, overnight, that night. We have to leave in the morning to come back to, I think, what do we come back to, Cusco and then to Lima, whatever it is, the hop, skip, and jump back. But we may at least get a decent glide journey out of it as far as being able to have some experience. But it will probably be in the evening, sometime, maybe even after we go to sleep. I'm hoping we get to do something with the group. But I don't know if it's time for that yet. And I don't know if a group is physically ready for that yet. I don't know if we're physically ready for that yet. We wouldn't want to go through and go, yay! Oops. Confetti! Space dust! Oops. Wasn't quite ready. Shouldn't have rushed that one. Maybe that's why they've been teaching me patience lately. Just little silly things that have made me really say, no, I'm not going to be muttering under my breath and getting more field tense and field tense. I will be calm now. I will be as patient as necessary as I'm doing certain diagrams and things and looking at the clock going, So there may be a reason why they're working on us with patience. That has to do with those things where, yes, it was supposed to happen at 4 p.m. and it happened at 3 a.m. It did happen. It got there. Patience. Sometimes guardian time requires it. So I think I don't know what we will be able to experience or not. They will take us to the level we can, right? They would love to be able to visit us. If we can have some kind of journey, maybe they'll introduce themselves individually, where we'll get to meet, an advisor or guide without having to do the first journey, because you can do that. There are journeys that we take in not slide yet, but glide, where we go to the Adashi temples and we first meet a greeter. The greeter, if we like them, they're willing to be our advisor, just to advise us on, every silly 3D thing that you can talk to them about. Then you have your trainers that will teach you specific heavy stuff about ascension. So there are journeys that are coming. There are journeys that are already available. I don't know what status they are in relation to product list, but the 12 Tribes classes have been working with them, and we still have spaces in the 12 Tribes 2 set of classes, but the ones have been filled for a while. But we're teaching the heavy dynamics, the personal level, as well as the planetary level of this. So this is like a 12 Tribes condensed class. And this is new. The 12 Tribes classes don't know about this yet. None of us did. So we just got this. This is just for you guys. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of things that happen here. But what's important is each of these hearts corresponds to